Morning. Good. Yeah. All right. There we go. The mic's working. Hello. Hello, everybody. So this, going to bed at 3 in the morning and then waking up at 6, 2 days in a row, not working. That's not working for me. It's not working. That's not working very well. Uh, yeah. How's it working for you? Because you worked all night. Maybe it's working for you. So, Monblanc,
Discovery, go and throttle
hey,
up.
gifted 10 subs. There we go. Warped, you got kids, you're up at 4:30 every morning. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right. So, welcome to my pokey coverage of the IFT-4 mission, or just Flight 4 mission here for Starship. Oh, my face, man. Guys, I might need to put on NSF for a second here and just make a run to the store real quick. we might need Mr. Red Bull. that's probably gonna happen. Yeah. So we'll pick up the coverage with Lon, Adrian, and Alex here. Here. Listen to these old boys here. Give me it's an hour and 20 minutes till the window opens.
And that's the goal of this
give me
flight,
20
right?
minutes.
The goal is
I'll
being
be
able
right
to
back.
control these two vehicles
Be
through
back
space,
momentarily.
being able to not just control them, but also return them to a landing. The booster will attempt sort of like a virtual catch, that landing burn on the ocean. Hopefully this time completely successful. And then the ship will try to re-enter, try to prove that the heat shield works, that essentially Starship can become fully reusable by being able to get that second stage through orbital reentry. And if it survives, there's the extra sort of perk with this flight, which we didn't have on the previous three, which is the ship will attempt a flip and landing burn. But yeah, there you can see the roadblock, the main one at LBJ and Highway 4, that intersection between those two locations. And there was one cop that has just left, and I think they're removing the cones. So maybe that other car that is there is about to leave as well, which is precisely what we are always expecting at this time of the count. They leave that area and they go up the road, and you just get out of danger, because this is very close to the launch site. They go away.
Yeah, and as our danger van found out, it can be very dangerous that close to the launch pad. So it's great to see signs that all things are pointing to a launch in a little while. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about this mission, because a lot of going to space now is probably going to happen. So it's really about the coming back part that we are hoping to see here insofar as measuring success. And Adrian, one of the things that I read, I believe in your article, was that hot staging ring that we've always been talking about that got added onto the mission last time, that proved to be part of the problem, and I guess this time it's going to be jettisoned?
Yeah, so we don't know 100% if it was part of the problem. However, it will be jettisoned, which means SpaceX is tweaking something here, which at least gives us some indication. By the way, we see more of the giants venting here, just quickly pointing that out. That's more of the CO2 load, which is used as a fire extinguisher in the engine section. This is not yet frost-like propellant load, just pointing out while we see it. The difference is that SpaceX this time, basically right after the boost back burn, will jettison.
There you go.
The cars. Oh, there we go. The car's leaving.
The car's leaving.
The roadblock is clear. That's good. That's
it still probably comes there though.
Interesting. Maybe they block it off.
Well, yeah, it's okay. There comes.
But yeah, the hot staging ring will be jettisoned after the boost back burn, which most likely is coming down to the fact that the hot staging ring is a very heavy object. It's heavily reinforced. It's basically built to withstand a lot of thrust, because, well, that's what it's supposed to do, right? So that's a very heavy object at the very top of the booster, which is kind of like the opposite area of where you want your weight to be during a landing. Like, that's that's basically shifting the center of mass a lot higher than SpaceX probably wants. And with that introduces a lot of instability to the booster. So why they probably do this is to give this booster a higher chance of success and a higher chance of stability during the final moments of landing. But again, this is not confirmed in like any SpaceX report. It's just us and everybody in the Starship community basically looking at the indicators we have, and then from there out puzzling why they would do that.
And Alex, when we think about SpaceX and how they design things, they tend to launch often and see how far they can get with a particular design thesis, if you will, until it fails, and then they go back to the drawing board and look at it. And this hot staging ring was added after the initial design of booster. So do you think we will see an updated booster at some point that perhaps integrates this hot staging ring or whatever it might be in the future in a way that would allow it to be more integrated into the design and less likely to have to jettison something on the way back down?
Yeah, that is one thing that we have seen in recent months. Elon made that presentation in early April where he was like outlining sort of the upcoming updates to Starship, right? Starship version 2, Starship version 3, or Starship Block 2, Block 3, whatever you want to call it. I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, one is better than the other, or whatever. It's like, well, we have Falcon 9 V1.2, like version 1.2, Block 5, full thrust, whatever. Like, it's such a long name. But anyways, coming back to Starship, it is true that, we have that upcoming Starship version 2, and we have seen already parts, at least for the ships. We have not seen yet, or at least we believe we have not seen yet anything related with booster version 2. That may be coming down the line. It's not unheard of for SpaceX to do first changes on the second stage of the rocket and then the booster. We have seen that on Falcon 9 as well. But the expectation for that is that the booster will eventually get an integrated hot staging system, and sort of like very similar to Soyuz, for example, if you can think about that. And it'll also get taller, it'll have more propellant capacity, so overall it'll be, probably able to compensate the added mass from all of the retrofits, because as you were mentioning, it's not just the hot staging that they have added. We were having many hours ago, we were talking about all the changes on the vehicles, and one of them is precisely the many reinforcements that they have added to Booster 11, not necessarily as a result of Flight 3, because some of them were even present before Flight 2 happened. And so a lot of these are essentially adding a lot of weight, a lot of mass to the booster that was not planned when, this kind of landing tank, for example, was designed and things like that. So, hopefully we see in the future something like that. Maybe we'll see some kind of V1.5 version of the booster. I talk a lot with I'm sure a lot of people in chat probably know the Ring Watchers. They follow all of these tracking of different sections and things like that out at Starbase. And there's upcoming changes, right, to boosters and things like that. One of my theories, at the very least, this is not anything but that they have thought or anything, but at least one of my theories is that perhaps we're going to see some kind of 1.5 version kind of thing of the booster where it's very similar on the outside, but then on the inside it may have like a larger landing tank, for example, that can accommodate a landing while it has that hot staging ring, and then eventually we get that integrated hot staging ring with the version 2 of the booster, upgraded Raptors, like all of that jazz, all of the full kit essentially of upgrades that promised for version 2. We'll see. It's essentially a potential way of them to not have to eject the hot staging ring every single time. We'll get to see that. That's the exciting thing of this program, getting to see things.
Alex, I'm putting you on a spot here, by the way, and I'm totally injecting here, Lon, for a question, but we are now at 1 hour and 12 minutes before T0, and we have not seen, if I'm seeing correctly yet, either tower or pad vent. I don't want to be the bearer of at least potentially bad news, so I'm throwing it to you for doing it. But this but okay, I will say it. This T0 most likely won't hold, right?
It doesn't look like it. Normally the tower vent and the OLM vent come up around 90 minutes, 100 minutes before launch, essentially 1.5 hours, 140 hours before launch. I don't know if we can maybe pull up the timeline. Hang on. Oh, well, there you go. SpaceX is now saying now targeting 7:50 a.m. Central for launch of a Starship's
Oh,
fourth
there we
flight.
go.
Yes, weather
You heard
conditions
it
are
here
90%.
first.
Yep. And this
Like
is
I,
why
I
you have
literally
to.
got the notification right now. Weather conditions are 95% favorable. The webcast will go live 30 minutes. Yeah, whatever. So the thing is, we had that indication of, we are T minus 1 hour 11 minutes supposedly from that first T0 that Elon gave at 7:20. Now they have delayed 30 minutes, which means the two vents, the OLM vent and tower vent, will not come up then until at least minimum, at the very least, 1-2 minutes from now. So just because we didn't see the tower vent and the OLM vent at the times that we expected, we already predicted that this was going to be delayed, and well,
Here
there
we
you
go.
go.
Well, this is why you watch NSF, because everyone here knows what's going on and what's supposed to happen and when it doesn't happen,
there
you
you
know
go.
something's going on. There you go. So these are the things that we look for here at NSF to get an idea as to where we are at in the countdown. So in case you have been watching that clock up there, you did not enter a time dilation field. We actually had to increase the timer by 30 minutes to account for the new T0. But Adrian, there is a 2-hour window here that started at 7 a.m. Central Time and goes to 9 a.m. So there's some cushion here. Less of it now.
Yeah. With this delay, of course, already we knew from an Elon Musk tweet very early that they were already 20 minutes basically behind the opening of the window as early as this day started. So that was already confirmed. And now with them delaying another 30 minutes, we are 50 minutes into the window, but they have another 70 minutes in the window. So we are still fine. We are still fine. This is not yet a moment of panic, I would say. Again, we saw people going to the pad. We saw them at least performing some work. I think we saw a potential delay for a few minutes coming now for a few hours, where it was kind of always we like, yes, they are on track, but it seems like they're working on some things. So I think really this is expected, and don't be nervous yet. It just means we get to talk about Starship longer before it flies.
And there's a lot to talk about with Starship, isn't there? So there's always something new. And for those of us who've been following these events, when you look on the pad, it looks like the same Starship we have seen the last 4 times. But this is obviously a very different ship, a different booster. So Alex, what's significantly different here?
Well,
Or is it all inside, obviously?
yeah, a lot of the changes for this flight in terms of the booster, as I was mentioning, they had that issue with the filter blockage again. They have also those upgrades, those structural upgrades. They have changed a bit the hot staging ring. They have a 4th pin. Essentially, it's like a guiding pin that allows them to be able to, or we think that it allows them to be able to stack better. If you remember from flights 2 and 3, they had a few attempts to stack ship on booster where it didn't go well. Let's put it that way. And this pin in particular, so the hot staging ring up until this point, before this flight, it had 3 of these pins, and inside of these pins there's a clamp in the middle that joins together the 2 vehicles. On flight 1, there was no hot staging ring, but the top of the booster also has those 3 pins with the latches, and we all saw that those latches really do work because they kept together the whole
sure did.
stack as they tumbled through the atmosphere, right? So those work. It's not held by gravity or anything like it. There's clamps. The thing is, the fourth pin that they have added on this hot staging ring, though, it does not have a clamp on it. So we think that it's essentially just for guiding, because that it's like a triangle shaped kind of pin, and that helps them to be able to settle the ship in position. And well, in the 4 times that they have stacked the ship on top of the booster, the I didn't see anything weird. I didn't see any restacks or resettlings or something like that. So, it might be that the reason why it's been so smooth in terms of stacking the ship this time around. So
So
that's
a
one of
lot
the
of little
changes
changes.
that I think it's interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's funny how those little things get learned as they continue to develop these
yeah.
things, and why these test flights are so important, because this is how they design. They don't put it all in the computer and spit out a fully functional rocket. This is the process, and little things can lead to big problems too, I guess, along the way. And Adrian, a big part of this mission here is testing the thermal system. In other words, the heat shield tiles. Elon posted the other day that he said there's a lot of things underneath those tiles that are quite sensitive, and they don't think that losing a tile is obviously not a good thing. That it's one of the big challenges here in making this rocket not only reusable but rapidly reusable. We had noticed there were some tiles missing in the run-up to this week. Are those still not there?
Yeah, yes, and it, I believe, was confirmed on an account on a. I think there was it's a secondary account of Elon Musk he usually uses to talk about Diablo 4. That he confirmed that this is indeed for experiments. They are leaving them open on purpose to basically conduct experiments with the with the heating. And it's an interesting spot because these three open tiles, they are not in front of a tank section. Because that's, if you have a breach and you have an open hull in front of a tank section, well, that's bad. Probably you're basically at that point you have a leak in your tank. It's over.
Right.
But they are testing this in front of the engine skirt, which is an interesting because they can kind of gather some data here, and they maybe have some more wiggle room for the mission to survive a bit longer, transmit that data, maybe get even a bit further, because the first thing they will hit is a Raptor vacuum. A Raptor vacuum at the point of re-entry will no longer be needed. Raptor vacuums are only needed in the orbital phase, or in the space flight phase. During the flip and burn at the very end, the Raptor vacuum will not ignite anymore. So maybe they're hoping that it will work in some way and they can experiment some sorts of some data out of this. So yeah, quite an interesting thing going on, and once again showing really the emphasis that SpaceX puts on this heat shield, which is just basically the key aspect of what they need to get to know here. It's all about re-entry. Actually, this flight is kind of all about reusability. The second stage is mostly about, yeah, it's like the second stage is mostly about surviving the thermal heat. The first stage, it's all about the landing burn. So we are really in this part of the mission where SpaceX is like, okay, we got it into space, let's understand how to reuse it.
And it's easy to fling things into space, relatively speaking, but it's a lot harder to get them back and turn them around and relaunch them again, as they've been, as they found with the Falcon system, where that second stage, they initially had plans for reusing the second stage, and they haven't been able to get there. So this is the path to do that. We got a few minutes here, as we have extended out our T0 time. So I thought I would acknowledge some super chatters real quick and maybe take a couple questions from the audience here. We're looking at our panel. So Steve Pollock here with a $20 super chat. Thank you for the coverage, and thank you for your super chat here. I just lost another one there. I think it just popped on and popped off. But JC Davis here, there it goes. Thoughts on SpaceX creating an abort mode by introducing hot staging? This is a good question, actually. Eventually the plan is to put humans on these things, and there's no way to obviously eject from one of these rockets, and there's certainly no abort system in the sense that the entire system is largely integrated. So do you think the hot staging ring is for an abort purpose also? I guess it would be.
I came back, or I left when there was an hour and 20 minutes. I came back when when I left, there was an hour and 20 minutes left in the countdown, and I came back and there's an hour and 30 minutes left on the countdown. The new T0 is at 7:50. Ow. I gotta go back to the future. Morning, JDG. How are you?
With that kind of thing. It's becoming a very elementary part of the vehicle. I do
don't
not
leave
think
or
it
they
will
don't
be
launch.
different on crewed
Okay.
vehicles. I think SpaceX will go more down the way of flying this enough to fully understand it, and then making it just part of the identity of the vehicle. But I mean, in the end, it's just another way of staging, and as long as you're building it properly and proving that properly, that can work also for crew.
WB-57 is almost a Boker.
So there you go. And hot staging has been a hot topic here, and I think we'll be seeing a lot more of it. And we'll have some hot staging to look for today. Also, not only the hot staging, but the jettisoning of the hot staging ring, too. So we'll be looking for that in a little bit. Hey, I want to thank Ali Demersey, who just gifted 200 Red Team memberships. And whenever we do these Starship streams, we get a lot of new people tuning in. So a lot of you will be brought into the Red Team today thanks to the generous contribution here from Ali. So thank you very much for that. I'm trying to get it up on screen here. Once it pops up, there we go. So that one is 50, but he did 3 more of those. So thank you very much.
Dude, I tried to put in a bit when I was on this cast about what a WB-57 is, because they talked about the WB-57 and then it refused, like the conversation went in a different direction, and I was like, oh, okay, guess we're not doing that. So now nobody knows what 927 is. So in case anybody's wondering, this is NASA 927, or just November 927, November Alpha. It's a NASA plane that's designed for high altitude imaging. It kind of does look like a U-2, but this is not a U-2. This is a WB-57. The WB-57 is a variant of an RB-57. The RB-57, it was developed from the B-57, which is a Canberra bomber, which is an English electric Canberra bomber. So that WB-57 flying around it's old. It's a extremely hot rodded version of that. Yeah. So the WB-57 is equipped with a gimbal on the nose here, so they can image stuff at high altitude. It is this, in the past, I mean, NASA usually uses this thing for like weather imaging and stuff. But in this particular case, if we look at ADS-B right around Texas, there's November 927. They are going to just stay on station and fly around Starship, and they will image the launch. But yeah, they it never really got to saying anything about it. I tried to,
for the ship, and T-40 for
there's footage. There's
boosters,
WB-57 footage around
Which is
7. Yeah,
which is still crazy.
It's
just
crazy.
to
One
totally
launch.
piggyback on
about
that
an
comment
hour and a
here,
half.
because
Jake?
we are talking about a count.
How many of the last few launches failed? First one, I would say, failed pretty bad. It didn't make it into space. The second one didn't make it into orbit. Made it to space, but it didn't make it into orbit. The third one made it into orbit, but didn't come back down. So hopefully the fourth one gets a little bit further. SpaceX has been getting further and further every time. So I don't know. I don't think I'd really call them failures. This is rapid iterative testing. So unlike a test flight like the Starliner mission that's going on right now, the CFT-1 mission, you know, that test flight is more like a final exam at school, right? Where you ideally don't want anything going wrong. You don't want to learn anything new, you know, from your flight. Now, the starships, Starship is the flip side of that coin. You want to learn as much as you possibly can during these flights, during the rapid iterative testing, as opposed to all up testing. So you're seeing two sides of the same coin here. The coin of rocket testing.
Those will have accounted for something like twice the size of a tank farm for a normal rocket or something like that, right? Normal rocket, meaning something like Atlas, Falcon 9 or something like that. It will have meant something like that, like about the same size or even twice the size of any of those tank farms. So, and that's like...
Is there anything we can do about the fake SpaceX YouTube streams? SpaceX doesn't stream on YouTube, Snake. That's what you can do about it. SpaceX doesn't stream on YouTube. You see a SpaceX stream on YouTube, it's not real. It's that simple. Report them. Yeah, you could do that, I guess.
Appreciate how big it is until you're standing next to it, right? I mean, it's what, 30 feet in diameter?
Yep,
Yes,
five,
it's
that will be 9
Go ahead.
meters diameters for
Yeah, sorry.
for, for the
Yes.
for the metric guys, which is us.
it's always the problem if because rockets have the tendency to stand next to big things. So, for example, this rocket stands next to a giant tower and giant tanks. So,
Yep.
how to to understand the scale is
This rocket is very, very hench, very jocular rig. Look at the jocularity that's going on here with this. They're probably getting view-botted, Snake. Needs to be more pointy. So there's that. there's that. Oh, look, there's a Jack Byer. Jack Byer isn't 2 meters tall.
division. But
Yeah.
look at that.
I mean,
It's-
poor Jack.
It's
like,
big.
you know, what about all the bacon that Jack eats? Does that have is there a graphic for that?
Yeah,
And by the way,
I can
that's
confirm
a-
Jack Byer is actually not 2 meters, by the way.
and
Yeah,
that's what
he's
he runs on. He runs on bacon. I
smaller.
run on coffee, and and Starship runs on methane. But that's a great.
And America runs on Duncan.
It's the old
And when
F.
you,
There's
yeah,
not
that's
rocket
just the.
on top of
That's not even the
That's
rocket.
just the launch mount.
That's
Can you
just what it's
imagine
sitting
having
on.
to get up?
Nice of them to include a London bus. Nah. London bus, harbor. That's where it belongs. Is Das still around? Godnukes Das hosted this cast. Basically while I was asleep. I left and he came in there, and then when he left it in Lon's capable hands. Yeah, he was in here earlier. Right now, Das is probably running around everywhere to make sure that all the cameras are good to go. Yeah, he's around. He's actually helping me with the car streaming setup. I'm sorry, man. I can't talk. This doing 3 hours of sleep back to back 2 nights in a row. It's my brain does not like this. It does not like it. I'm kind of forcing it to do it. It does not like it. I'm having trouble reading good. Derek Zoolander School for Kids Who Can't Read Good. You get used to it. Yeah. Yep. It's no good. It's no good. It's no good. No, the mind is willing, but the brain is weak and spongy. The body is willing, but the brain is weak and spongy. No. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Time to drink coffee straight from the pot. I got a little more kick than coffee today. How's Starliner? There is some helium leaks, but helium leaks with the drag boxes, but they isolated the thrusters,
off
guys.
the pad, and I was surprised by how large it looked 3
We'll
miles
see what
away.
happens when they go to
And
dock.
so
That
this
should be
rocket's even
after
larger
Starship.
than that. So those of you who are lucky enough to be in Texas right now, at the hopefully at the safe distance that you need to be at, are going to get quite the show because it's so big that it is quite visible from where you might be located there.
Okay, I'm seeing some comments about the Big Ben.
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna say there's a caveat fix. He's a British guy, so just saying.
it's the
whatever
Elizabeth
you
Tower,
have.
right?
Yeah, something along those lines. I
You're
see
not wrong,
the comment
Passing.
already.
It absolutely will.
It was a British guy, the one that did the graphics. So
Also, quickly,
with it.
like pointing out, the diameter of the rocket also gets quickly lost in scale because it's such a high rocket that you think it's rather thin, right? It's like a not that big of a diameter, and then you notice standing next to when I was in Boca last year, there was a ring section outside of the rocket garden that like a scrap ring section that was laying there, and then you notice these are 9 meters in diameter, like. The diameter is also crazy. It's completely insane how wide this rocket is. While also, and there we see, by the way,
we
what
have
channel? Oh, I see it.
fuel
there
and
you
vent
go.
and tower vent. We have both vents already coming up.
Let's go.
And so that gives us some confidence here
baby.
that this 1 hour and 20 minutes countdown here to a T0 is on schedule, if we're seeing that.
At the
That's a
very
good
least,
sign.
within 10 minutes. Yeah, it might still shift a little bit, but we have that OLM and tower vents already going off, so that is really good.
And that also means we'll start seeing a lot of frost building up on the side of the rocket, and we will therefore see a nice cloud of the humidity there, right? We're going to be condensing a lot of the humidity in the air back into basically a foggy mist at the base of that in a little bit. But that's good to see some venting happening there. So we are about 1 hour. And
What's the payload? What payload capacity has this configuration to low Earth orbit? SpaceX hasn't figured out the payload bay yet. If you could put something in the payload bay has been welded shut. If you could put payload in here, it could probably move. I don't know. It's like, what is it? Anywhere between 50 and 100 tons, which is pretty nuts.
This condition.
I'm always venting gas. Yeah, I know you are. I need to poop.
A set time. I'm actually, always kind of checking my spreadsheets and sort of what is the usual time. Normally it's about 45 minutes, more or less, a bit here and there. But yeah, it's never
Yeah, ice doesn't add
exactly
much
one
on that.
single time, because sometimes they need a little bit more conditioning, a little bit less. The things that actually are more on time, or at least within a minute,
He said more.
are when they go into the propellant load sequence, and then we start seeing those signs of
the light is
propellant
shining
load.
through.
And so that is one thing that we're hoping to see here. One of the signs that we get for the propellant load sequence is that OLM vent eventually stops.
Who knows the distance from the ground to the outer atmosphere? 62 miles.
You always see before any propellant load sequence for the booster, and then it stops, and that indicates they've started the liquid oxygen load sequence, which for this, I think it is T-minus 37 minutes for Flight 4. So we're going to see that. Also, the subcoolers here in view, well, not in view right now, but it's like behind there. We will see some lot of venting coming out from them when they start the methane load as well. The tower vent will continue venting for a little while, then sort of like weaken a little bit, stay there like idle, then come back very powerful, this big plume coming out of the tower. Once it stops, then that is liquid oxygen load onto the ship, which I think it is T-minus 47.
I think that was the Pope.
I don't have it in front of me, so I'm doing off the top of my head. But I wrote about it like 3,000 times this week, so I think it's starting to get tattooed in my brain, so to speak.
And here's a question that came in via a store message from Trapper about the cadence we might see rolling forward here. Because Adrian, one of the things that I read about this week is that the FAA is redefining or perhaps reinterpreting what a mishap might mean insofar as what SpaceX would have to do to investigate something going wrong on this mission. So we might see probably a faster cadence to ship or to Flight 5 here, given what we're seeing from the FAA.
Yeah, they so the correspondence with the FAA on this flight has been a bit different from previous flight, and the latest update we got is exactly that the that there are certain circumstances in, especially during re-entry, where the FAA would not conduct a mishap investigation and do not consider this as a mishap. This comes down also after this whole safety investigation they had instead of closing the mishap report. So it seems that the FAA is kind of clearing certain patterns and certain things for like as a non-danger to safety. So that's what apparently is happening here. And yeah, that seems to be the case also for these certain re-entry patterns where they would lose a ship, which would technically always by standards trigger a mishap investigation, but they are basically excluding certain scenarios as the mishap.
And Alex, the as I'm watching some boats float around here, it looks like they're clearing out the some of the area there to keep the boaters away from.
That's not a inexpensive aircraft. Damn. 680 latitude. That's a nice plane.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I was on to Dad. 613 sub. What is it? It's a Citation 680. Latitude. That's an expensive airplane. It's nice. He's nice. What else we got up here? Is the guy crop dusting? What's that? 66 PA 30. All right. 88 Cessna 550 Citation. Cool. Yeah, that Citation 680 Latitude is brand new. That's a brand new airplane. That's the 680 Citation Latitude is that. So that's a private jet that could like fly anywhere. It's pretty nuts. Just on a side note. Hey Malone, what's going on? Someone 3 days ago, that guy, November 853 Bravo, just flew over and around Boca Chica, it looks like. Figured it'd be a charter, but somehow it managed to be less neat. It's better than what Cleater bought. He had that Dassault, the Dassault Falcon 2. That thing, Tessa, that thing's junk. Like, junk. We got NASA flying a WB-57 over Brownsville. Oh, yeah? Another push. Uh-oh. It's better than the plane that I don't have. Yeah, that's that's a good point. Is there an option for private planes to be off the radar publicly? No. If you want to fly above 1,000 feet, you need to have a transponder. If you don't have a transponder, you will find some fighter planes near you very quickly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, they'll find you. And you will have fighter planes over you very, very fast. Gonna have a bad time. I think Starbase might be trying to breathe life back into the game. Have you browsed info and are you interested in the game? I know they're trying to bring it back, Blue 7. I'm interested in Starship right now. I'm sorry, I don't have much bandwidth for rational thought. My brain is... I hate you, Prominent. Not doing very well. Go for docking with Starliner. Mission manager this morning met and polled for the Boeing Starliner spacecraft to dock to the space station at 12:15 p.m. Eastern today. They've reviewed the vehicle status and continue monitoring manifold leak rates. Cool.
Event. We had a mini tour and look inside the Starliner. Not on camera just yet, but we'll have that video as soon as they dock to the International Space Station. But we heard pilot Sonny Williams go over suit donning and the importance of that, as well as looking around inside the Starliner a little bit. Again, we'll have that video down as we dock to the International Space Station. We're looking for docking to occur at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time.
Tell Rendezvous that we are getting our game faces on early.
Yeah, baby.
We will let him know. He's doing handover right now.
Yeah, cooking. I'm kind of conserving energy. Let's just say that EJ's in low power mode right now. Well, Bull hasn't made it yet. It's going to get there at noon time. Is this an earlier docking than planned? No, pretty much exactly on the timeline. I said it once, I'll say it again. There's a reason why they built a 24-hour coast. I gotta sneeze. There's a reason why they built in a 24-hour coast into this. If there is any weird stuff going on, any funnies, they can figure out what's happening and then, you know, make the call for docking or not. He sees it like a turbo. Yeah, it's a turbo. It's the blow-off valve. You know,
Discovery,
like,
go at throttle up.
turbochargers. Well, Cherokee, you don't show up to ISS flight operations wearing a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? You just don't do that. I mean, dude, I said this once, I'll say it again. If I worked at Johnson Space Center as a flight controller, I'd be wearing a suit every day. Suit and black tie every day. Every day, no hats, no nothing. You know? I'd wear a tie. Yeah, Carlina, you wear a tie if you got to walk in there. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. No dinner wear Stetson. Don't wear your hat indoors. Do you see anybody wearing hats here? Notice that none of them are wearing red shirts. If you know, you know. If you worked at Space Center, it would be EJSC. It'd be Eric Johnson Space Center. Yeah, you know, that's a good point. Anyway, let's go back over here. Oh, we have a vidya.
Restriction for this flight. So yeah, we're trying to play by the rules, folks.
That's not a vidya. That's a drone.
But you know, if
You're just joining us, we are live in the
that
White
way,
Flight
that
Control
direction
Room,
you see there, that's
currently
where the
being
launch
used
pad
as the
is.
Boeing Mission
There's a
Control
little bit of
Room
haze,
today.
but
At
should be
the,
clearing up.
So,
I don't know. Again,
remember this whole
live, but we'll see.
remember this whole
Hey, Bob,
thing
what's
that
going
Lon
on?
just said about the crazy things we can do because of your support? Well, how about that? That's one
How
of
about
these
that?
crazy things that we can do.
Exactly.
How
And it gets
about-
crazier each time. And
How about that? Cash me in RGV. How about that?
acknowledgments as we roll our way through here. So I was looking. If you look
Ah,
on this
there we
drone
go.
footage, gentlemen, there we go. Is
That's
that
our site.
danger trailer? So there,
Yeah.
that's our
That's-
spot. So
That's our site. That's the
river
river
site.
site, as we call it, which
Yeah.
where we now fly. Oh, this
Are
is
we?
interesting.
Ooh, we're
going in.
flying.
Oh, this is cool.
we're coming
We're
in
gonna
hot.
have like
Yeah,
a
that's-
like a in the field flyover.
You can see the amount of cars here that from the team that are there. This is just
Is the van still
basically-
there?
Yeah, I think so. This is just behind the behind the hard roadblock.
Oh, dear
Basically,
Lord,
and
it's
there
still
you can
there.
see them all.
Wave at the camera if you're listening to us.
There we
Hello.
go. Hey, they're waving. Hey, there they are. And they've
This is
been out
amazing.
here all night. They have not.
That's I think that's S Master and Jack over there for sure. Yep, there's Sean's new car. The Jeep. The Jeep's been retired. And then there was Yax, a Land Rover.
The scale.
That's your launch simulator. Look how fast that goes.
That was the
Yeah,
van,
this is
yeah,
just to
that was the
confirm.
van.
This is outside of the TFR and operated by a commercial drone pilot. So we did our homework here. Everything is exactly as you're allowed to do it, and this is
go,
outside of
there
the TFR with a commercial drone pilot. So just to confirm that here on air.
And we're going to get some awesome footage from that drone, no less, and hopefully in about an hour and 6 minutes. So we're getting closer to T0. Alex, what's going on at the pad right now? We see venting. Are we fueling now, or are we in that pre-fueling phase?
Well, right now we should not be in the fueling phase, even if they were to still target 7:50 a.m. Central,
Stream
because
is a bit
that
loud
would mean
compared to you,
we
BT
will be
dubs.
very, very ahead of the game.
How's that? Is that better? Oh wait, it's gone. Hold on.
About 10
you
minutes
gotta
ago
unmute
at
it
the
first.
T-minus 1 hour and 15-minute mark. And the thing with the Starship
What's the flight
and
plan
pretty
for
much
today?
every other
Well, the flight plan
SpaceX
is
flight
to
lately
go
is
up.
that we don't have an access to the countdown feeds, right? And so we are right now just waiting
Okay,
either
making
for
crappy jokes.
certain
That means I'm starting to wake up.
vents and
That is a good
other
sign.
indicators to
Yep.
come up,
Yep.
essentially saying, okay, now it's the time to go for propellant load and things like that, or SpaceX themselves posting on X that they are indeed going for propellant load.
Yeah, Dax.
If they don't do that,
they're a little bit behind on the
have those,
timelines, but that's okay.
Signs, those,
Look, someone ordered a hat.
vents
Woo!
and everything that we can look for, and
Oh, God.
try to
I
figure
gotta
out
burp.
whether we are
I can't-
indeed.
I can't
loaded or
guarantee
not.
that I'm.
The first time that any propellant will
I'm
be
good.
loaded
I'm good.
onto
I'm good.
Starship
We're good. We're
will
good.
be at T-minus 49 minutes. That is when the ship fuel load will start. That is the liquid methane load
Whoa!
onto the
Alright.
ship. And so we are essentially.
What targets does
in
SpaceX
theory,
have for the ship to
and
deem it a
the
success?
Starship team is go for prop load from SpaceX.
I have a question.
right
Is
now.
this the part
So-
where I tell you exactly what they want to do, and then you decide what the test objective is later when it doesn't do exactly what I said? Is this that part, Sig? They're trying to get ship 29 past peak heating. For Starship, obviously get up into space, do a controlled reentry. Last time the Starship was spinning out of control during reentry. Obviously you don't want that. And then the booster definitely had some problems during descent. Very, very interesting control issues. And it exploded, and then what was left of it hit the water going about Mach 1. Now, don't get me wrong, they're not trying to recover either one of these things, but they are trying to get them relatively back down towards the ground intact. That is the stretch goal. The goal is to get on orbit and get this thing at least a good deal of the way through reentry before it pops. Now, I didn't say this on the NSF cast when I was on there a little bit earlier. I thought that, I think it'll make it, but, like, this reentry is going to be a little bit sketch. It's a little sketchy, but who knows? We'll see. Will you be rejoining the NSF commentary? Nope. The professionals are in there now. That's not me. You're a bit sketchy. Mom's a bit sketchy. They want to hit the water on their terms. Yes, yes, AC. That's a good way to say it. Is Mach 1 normal for re-entry? The booster hitting the ground going Mach 1, Nolarand, is not what you want. Yeah, that it's a funny story. No. Now, with that being said, Starship, if we get a flight today, really, really hope, because if we don't, that means I will not be able to cover this. Well, that would suck. If we get a flight today, Starship, if it gets up into space, it will hit the atmosphere going Mach 25. Yeah. Entry, descent, and landing is pretty rough. We are go for hamster prop load.
What we're seeing is a bit of an overcast sky, but I'm guessing that's going to burn off because the weather is, 95% favorable here, so the weather's an issue.
Yeah, the
Actually,
SpaceX has confirmed.
I'll just say it. Like Adrian and Alex, I love those guys. Lon is one hell of a commentator. He's very good. He's a very, very, very good host. That's the guy that's hosting the NSF cast right now, Lon Seidman. He's very good. He's a great commentator. Super freaking professional. I really, really appreciate the because, like, dude, here's the thing. He's a great host. He can carry the conversation and keep the pacing. Like, when like, guys, here's the thing. Little lesson on this if you want to do this. Like, if you want to get into this kind of industry and stuff. Like, all right, you're not just hosting the stream. So, like, I hosted Flame Trench last week. It was okay. When you're the host, you have to focus on pacing the interview. Right? Which is funny because I'm usually the guy that doesn't do that. I just go with the flow, right? But when you're doing a syndicated cast, right? Like this Starship coverage, you have certain segments, you have videos to show, you have different camera angles to show. Keeping the pacing of the show as a live host is something that's hard to do and also provide insightful commentary at the same time. I give the NASA PAOs a lot of crap. Like, they misspeak, they say stuff from time to time, but I also say in the same breath, like, dude, it is really easy to screw up. Like, it's like playing Tetris, it's really easy to just have the big long piece and try to get the big long piece into the spot where you can get 4 lines all at once and then miss. Like, it's very easy to do that, especially with controlling the pacing of an interview, or the pacing of a show. I must say, like, the people that make it look seamless, it's a lot harder than it seems. It's very difficult. Boosters and yeah. So, like, we give them crap, but also that's really, really, really hard to do. They make it look a lot more seamless than it actually is. Yeah, that's right. That's the right way to say that. Going from the guy that derails the stream to the guy that keeps it on the rails, multi-talented. It's hard to do, Warped. It's difficult. But yeah, I will say that Lon does a fantastic job. He's a pro. Very good commentator. I'd love to commentate a launch with him. Yo, is that 16 Sierra that I saw in there? Just stop and look at that beautiful rocket. Not because it is easy, but because it is hard. Yep. Yep. It's a monster. I still can't believe this thing exists. This is like a pipe dream. You get it because it's pipe shaped. I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much. Anyway, you still going to Boca for your road trip? Yeah, alleviate probably. Voodoo, I appreciate the effort put in by streamers as well. I have enough to get affiliate easy, but I've never streamed. Mainly because I'm not sure how if I could stay engaged for that long. When you're doing a long format live stream, you go with the flow. That is the key to doing long streams. You go with the flow. So that might mean people get tired of you. So log off. You can... Okay, this is gonna sound really stupid, but in the very similar way that like a stand-up comedian would work the crowd, right? And you keep the crowd going, and then when it's time to shut the stream off, it's time to shut the stream off, right? Like I try to go for about 10 hours. I try to carry it for about 10 hours, and then after 10, chat starts to slow down. People start going to sleep. That's when it's time to cut it. SpaceX is live in 22 minutes. Yeah, baby, here we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nightmare. 3 years. Let's celebrate with a launch. 36 months, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Yep. Get ready. If the goal is peak heating, why are they sending up the ship without all the tiles? I guess that's an experiment for different types of thermal protection systems, Dino, from what I understand. Weather's looking good, Hypersonic. They just moved it up to 710, so 15. There we go. You might not see a full stack, but you would definitely see Pad B construction. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly, Phil. I got my Flight 4 NSF patch just in time. Go Starship. Yeah, baby. Weather guy. Why? Thank you. Is SpaceX still open source? I mean, SpaceX doesn't patent things on purpose, McGillicuddy. Now, they do that for a couple of different reasons. One, if you file a patent, that means your ideas are kind of published, and it's easier for people to steal them. If you don't publish your ideas and you say open source, right, then you don't need to file anything. Yeah, it's very weird, right? Because if you register something with the patent office has to publish the patent, and the patent has a somewhat simplified blueprint of what you're trying to do, but more or less a semi-technical drawing, right? So the weird thing is that if you want to protect your IP, you don't register, you don't file a patent in this day and age. Is that weird or what? Yeah, Voodoo, I think, well, we're getting ready for fueling here. That thing doesn't have any fuel in it, but see these vents that are going on right here? Sorry, I had to switch the scenes. I'm still waking up. It's going to take a second, but I'm getting there. We're letting the caffeine do its thing. We're letting the caffeine brew it up. We're spooling that turbo. You want to keep it as yours or prove it's yours? There you go, right? You're the only one that gets it? What do you mean, third? I mean, I guess, yeah. See this big vape cloud right here? That means that they are thermally conditioning the lines. That's something that you have to do. This is the vent for the fuel lines that lead to the second stage, that lead to Starship. You have to absolutely make sure that there's no atmosphere left in these lines. You want to fill the lines up basically up until here with fuel and oxidizer. And in order to do that, you got to vent out any atmosphere that's there. They also have to do what's called thermal conditioning. They have to thermally condition the pipes. You can't flow cold propellants through a warm pipe. Now, I know what people are going to say. EJ, it's Texas. The sun isn't up yet. The pipes are, what do you mean? The pipes aren't like, how hot could the pipes possibly be? Well, it's not that the pipes are particularly hot. It's probably, what's the METAR saying for Brownsville? Let's take a look. What's the weather like down there in very southern end of Texas? So we have winds 5 knots from the south-southeast, visibility 6 miles, overcast 2,000 feet, broken clouds at a height of 900. Humidity 100%, temperature 27 C. So it's pretty warm down there for the morning. I mean, it is South Texas, so I mean, yeah, 27 C. It's pretty warm. It's 27 C to 100% humidity. Frick that place, dude. No, thank you. Oh, I was gonna say, but anyway. 27C. So liquid oxygen, for instance, exists as a liquid at minus 197. So we're talking about over a 200 Celsius delta here. That's a lot. That's why they got to thermally chill down these pipes. They got to thermally condition them. You can see that one of them already is, because if you look at the pipe right by my mouse cursor, see one of them is white and the other one's not. This one is darker. That one doesn't have anything in it yet. This one does, though. The one that has all the ice on it. The pipe has to be cold. Once the pipe gets thermally conditioned, you can initiate fast fill. You don't want to move cryogenics quickly through this pipe because it'll exchange the heat with the pipe. Bad idea. That can create pneumatic pressurization in your lines. There's this phenomenon that happens with water called geysering. Yeah, you don't want geysering. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, we don't want that. So, yeah, basically the liquid oxygen could compress the gases to the point where you exceed the pressure rating on the pipe, and the pipe just pops like a balloon. Is the izzards and the gizzards. -197 is nitrogen, isn't it? I don't know. Hey, John Krause. Hold on.
You sound great up there. You're like in the next room. So we've been talking about this Starship as being, you know, it's almost like watching it for the first time every time.
It feels
you
like
photograph just about every rocket that takes off anywhere you can get to. How does it feel for you? I mean, you've seen this before, but does this always feel this way to you too?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Flight 4, it's still early on in this program. It's a developmental program, and every flight they're making progress. They're trying new things. So it still feels like we're in the infancy of seeing these vehicles fly. So I'd say it never gets old. You know, Falcon Cape we're seeing every, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, maybe one a week at worst lately. So, the cadence here, it's ramping up, but it's still every couple months we're seeing a flight. So it's definitely exciting.
I don't think so, Sean.
And fortunate to be here.
And you've photographed quite a lot. And let me ask you this: you see one rocket launch, you've seen them all. Creatively, what do you think about when trying to come up with some new idea to share with your audience?
I always look for if there's some sort of novelty in any given launch, right? So, just as an example, Artemis 1, right? It's our sort of beginning of our return to the moon in the 21st century. And the moon was out for that launch. After it delayed a couple times, it slipped into nighttime and the moon was up.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, why not incorporate the moon? So I was able to line that up and get, the rocket crossing by the moon. So anytime I can sort of tie in an obvious novelty or aspect of a mission, that's great. For Starship specifically, one thing I'm trying to do is, and I may not be able to do it in these coming flights, but I'm trying to watch everyone from a new spot. So for the first one, I was down near Isla Blanca Park. The second one, I was over on the other side with the NASA space flight team. The third one, I was actually up in the air.
Prop load is underway for SpaceX. There we go. All right. See the pipes are chilled down. See what I'm talking about? See how it looks like there's ice on it? It's because there is. Hey. So today is the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings, Operation Overlord, where the Allies, England, France, the United States, and elements from Poland, even though Poland was more flying in the air. Polish folks were more flying in the air than anything. And Canada, and New Zealand and Australia invaded mainland Europe, turning the tide and opening up a second front in World War II. That was basically the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany, which that was probably a good thing. Anyway, probably by probably I mean yes, yes, it's a good idea. So, like I said, guys, it's important to understand your history. I always make it a thing on stream. Excuse me. I always make it a thing on this stream to remember important dates from the past. D-Day, Pearl Harbor, May 8th. That's important. August 15th. These are important days and to remember. Because like I said, it's important to understand your history to appreciate what's going on in the future. Get some rest. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. The fog should clear up, guys. Anyway, so sorry, don't mean to get too preachy here, but you are about to embark on a great crusade into space. November 17th for Czechoslovakia. Yep. They did voodoo. That's right. You know what day September 17th is. It's lesser known, but I still think you'd be down. It's maybe if I was not on 3 hours of sleep, but yeah. If you understand history, it removes the mystery from the future. Constitution Day. Yeah, that's kind of important. We should peacefully invade Mars. Yeah, I agree. Boy, John has a lot to say here.
It's not a perfect flight. This is a developmental program, and they've made that very clear for a reason. So, as they say, data is key, and hopefully they learn a lot, whatever happens.
And it gives
hopefully
us
we see it.
That's right. That's right. It looks like it's still a little foggy over there. So the weather, nonetheless, is 95% go. So the slippage of the T0 time here might be burning some of that fog off and giving you a better view. But we know you've got planning to do here to get your shots, because you only get one shot every time one of these goes up, or maybe a couple of clicks of the shutter before it goes out of sight. So we'll let you get back to work there. Where can people find your work if they wanted to check out some of the things you've photographed?
Thanks for the opportunity to plug. John Cross Photos on X, and then johncrossphotos.com is where you can see my work, both from today and the last decade or so. And I just want to say thank you guys both for having me and for the incredible work you do. Hearing you guys talk about, when the venting stops on the tower and when stuff gets loaded, it's just incredible that you guys track this stuff. And being around your team today and seeing the stream architecture you have to enable this is inspiring. And
thanks,
it's a great service to the community, as I think Eric Berger wrote earlier. So just want to thank you guys, and good luck with the stream today.
And thank you, and we look forward to seeing what you captured today. And that fog will be gone. Trust me, it'll be clear. Hopefully,
it's clearing as we speak.
Skies. All right, we'll let you get
guys.
back to work there. And thanks for joining us, John Krause, launch photographer. Does some great work, and it's always great to have all the different folks who make up our fun community of space enthusiasts join us to talk about things. So it's kind of fun. And
so as the sun comes up, what it's going to do is basically evaporate all these clouds. So right now you have clouds at 9,000. You have low overcast clouds at 9,000, at 900 feet and 2,000 feet. As the sun comes up, all these clouds are going to evaporate. You should be a nice day. Like I said, the weather is going to be about 80% go, or no, 90% go, I think. So, it should be a nice clear day here. Just give it another like 30 minutes for the sun to come up over there in Texas, and yeah, it'll instantly evaporate everything. Dew point. What'd you just say to me? You're dew. Oh, we got frost. Oh yeah.
There it goes. You can actually almost see it moving up the side there.
Yep.
So we've got a very fast rate of fill. Now, what goes in first, Alex?
Well, on the ship, it is first the fuel, essentially the methane, and then the liquid oxygen. This is the frost that you see there.
If you guys want to get perspective here and scale, there's a little staircase right there to help get at the umbilicals. See the stairs? Yeah. And if you look at the railings on the quick disconnect arm, yeah, that right there is 1 story. So my mouse cursor right there is about 1 story tall. Starship is huge. It's on a scale that's just, it's really hard to convey with pictures. You gotta go and see it. And I'm taking my own advice in a week.
Was an hours-long activity, and we had all the drama related to leak.
All right, so I'm gonna leave it off there, and I will switch over here to the. There we go. The SpaceX coverage. How'd you sleep? About this good. 35-story building, Carva. Hey, look at that, Carva. Every pie, baby. This is for the week. Yeah. Hit it, Greggs. Hit it. Yeah, the sugar-free tastes weird. I can't drink 2 16-ounce Red Bulls with sugar in them. That's not good for you. It's fine when you're 25. It's not fine when you're 35. Get ready for the intro. You're gonna like it. No toothpicks. I swore those off, crap. Yeah, guys, I got about 3 hours last night or this morning of sleep, and then I got like 2 hours after the Starliner launch, and then 3 hours before the Starliner launch. So in the past 48 hours, I think I've been able to string together non-consecutively about 7 to 8 hours of sleep in the past 48. I'm waiting for the shoe to fall. I'm gonna be sitting here and I'm gonna be like, this is awesome. Oh, you know. I'm waiting for my body to be like, okay, you need to stop now. It's time to stop. It's time to stop, okay? It's time to stop. It's time to stop. Hey, boo! Emergency shutdown. It is now safe to power off your EJ. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, when you're 25, you can do stuff like this and be, you know, just be a little bit tired. When you're 35, man, it wrecks you. There is a big difference. There's a big difference. It's only a 10-year gap, and holy crap. My body does not like this. It is not happy with your boy right now. The old 3-body problem. SMH, what kind of synth doesn't have extra fusion cores ready to go? I got my fusion core right here. I'll give you a fusion core. You're 45 and can deal with it. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm good. I'm just kind of waiting for when I'm gonna be not good. You know? Bluegill. Morning, sir. It's a good day to launch. Morning. L plus over 30 plus bozo. And don't worry, the L's coming to you. Punk kid. Is 35 enough where I can call people in their 20s? You bunch of punks, get off my lawn. Am I good? Are we good enough for that threshold? Kung Pao Jeff, this is great. I just did a 12-hour shift at work, and now I get to see a historical launch. Thanks for the hard work. I try, man. Am I in the threshold? Can I yell at kids for being on my lawn? Am I old enough to do that? Because I'll trade that for not being able to do like this. I'll trade that. Get off my lawn! Yep, and you can help other people back into parks using hand signal. Yeah! All right. Let's go, dude. Oh, wait, I can't say that. I'm excited about this. I have a very big lawn, actually, username. Yeah. I'm a teacher and we have a remote conference today. Starts at 9. Perfect timing. Yeah. Notifier check. Did Predominant just gift the sub to get off my lawn? Yep. Okay. Oh, damn, third. All right. Oh, here we go. Drop base.
Good morning. You're looking at a live view of Starship as we await its 4th flight test from Starbase, Texas, also known as the Gateway to Mars. Thanks for tuning in. We're excited to be joining you once again from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. As you can tell, the crowd is getting excited behind us. We're here in front of Mission Control Center. Now, we are targeting liftoff at 7:50 a.m. Central Time in just over 30 minutes from now. It's been roughly 2.5 months since our last Starship flight test, and the turnaround time between these tests just keeps getting shorter and shorter.
Today, we hope to surpass what we achieved in Flight Test 3 in March. Our primary goal is to get through the extreme heat of Starship reentry, which is no easy feat. As with all of our flight tests, our goal is to collect as much data as possible. Every flight gets us another step closer to a fully operational Starship. Starship is the most powerful vehicle ever developed and the first design of a rocket that is capable of making life multiplanetary.
Starship will allow us to land humans on the moon again after more than half a century, fly the heaviest payloads ever flown, and ultimately fly humans further into space than ever before. Getting there will require us to fly frequently, which is why we're producing so fast. We already have hardware built and are preparing for our next several flights.
But the most important thing about Starship is that it's designed to be fully and rapidly reusable and, of course, reliable. We've been designing from day one to realize a vision of having an entire city of people on Mars, something we know will take launching millions of pounds of cargo and equipment into space spread across thousands of launches.
The faster we can learn now, the faster we can improve and evolve Starship to achieve this vision. And that brings us to today's flight test, the 4th of many that will get us one step closer to Mars. But before we dive into the details of today's test, let's do a quick rewind and talk about our last integrated flight test, Flight 3.
Here, listen to the recap, guys.
Lifted off at 8:25 a.m. Central Time from Starbase, Texas. It cleared the launch tower and went on to accomplish several major milestones and firsts. All 33 Raptor engines on the Super Heavy booster started up successfully and completed a full duration 2-minute and 41-second ascent burn.
Then we saw our second ever hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and then igniting the ship's 6 Raptors to create separation. Next, Super Heavy completed its flip maneuver and ignited the 13 center engines for the boost back burn to send it towards its splashdown point in the Gulf of Mexico. All 13 engines ran successfully until 6 engines began shutting down, triggering an early end to the boost back.
After descent, we attempted the first ever Super Heavy landing burn, which uses the same 13 center engines that we used on boostback. Since 6 of those experienced the early shutdown in the boostback burn, we attempted the landing burn with the remaining 7 Raptors, and 2 of those 7 reached main stage ignition. In the end, contact was lost with the booster at approximately 462 meters in altitude over the Gulf of Mexico, just under 7 minutes into the mission.
Post-flight data reviews showed that the early boost back burn shutoff was most likely caused by filter blockage where oxygen is supplied to the engines. We saw a similar issue on Flight 2 and had added hardware to mitigate it, which worked to get us to our first ever landing burn attempt.
Now for today's flight,
I don't mean to interrupt them real quick, but there was footage from the Super Heavy landing that we hadn't seen. There was footage looking up at the grid fins during landing. We hadn't seen that footage before, to my knowledge.
To the Flight 3 ship, we saw all 6 Raptor engines start successfully and powered the vehicle to space, marking the first time we completed its full ascent burn.
While coasting, we completed some additional objectives, including the opening and closing of the payload door. We also transferred propellant between tanks inside the ship, which is a key test as we prepare for full ship-to-ship prop transfers in the future. Once we were into our coast, though, the ship gradually lost the ability to control its attitude or orientation, which is done with smaller thrusters around the spacecraft.
As a result, the vehicle experienced some unplanned rolling. It still flew on the planned trajectory, but losing attitude control triggered the flight computer to skip a planned relight of a single Raptor engine while on orbit. And then the moment that we all had been looking forward to for so long, as you can see here, the ship's re-entry from space. This was the first time that we were able to get real live flight data on things like heating and vehicle control during hypersonic re-entry, of which we will talk more about later.
Not having attitude control meant both protected and unprotected areas saw heating much higher than anticipated. But we were able to get live, high-definition views and real-time data during entry thanks to Starlink terminals on the ship, which itself was a widely successful test. This gave us confidence that we'll continue to get unparalleled insight into the ship's re-entry in order to rapidly improve.
And as they say, all good things must come to an end. And for Flight 3, this occurred when contact with the ship was lost at approximately 65 kilometers in altitude, roughly 50 minutes into the mission. After reviewing data from the flight, we found the most likely cause of the unplanned rolling seen during the ship coast phase and re-entry phase was blockage of valves that help control the smaller attitude control thrusters.
We upgraded these to make them more resilient and added some additional thrusters for redundancy. Overall, we learned a tremendous amount from that last flight, and capping it off with those re-entry views was truly an exciting end to the mission.
Incredible.
So back to today's test. Today's mission profile is similar to Flight 3, but we have new test objectives, the first of which is getting through the extreme heat of re-entry.
Turns it down.
About 27 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase.
Just a little
more
bit.
than 2.5 minutes into flight, the Super Heavy booster will separate from the ship in a hot stage separation, meaning that it'll light its engines while still attached to a partially lit booster. The booster will perform a flip maneuver, followed by a boost back burn. About 2 seconds after that burn ends, we'll jettison the booster's hot stage. As it heads back to Earth, the booster will attempt a landing burn before splashing down into the Gulf.
Meanwhile, the ship's engines will remain lit for just under 6 minutes during its ascent before shutting down for the coast phase. The ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so, reaching a peak altitude of 214 kilometers. And after its coast phase, the ship will attempt a controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and a landing burn before splashing down in the Indian Ocean.
We'll see,
now, we say attempting because, again, this is a test and nothing is guaranteed. As we mentioned...
All right, let me refresh. See if we can...
The booster and the ship have to contend with some extreme conditions on re-entry.
For this flight test, we do not plan to recover any hardware from the booster or the ship. With the
It's landing off the jocular
with
coast.
the exception of Falcon, this is no different than what happens to most rockets flying today that are expended or fall into the ocean after completing their mission. Eventually, we will land and recover Starship boosters and ships as we do today with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy boosters.
Why is the exterior of the ship covered in different materials? That is the darker side of Starship is designed to be able to withstand plasma from re-entry. It gets really, really hot during re-entry. That's the easy way of saying that. Blazin, could you talk about what a technical achievement hot staging is? Hot staging actually isn't anything new, Blazin, to be honest with you. It's just no one's ever attempted to hot stage a vehicle this big. Now, what is hot staging? Hot staging is when the second stage, so Starship, is firing its engines while still attached to the first stage with its engines also firing. It only does it for a split second, but it's enough to, well, I mean, you're firing rockets at the top of a methane tank here, basically. Hey, Dan Hewitt. All right. So no one's ever done that with something this big before. The last time anyone tried doing hot staging with a rocket this big, the N1 happened, or didn't happen, depending on how you look at history.
Going really smooth. We did have the red team going a little bit earlier to fix a ground side issue, but that was taken care of. That's why we slid a little bit later into our window. But as of right now, we are on track for liftoff at 7:50 a.m. Central Time. That's 12:50 UTC.
Yeah, he was a NASA PAO for a long time.
As you can see, we are actively loading propellant onto Starship and Super Heavy. Those frost lines are ticking up as we load liquid methane, that's our fuel, liquid oxygen, that's our oxidizer, onto both vehicles. They're cryogenic, so they're subcooled to several hundred degrees below zero. Since Flight 3, we've made a few more upgrades, helping to bring Prop Farm 2.0 online. That's just going to help us to continue to shorten the amount of prop load time that we're going to need. We're also going to be using it for Launch Tower number 2, which is going to be coming to Starbase real soon. The faster we go, the less prop we're going to lose to boil off, and the better we can ensure things like temperatures are in the right range for Raptor startup. Now, those first two flights took about 90 minutes to load prop on board. That third, we knocked it all the way down to just 51 minutes. We're aiming for about 46 minutes of prop load time for today's op, eventually hoping to get that down all the way to 40, which for some context, that's just 5 minutes more than we take to load Falcon 9, but we're doing it with 10 times the amount. So this morning, ship prop load started at T-minus 50 minutes, booster at T-minus 43 minutes. We're going to pause the ship main tank prop load in just a couple of minutes to do the header tanks, which are going to do that attempted ship landing burn. We expect the ship to close out all of its prop in about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff, and then booster at about 2:50.
2 hour window.
Our final countdown sequence is going to look very familiar. It's going to be the exact same as it was on flights 2 and 3.
We're a little ways into the window already.
So we'll light those engines, and then about 4 seconds later, we will actually see it lift off. But I mean, right now, we are just under 23 minutes away from launch. We're not working any issues either with the vehicle, the range. Weather is 95% go, so not dealing with any winds.
The white sections on the booster is frost that gets accumulated here. The propellants that they're moving into this are fully cryogenic. So the oxidizer, the oxidizer, liquid oxygen tank, and liquid methane tank, both really, really cold. That, believe it or not, is kind of inadvertently telling us the fuel level. You can tell that the booster isn't fully fueled yet. They are filling it up, though. The whole booster will be frosted over now when it's fully fueled. Now, why? Why is that? Well, propellants are really, 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 really cold, and basically what happens is it causes because the booster gets really, really cold because it's full of cold propellants, it causes condensation on the outside. Basically, it's so ridiculously cold that it condenses and then freezes any vapor in the atmosphere. And I don't know if you guys have ever been down to South Texas. It's a little humid down there. So basically what happens is ice condenses on the outside and it freezes to the side of the booster. That's not anything new that we've seen with rocketry. Most rockets that use cryogenic propellants do that. How cold is it? Well, liquid oxygen is minus 293 Fahrenheit. It's cold. Very cold. I would not lick it, Skater. If you touched it, what happens? Frostburn? Anything you touch that's that cold, you're not getting back.
Comes in at 35 meters. Our Falcon 9 rocket with the payload fairing attached is double the size of the Millennium Falcon at 70 meters, and nearly twice the size of that is the fully integrated Starship at 121 meters tall. The ship is about 50 meters tall, and the Super Heavy booster alone stands 71 meters.
I'm the king of cringe, Jonathan. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'll get you to cringe once or twice at least during the stream. Don't you worry, bro. Also, Starship is the size of a 35-story building. Just thought I'd let you know. That's looking up the business end of the first stage. There's a lot of stuff going on, like right in this area here.
The name suggests are optimized to operate in the vacuum of space. And Starship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface. The ship is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precise landing.
And in between the first and second stages is our hot, designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit or over 1,400 degrees Celsius. Speaking of those heat shield tiles, re-entry was a pretty exciting first for our team, and Starlink allowed us to gather critical data about this stage of flight.
Reusability significantly reduces the cost of space travel, and it's the key to making humans a multi-planet species. Reusability, which means the booster and the ship need to re-enter Earth's atmosphere and land back precisely at the launch site.
Why are the tiles already missing? Some of the tiles, K5, that are down at the bottom of the booster are actually intentionally missing. They're replaced with other materials. My guess is that SpaceX is testing out for this flight. They're testing out different types of thermal protection systems. Actually, Elon said they're running an experiment, so that's got to be what's going on.
Communications blackout.
To do this, we equipped Starship with Starlink terminals to expand its communication capabilities. The Starlink terminals are those 4 black squares that you see there on top of the ship. Starlink is the world's largest constellation of highly advanced satellites operating in a low orbit around the Earth, providing high-speed internet on Earth and now in space.
Starship is designed to have a large surface area to create considerable drag during re-entry.
Scotsman, it needs to enter like
at
that.
About 27,000 kilometers per hour, or almost 17,000 miles per hour. Starship.
During 3, that part, the business end down here, ended up flying first. It went backwards through re-entry, and that is in fact not good for it. You need the thermal protection system facing the right direction. Like, I don't know how much you guys know about rocket science, but if your thing that's designed to get you through re-entry isn't facing towards the re-entry heating on what's called the windward side during re-entry, you're gonna have a bad time. If you pizza when you should French fry, gonna have a bad time.
Time, video, and data at high speeds back to the...
That's a center of mass issue based on KSP knowledge, right? No, that's what happens when you don't have any RCS. And it didn't. Watch. So watch. This is footage from 3, right? The wings are trying to do stuff, but up here, where it is, there's not much aerodynamics for these things to do anything. You see the wings are flapping, but it's not... It's just flipping over, right? And... see, like I said, you could see, watch, here it is, it's gonna flip, and that's flying engines first. The wings can't do anything. There's not as much air up there as you might think. The wings don't really, oh, that's really hot. See how the shock is changing shape? That's because the thing is flipping end over end like this. That's what SpaceX is trying to not do this time around.
A reality.
Over the next few flights, we'll continue to improve the Starlink performance on Starship, eventually enabling more views and enabling more data to be transmitted in real time. And we'll keep experimenting during entry. You might have noticed a few tiles missing or looking different near the bottom of Starship. We intentionally placed one thin tile and removed two tiles completely. In their place, we now have sensors to see how hot things get without the tiles in those locations, while also testing some backup thermal protection options. Ideally, we expect Starship's reentry to improve on each flight, thanks in part to this wealth of new data. But if getting to space is hard, returning from space is even harder.
That's right. No one has ever succeeded in creating a fully and rapidly reusable heat shield. So we could see some spectacular failures.
Why are they going to do the space shuttle like that? Come on, Kate.
Flight, we will continue to gather more and more data to inform our development. We're now about 15 and a half minutes until our next liftoff attempt. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the technology we have in development as we prepare to head to the moon in future missions.
Starship will be taking astronauts to the moon as part of NASA's Artemis program. Next year, we plan to demonstrate ship-to-ship propellant transfer, which will be important for our upcoming moon missions. Today, we're actively testing a lot of hardware that will make exploring the moon possible. One recent series of tests brought together the key pieces we'll see when landing back on the moon: Starship, spacesuits, and astronauts.
Together with Axiom and NASA, our teams put 2 astronauts in pressurized Axiom spacesuits and practiced the first steps of going to the lunar surface.
That's an airlock.
The team used test builds of a Starship airlock, as you see there, and elevator to gather data on how well future Artemis astronauts will be able to move around once fully suited. Tests like this are incredibly helpful for engineers designing these systems, as they have the opportunity to get feedback directly from experienced astronauts Peggy Whitson, who is on the right of this photo, and Doug Wheelock, who's on the left. You can see them in action during this elevator test.
SpaceX will perform one uncrewed...
That's freaking awesome. That's cool.
...human surface expedition since 1972. After those first expeditions, we'll be ready to fly more people along with everything it takes to build a moon base. In many ways, Artemis feels like an extension of the human spaceflight work SpaceX and NASA have been partnering on for some time now. In fact, we just celebrated the anniversary of the Demo 2 mission.
That's right. Just 4 years ago, on May 30th, 2020, SpaceX launched the first crewed test flight of our Crew Dragon spacecraft. Dragon carried NASA astronauts Douglas Hurley and Robert Behnken to the International Space Station in the first crewed orbital spaceflight launched from the United States since the final space shuttle mission in 2011, and the first ever operated by a commercial provider. You can see Bob and Doug there on your screen. That was certainly a memorable day for all of us here at SpaceX, one that we fondly think back on. And it's exciting to think about Starship being the next to take its first astronauts to the moon. In tandem with Starship development, all of our operational human spaceflight missions are helping us prepare for those future trips to the moon. Our upcoming private astronaut mission, Polaris Dawn, you can see the crew there on your screen.
Let's go, Rook.
They will play a big role in testing procedures that will be relevant to our moon and eventually Mars missions. We're looking forward to the third Polaris Dawn mission, which will be the first crewed Starship flight.
The Polaris Dawn crew will attempt to reach the highest apogee ever flown by a spacecraft, and they'll also be performing a spacewalk, or extravehicular activity, wearing SpaceX's newly designed spacesuits. They'll also be testing space-based communications, which will be critical to future deep space missions. The Polaris Dawn mission is currently targeted to launch no earlier than July of this year, so stay tuned, because that is going to be a very exciting mission to watch.
That July.
In the meantime,
header tank
at T-minus 12 minutes,
news.
Let's check back in with Dan on today's countdown.
Danny.
Hey, thanks, Jesse. Everything continues to go real smoothly. It's been a real quiet day so far. The board looks really clean, not tracking any impediments to a launch just under 12 minutes from now. Prop loads continuing. Looking at the numbers real quick, we're about 85% full on the ship. We did pause to start filling those header tanks on ship. Again, those are the two smaller tanks in the very top of the nose cone that we're going to use for that attempted landing burn with ship. And with the booster, we're just at about 75, 76% or so. on our methane and LOX, so getting pretty full there. Those are going to continue down to about 3 minutes and 20 seconds before liftoff. That's when
Guys, I'll run the ads in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. I don't like ads. Should probably get turbo, or, you know, I'm not going to say sub to the channel. I don't ask for subs. We earn them here. That's my rule. With that being said, getting an ad break in the middle of a Starship ascent would really suck. So we're going to run that to disable pre-rolls so nobody has to worry about that during the ascent, so you get you uninterrupted coverage. So give me about 45 seconds and we'll run the ad so you don't have to deal with it.
it looks a little bit cloudy, but weather not a concern today. Really light winds. We only had about a 5% chance of violation when we started this morning, and that's
Nightmare
held.
gifted 5 subs. Good fella gifted 5 subs.
Really
Thank you.
For launch so far. The pad itself is getting ready.
Fish.
Reminder that we're going to light those engines about 4 minutes before it actually takes off. So you'll see them start, the 33 engines on Super Heavy start to light prior to that T0, and then about 2 seconds after we'll start to see first motion. But everything looking great. Just coming up on 10 minutes until
launch. Let's do it. You got to hit that launch button. Meekin, I'm good to me controller. Let's go. I'm ready, man.
Thanks,
Sun's
Dan.
poking through. Bag Analyzer with 5 subs. All right, ad time. I'll be right back. Let me know when the ad's done so I can continue the commentary. Failures 57-month resub. Thank you. You guys broke my notifier with all the support. I'm serious. Like, it doesn't pop through sometimes. Yeah, baby.
Everyone getting super pumped for our 4th flight test. Now, as a reminder on that note, today is just a test, the 4th of many future flight tests of Starship before it becomes fully operational. So whatever the outcome and however far we get, we can promise excitement. This rapid, iterative development approach has been the basis for all of SpaceX's major innovative advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink.
Today, we've successfully landed Falcon 9 boosters 316 times, changing humanity's understanding of what's possible when it comes to rocket reusability. And even though we are not recovering the booster or ship today, test flights like these provide critical data through every phase of flight, which will get us closer and closer to full reusability, and we have a lot more tests planned for this year.
Or something.
When we start recovering Starship boosters, we'll want them to return to the launch site for a quicker turnaround, which you can see in this animation on your screen.
It's going to be a good day when this happens.
And that's when the tower reveals its dual purpose. After launch, the arms or chopsticks on the tower will help guide the booster into position to ensure a precision landing.
Thank you, Nathan.
And our goal for the near future is to have 4 launch towers, 2 in Cape Canaveral in Florida, and they will look very similar to the ones that you see here in this animation. As we know, we find that our renderings tend to end up looking really similar to real life. So while this is a rendering, we do know we can look forward to this in the future. Like I said, we're going to have 2 at Cape Canaveral in Florida and 2 located at Starbase. Starbase will continue to be used for flight tests, and the towers at the Cape will come online as we prepare to fly operational Starships. In fact, we recently upgraded the actuators in the chopsticks, which are responsible for swinging those arms in for a catch. And we'll be testing an operational step on this flight by moving the chopsticks to the catch position immediately after Starship flies away.
That's going to be really incredible to see. As we mentioned, we have a lot more.
Scott and I were talking about this on the cast last night. They're going to move the chopsticks into the catch position after liftoff. That's cool.
Or in testing for the next several flights, with more coming off of the production line as SpaceX's Star Factory continues to grow. The latest phase of the factory, currently under construction, will come online this summer, giving us several 100,000 more square feet of space.
Yeah, when you step into this factory, it is truly inspirational. My heart jumps out of my chest every time I'm there. Now, this will enable us to increase our production rate significantly as we build toward our long-term goal of producing 1 ship per day. And coming off the production line soon, Starship version 2. Now, with all that being said, let's check back in with Dan for the latest as we head into the terminal count.
Danny Bags, what do you got for me?
Hey, thanks, Kate. Everything still looks great. We're getting ready to launch. We are just under 6.5 minutes away.
Shelby, they're
going to
do it on the next flight.
The graphics
I don't know what tower it is.
that we're almost closed out. Ship more than 90% full. Those header tanks are done, and then the boosters coming up on 90% real soon. So we're going to see those close out in the next couple of minutes. Ship's going to end at about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It'll be fully loaded, and then booster at about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. After all the props loaded on, we go through a lot of steps to safe ground systems. You're doing things called pushbacks, where you're just clearing all of those lines on the ground of propellant before we lift off. But once we're done, we're going to have 10 million pounds of liquid propellant on board Starship to help power the most powerful vehicle ever designed. If we do hold, we have a built-in hold gate at T-minus 40 seconds. We can hold there for about 30 minutes or so today. If we need to wait for final pressure checks or if we have anything on the range, anything like that. Did just get that the range is green, so we are coming up 5 minutes and 20 seconds away. We are not planning to hold at T-minus 40 unless we trip some kind of hold alarm, something like that. So we could blow right through that gate and go right to launch. Don't be shocked if we hold at T40, though. And if we do, we can hold for a couple of minutes and then keep going. Our window is open all the way until 9 a.m. today.
Now, once we pass through T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems will come up to flight pressure, and the ship will go to internal power.
Inside of 5 minutes.
After that, the quick disconnect arm lockout is removed in preparation for retraction shortly after T0. Gas lines connected to the booster and ship are vented down, and once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds and hold there to assess what happened and if we can proceed again to T0.
I've run ads, guys. I'm disabling the notifier. We're T-minus 4 minutes and 20 seconds. If you know, you know. And yeah, let's enjoy the ride here.
As teams would need to refill the deflector's water tanks, as well as the lock storage tanks at the tank farm before making another attempt. So, as Dan mentioned earlier, we are not planning to hold at the optional T-minus 40 second mark. That moment basically is what would allow teams to wait for final checkouts or assess prop levels or avionics, vehicle pressurization, the range, the weather. Weather is 95% go, as you can see from these incredible drone views that we have and pad cams. It is a beautiful day. Of course, we have some clouds billowing from the locks there.
Yeah, and again, a reminder that the payload for this mission is data, and our primary goal is to get ship through the extreme heat of reentry today. We're very excited to see that. We did get very close on Flight 3, so I'm excited to see how these iterations that we've made to the vehicle will help improve our chances of success today.
Yeah. Now, we are not attempting to recover any hardware today, both either on ship or booster.
Yeah,
for the booster, we will be attempting to perform a landing burn to have a soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. We made some improvements from our Flight 3 learnings, so hopefully that will work and we'll see a successful soft splashdown. For the ship, we're hoping to demonstrate controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and landing burn, and that will be followed by splashdown in the Indian Ocean. That is the same target as we had on Flight 3, so everything should look pretty similar in that regard.
See?
And we just heard the call out there that all prop load is closed out, so at this point, there is like 10 million pounds of propellant on board Starship, which is incredible.
This is getting very exciting. We are just about 2 minutes away from T0.
Two minutes. 2 minutes. Oh, man.
And as Jesse just said, we are under 2 minutes away. So prop load is complete. All the fill drain lines into ship and booster have closed. Right now we're doing the pushback, so clearing out all those ground lines of propellant. And that'll be completed over the next couple of seconds. We're coming up on that T-minus 40 mark. Again, not planning to hold. If we do, or if we get a hold after we pass it, we can snap back to that T-minus 40, and then we can stay there for about about 30 minutes or so if any other issues
Inside of
crop
90
up.
seconds.
Once we pass T-minus 40, a lot of things happen, both on the vehicle and the ground. It's running a lot of its own self-checkouts, venting different tanks and pressure lines throughout the vehicle.
I got you one.
We essentially built that 40 seconds as that's about how much time it takes for the vehicle to take all of those actions, which is why we hold there.
Okay, we're moving up on
But
the
all
hold
of that
gate now.
happens automated. You do a
60
final
seconds.
checkout of the TVC, the thrust vector control, how we're going to steer.
It does, Rib.
And then we see liftoff. So we're under a minute
10 seconds
away.
to the 40-second hold gate.
$45 seconds.
Starship
and
is in
counting.
startup.
Good event, game at.
All right, now as we close in,
here we go.
We are past the 40-second mark. So let's listen in.
30 seconds.
Flight Director Ty Huntington's going to take us
FDs
through
go.
one more time for a Starship liftoff.
Let's roll. 20 seconds. Sound suppression. Water system
15.
is on. 15.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Ignition. And we have a liftoff.
We have liftoff.
Starship Flight 4 in the air. Oh, man, look at that thing. Oh, we got one engine out on the first stage.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
That is awesome. It blew out the mics. Did you hear that?
All right, 30 seconds into flight. The
Pretty
rumbles
cool,
are
man.
still building here in the Raptor's nest. We're seeing 32
Acquisition
out of
signal,
33
corpus
engines lit on the
AOS
Super Heavy
through
right
Texas.
now. Coming up shortly is going to be Max
Starship
Q,
avionics
that maximum
control.
aerodynamic pressure as we go uphill on the vehicle.
Watch that. They had one engine go.
Max Q.
Maximum dynamic pressure.
All right, we just passed through Max Q, so we're going to continue on up. We still have about
Vehicle is
a
supersonic.
minute and 30 seconds until we get to stage separation. Starship now flying faster than the speed of sound. All right, so you got a couple of views. You got some ground trackers in your top camera there. You're looking down from the top of the booster in the bottom left, and then a camera in the top flap of the ship looking back in the bottom right. So getting a couple of different looks.
Despite
as
one engine
Starship
out,
heads
this still
uphill.
looks pretty good.
Once we get the hot staging, a lot of things happen all at once, simultaneously. We're
No,
going to
nuclear.
light the engines on the ship, starting with the RVACs first, and then the 3 center sea level engines before we're separated. All of that exhaust gets plumed out the side of the hot stage, and then the ship will separate itself. All but the 3 center engines on the booster are going to shut down, so the booster never stops its thrust while we go through this hot stage maneuver. After that, the booster is going to do its flip, start heading back, and then the ship will be on its own power on its way to space. So that should be coming up in just about 30 seconds from now.
Yeah.
As of right now, still looking like 32 out of 33 Raptors lit on the booster. And we'll start to see those
Okay, aligning
stagger
to
down.
velocity
They're going
vector.
to turn
That's
off
all right.
and bank, so you'll see the
that's
lights
okay.
on the bottom left screen of the engines that are active start to turn off in different groups, and you'll see those 3 center ones lit.
Yeah. That was a
Booster engine
trajectory
cutoff.
correction. Most engine cutoff and loading screen. Okay.
Ship ignition.
Got good upper stage ignition. There it is.
Stage
Hot
separation
staging.
confirmed.
Boost back burn, start up.
Oh, that's awesome.
Acquisition is
They got a good relight. They got a relight on all the engines.
Hot stage
Yes!
confirmed. Ship under its own
Big deal.
power. Booster
Awesome.
boosting back. Looks like all 13 are lit.
Yes.
Kate, we got a
So
booster on the
good.
way back to the Gulf and a ship on the way to space.
That's cool, man. That's
Acquisition
real
signal,
cool.
Stennis.
They have AOS through Stennis.
Ship
There you
chamber
go.
pressures are nominal.
Good call on propulsion on Starship.
Power and telemetry nominal.
All right, the first stage currently performing the boost back burn. This is expected to last a little over 1 minute.
This is
propels
happening
the
right
booster
now.
back toward the coast,
This is happening.
taking it to a landing in the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. As you can see on your screen in the bottom left-hand corner, we were only using the 13 center engines from
Outer 10 shut down for the boost back burn.
From here on.
Boost back burn shut down.
Inner
Heard
3 engines
confirmation
shut
there
off.
of good boost back
That
burn
was a big
shut down.
deal. They got that right. That was a big deal. Dude, that's excellent. Oh, man.
Lots of excitement. So right
stage
here,
ring
this is our view of the jettisoned hot stage. As we mentioned, this is a temporary fix to help reduce the weight of the booster, of the Super Heavy booster. Future iterations will have a lighter weight integrated hot stage
Dude, what
structure
is
that
going
won't
on?
need to be jettisoned. Now, after we jettison that hot stage, the booster will begin to attempt its water landing in the Gulf. In the meantime, the ship will coast for about 40 minutes or so up to an altitude of 214 kilometers. And after its coast phase, it will attempt a controlled re-entry, including a flip maneuver and a landing burn, just before splashing down in the Indian Ocean. But as a reminder, we are not attempting...
Trajectory nominal.
Hot
Good news there.
in your
Trajectory is
area.
looking good for the ship, which is on the right-hand side of your screen.
Chat saying you're covering up the tilt graphic on Starship. Yeah.
At this point in time, as you
I don't
can
know where
see,
you guys want me to be here, but
we have no engines lit on the booster. It is coasting back toward the Gulf of Mexico for a water
Trust
landing
me, if
and
that
ship
thing-
under
if this
power
starts
of
doing
all
something, I'll move
6
out of the
Raptor
way, okay?
engines. There's 3 sea level and 3 vacuum Raptor engines that are lit, as we can see on your screen.
These views have been looking incredible.
All right.
Super Heavy has been performing beautifully today. And you can hear the crowd is very excited about it. As a reminder for Booster, the primary goal today is to do a landing burn and a splashdown
right here
in
seems like
the
a good
water.
spot. You can still
And we are
see
just about 30 seconds away from that landing burn expecting to begin. And an incredible view from the
Griffin
forward
actuator
portion
Look at
of
the
the
Griffin
booster. This is
actuator.
basically on top of the Super Heavy booster.
Awesome.
Where we have jettisoned that hot stage, so now we can see this incredible view of Earth as it's making its way back down to the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, the booster is using the 4 hypersonic grid fins to guide itself through atmospheric re-entry.
It's going to start slowing down. Hitting the lower
And we
parts
are
of the
expecting
atmosphere
that
is going to
landing
cause a
burn
lot of
here.
drag, so stand by. Relight is going to be a big deal. If they can get the engines back on and get a soft landing with this thing in the ocean, that's a huge,
We will be
huge victory.
igniting 13 engines, and this is a great view.
Priming
on your
the
left-hand
engines.
side
Oh,
is
man.
a view.
Look at the
There's
grid
3
fin,
views
top
from the
left.
booster, and your right-hand side a view from the ship.
Man, that
And you can
thing
see
is
those
under a
grid fins
lot
on
of
your
load.
left-hand screen, rotating
Come
and
on.
turning to guide the booster. And there's that landing burn.
9 on the outer. Pieces are coming off.
That landing burn just begun, and you can see the water below.
Oh, that's
and
beautiful.
we have splashdown.
Oh, that's it. It popped.
What an incredible sight! Congratulations to the SpaceX
That's
team.
huge, man.
Ship has entered terminal guidance.
Ship's in
That
terminal
was
guidance.
absolutely incredible. The
Expected loss
first
signal,
successful splashdown of the Super Heavy booster.
That was
Love
nuts.
seeing it just tip over into the water
That was
before losing that footage.
nuts.
Now the next milestone is coming up in about under a
Acquisition
minute.
signal, Key West.
Ship is going to shut
I got
off
AOS
its
through Key
Raptor
West.
engines,
Ship engine cut off.
which we see right there. As we
Passing,
mentioned
gifted out 20, thank
before,
you.
today's test flight is not an orbital flight, but rather one that demonstrates the Starship's orbital capability.
They They called ship engine
So right
cutoff,
now,
and the
we are
Vector shut
under
off, but
power
the inner
with just
engines
the
are still
3
going.
center Raptor engines. Expecting those, and just there we could see that those have also successfully come
Miko
off.
26497, just shy of suborbital, just shy of orbital. Still suborbital. That's like 99% of the way there.
Is saved.
That's basically in line with what
incredible-
SpaceX wants. They're purging out the
There's
motors
great
there.
news there. The call out, we were hoping to hear amazing views once again.
We
from
got a call for
Starship.
nominal
we have
orbit
our
insertion.
second Starship in space. These
Okay,
live
get
views
23.
being brought to us by Starlink, which is on board the ship.
Thanks, guys.
Dan, what an incredible view we have once again. So exciting. We got another ship in space.
I'm like still jumping up and down. Like this whole building was going absolutely insane when we saw
I can't believe
the
that.
booster hit the water. I mean, wow! Congrats to everybody
Dude,
that's
super
just
heavy
been putting in
soft
insane
landed.
amounts of
It
hours
just
and everything
soft
to make
landed.
this thing a reality. And I feel like every single time we do one of these, we're seeing something wildly new. We got to see the hot stage jettison and the booster in the water, but. Just to recap real quick over everything that's happened. So we lifted off at 7:50 a.m. only 9 minutes ago. How has it only been 9 minutes? 7:50 a.m. Central at 12:50 UTC. We saw 32 of the 33 Raptor engines on Super Heavy make the ascent.
Scott,
we
right?
had
Scott's-
successful
yeah,
cutoff,
you're not
successful
wrong.
hot staging.
Smart, gifted
all
out
6
10. Thank you very
engines on the
much.
ship, powered it all the way into a
Stefan, 100 bits.
nominal
Thank you.
orbital trajectory.
You're at age 56 and crying. It was
And
pretty
we've
cool,
already
man.
been getting some live views from the ship on board. After that, the
What are we
booster
looking
was
at
able
there?
to do its boost back burn. Oh, this looks like we're actually getting some views from the ground still, potentially from Florida, of the ship as it's up there.
Florida?
That's a view from some of our tracking cameras on the ground in Florida. But the ship, we just heard successful
gets all
orbital
boxed,
insertion,
right?
so it's right where it needs to be,
minute.
and is now going to continue on its way to coast until it
can
comes
do
to
that?
reentry. But I mean, the booster,
I'm
successful boost
not
back
upset.
burn, jettison the hot stage, and then a landing burn. It looked like we saw 12 of the 13 engines light up, and then that first ever soft splashdown in the water. So a whole lot still to come. Ship now on its way to its primary objective of entry. That's going to be coming up in just under 40 minutes from now. So a lot still to come, but wow, what a 9 minutes to start this mission off.
Yeah.
So can't wait to see what entry's going to show us. But that launch was incredible.
Owen's right.
Back over to you,
They
Jesse.
lost one, and Super Heavy did not care. They also lost one on the landing, too, and it
Wow.
still worked. It still compensated.
I
They-
am still trying to catch
that-
my breath here. That has been,
Dude.
that was some incredible views that we have never
Only
seen
Juan.
before. It has been nonstop since liftoff.
Unbelievable.
And with the booster having completed its job for the day, we're going to take a short break for about the next 28 minutes, and we'll return while we're going to take a break while the ship
slight
is
pitch rate
continuing to coast before re-entry.
Exactly. As with Flight 3, Starlink may enable us to talk with the ship through re-entry with no communication blackout. We are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so of course nothing is certain. However, if we do have views, we will be sure to bring those to you live. Views such as the one, that we...
They're venting down
Well, of course,
the
because I said it, it
engines.
went away. So we will try to bring those to you live.
Exactly. Views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and splashdown.
Expect a lost
Nice.
signal.
My
QS.
controller, that's awesome.
Expect a lost signal. Cape Canaveral.
Yeah, me too, Shaw.
Acquisition
Crazy
signal, Puerto Rico.
Okay, AOS to Puerto Rico. We should be getting some signal back here in a second. Yeah, Fruity, we're doing okay in here. What was jettisoned in space? That was the hot staging ring. It's the adapter between Super Heavy and Starship. Now, the music is beautiful, guys, but I did see a little bit of a yaw rate, or a pitch rate on Starship that I'm not sure was supposed to happen. So here, let me get my little model out. So Starship went into space kind of like this. It goes into space kind of sideways, right? And we saw a pitch rate in this direction like that. And when it was about here, if it's going this way, right? So here, we'll do it go from the side. Starship started doing this. And that could move the antennas. Like if the antennas are facing, if it rolled like this and went, so the antennas, the Starlink antennas are right up here at the front. They're up at the front on the what's called the leeward side. So you have your thermal protection system on this side, and you have your stainless steel on this side. This is the leeward side, and this is the windward side. The windward side is the side that's going to get hot. That's why it's called that. If the antennas are pointed down and the Starlink satellites are that way, you're not going to get a good signal. I'm not entirely sure if that yaw rate or the pitch rate, I say yaw rate because it would be yaw relative to the horizon. Like the ground would be here in this kind of super high fidelity simulation. it looks like it started doing this, and that could potentially turn the antennas in the wrong direction. Yeah, it's still, that matters. That still absolutely makes a difference. We were seeing intermittent blackouts. Whenever the antennas would roll downwards it would lose signal just for a second, but I'm not sure why we don't have it here. We'll see. Where did you get that? A viewer gave it to me. But we are getting updated numbers indicating that at least some part of the ship is up there. I mean, those numbers would stop updating if something popped. How long until approximate re-entry? 20 minutes? Quick question. When they come to re-entry, I would imagine Starship's computers would be able to restore the correct orientation. SpaceX specifically put more reaction control systems on this Alleviate because, yeah, orienting correctly so the thermal protection system is facing the things that get hot during re-entry, yeah, is preferable. Yeah, that's what we'd want. Yep. Do you have a P.O. box? It's on Discord, yes. Yeah, that grid fin, they really improved their control parameters here. That grid fin was doing work, but it did do work. Super Heavy did land. Super Heavy splashed down. Can you believe that? It did it had one engine out during the landing burn, but they successfully relit 10 engines for that boost back. And those 3 Raptors in the center were on for like 6 minutes straight, which is pretty dang impressive, and then relit and it landed. And not only that, did it stage, you know, it did tried for 13 engine start during that landing burn. It got 12 out of 13, and then those 3 engines in the center were burning all the way down to landing, which is once again just ridiculously impressive. I don't think any engines had, Katra, we didn't see any. I did see something pop, like some debris came off the booster during engine relight, and I thought maybe that would be the end, but then the water came up and it landed in the water, which is pretty cool. Yeah, here, take a look. See? So this is a replay from just a second ago here. Take a look, dudes. See all the stuff that came off? I thought that was it. I'm like, well, it's gonna blow up, and then the water, then there's the water. So what you're seeing right here is the 3 engines that are still on are starting to heat up the ocean water and basically evaporate it. And then you should have a splashdown. You see it, yeah, it should basically snuff it out. There's your splashdown. That's unbelievable. So that puff of fire right there is the purge out systems on the motor. What you do when you generally shut a rocket engine off is you flood the engine with helium, and what that does is basically cause the rocket engine to burp. That does happen, but because it's underwater, right, when the booster tips over, that burp came out the other side. So this I'm not gonna say that that's normal, but it's pretty normal. I don't know, Kuro. And then we lost the signal right there. So I'm guessing something exploded at that point right there. Yeah. It farted. Yeah. It's like when you fart underwater, the bubbles come up somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, of course. How long did it take for us to devolve into toilet humor? Oh, man. Really wish we had a good signal here. Yeah, the engines didn't seem like catastrophic failures, Tech, to be honest with you. Like, I mean, I did see some parts flying off, right, during that landing, but also my guess is these are control parameters. Probably it could be sensors shutting these engines off. Unbelievable. Nice. They have internal cams working, but not external. I'm looking around for... We do have acquisition of signal. 11 internal cameras are transmitting, figuring out why the external cameras aren't. External camera comes online in 11 minutes. That's right from Elon a second ago. So it looks like they figured out why they were off there. I'm not even going to sit here and pretend to figure out why the cameras are flickering on and off, but the hot staging ring smashed into the top of the booster. No, yeah, I don't think it did. Right? This is the message Hokie was talking about. Yeah, guys, if I'm missing things in chat, A, not super tired. B, there is a lot of you. Like, if you could just cut me a little bit of slack. It's hard to keep up. What are you trying to get me to see here? Oh, that was. Yep. Okay, I saw it. I saw it. Yep, I saw it here. Let me tee this up. Yeah. Okay. All right. I see what you were trying to get me to see. Hold on. Yeah. Here. Look at the clip. Watch right here. Watch here. Right in this area here. Oh yeah, the hot staging ring. Yeah, they passed that. Yeah. Oh yeah. There it goes. Wow. Watch. Oh, okay, that's pretty funny. Yep. Up there it goes. All right. Bye-bye. And that was the last they ever heard of that hot staging ring. Yeah. Okay. All right. I see why you guys wanted me to see that. Thank you. Yeah. That was the hot staging ring. It's pretty funny, man. Life imitates art, dude. It looks like KSP, dude. It looks like KSP. It's strange, man. It's gonna land on someone's roof. Unless someone has a house out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, I highly doubt that. The water landing was exactly like KSP. Yep. Dude, it's a true Kerbal moment. Yep. Check it out. Starship. Hang on. I'm watching these numbers. Yep, we're getting some slight acceleration. She's past apogee. So Starship has passed the highest point right here. We're starting to see acceleration. So the velocity is going up and the altitude's going down, meaning, oh, she's coming down. She's going to come down one way or the other. Hopefully it's in one piece. What is the orbital speed? 26,237 kilometers an hour. They had engine cutoff at 26,447. That's like 99.9% of the way to orbit. It's very close. 27,100 would be the magic number. Yeah, that's very, very close to being in like a circularized orbit. But obviously they're not going to. That's on purpose. They're not trying to circularize. They want to fly this on a suborbital trajectory. Drone is heading to the pad. Nice. I bet you did, 95. Pugwash, the behavior there should be understood why that engine failed, but it looked like a control. It looks like the computer shut it off because it didn't like what it saw. rather than trying to go, if the engine doesn't have good starting parameters, rather than trying to go through with the start, the computer just say, yeah, all right, we don't need that. Which seems to be the case, but either way, you ideally don't want to be satisfied with putting 33 engines on there and having 32 of them work. So those didn't look like the engine started and then it blew up. It looks like the computer was like, all right, maybe I won't do this. We'll compensate with the other engines. Do you think the bottom Starship attitude graphic is accurate? Well, 2020, if the booster is turned 90 degrees relative to the horizon and was pitching, if we were looking at it from the side, orientation wouldn't change, because yaw would be pitch axis relative to horizon here. Because remember, your Starship's flying like this. So if it's doing that, right, there's no way to show that with a 2D graphic. Can we watch the booster landing? Sure. See, I saw some debris came off right there. I thought that was it. I'm like, well, that's done. And then all of a sudden the water comes up and there it is. I'm like, wait, whoa. Whoa, it actually did it. The music isn't me, Bugwash. That's the stream. That's SpaceX's stream. Did it sink? Oh, Viper, judging by the amount of fire that we saw right at this point right here, and then the booster tipping over, I would imagine it exploded. Who knows? Maybe it's in one piece. Maybe the flight termination system triggered. SpaceX triggered the FTS to explode so it would sink. Because, believe it or not, boosters are sealed. Right? They're obviously watertight because they hold liquid propellants, right? Inside of the tanks. So it's, once again, obviously watertight, right? They do float. So maybe they popped it on purpose to make sure that, you don't have a gigantic 22-story building floating around in the Gulf of Mexico. Rizzy, this one probably, no, SpaceX said they weren't going to get this one back on purpose. From here on out, though, you're not going to see many Super Heavies get expended. Best case scenario. So to recap here, SpaceX Super Heavy did perform a soft landing. It did perform a soft landing. It made it down intact. We know it touched the water in one piece, which is pretty impressive. Good relights on the hot stage, or the most engine cutoff and the hot staging relight boost back. Good ignition there. You saw all 13 engines come right back around and push that booster back on a nominal trajectory. Now, during landing, we did see one of the engines on the inner ring of 10 didn't work, but the other engines clearly compensated. It landed in one piece, which is, once again, a little bit of an improvement considering the booster exploded 462 meters off over the water, and then what remained of it hit the water going Mach 1. I'd say multiple pieces hitting the water going Mach 1 is not, landing at, 0 and having the booster be in one piece is a little more preferable, right? Than the whole Mach 1 pieces thing. I want Flight 4 booster, not Flight 3. The Flight 3 one didn't. We don't want that. 9 months from Salyut, thank you very much. Thank you for all the support, guys. I do appreciate it. SpaceX should be coming back on here in a second. Yeah, exactly, Christoph. Yeah, a big office building, but fully pressurized. Yep. Weren't they using some satellites last time to get signal? Elon has said that they're still getting views from the internal cameras on Starship, but they are not getting external views. He said the external... hold on. He said that the external cameras will come back online in 11 minutes. He said that 10 minutes ago, so we should be getting some picture here in a second. Are we confident of a booster tower catch on the next flight? I saw what I needed to see, Mishu. Yeah, I would say sure, let's do it. Try for it. I don't know what they're gonna do with the tower situation, but yeah, let's go. It's crazy how little time there is between the clouds and touching water. Well, yeah, exactly, right? I mean, I don't know for sure, right? But that thing, Super Heavy did boost back relatively close to Boca Chica. Like, it was a little, I don't know, what was it, like 16 miles offshore? So it did boost back and land kind of relatively near land, right? Rather than like its ballistic trajectory taking it like 200-300 miles down range, right? So, if the METAR was correct for Brownsville, those clouds were at about 2,000 feet. So the METAR out of Brownsville, so the meteorological report out of Brownsville said clouds from 900 to 2,000 overcast. So a little bit of reference there. Oh. Okay, I was gonna say they better not have ended the song, right? Like, there's more to it. So those clouds right there are about 2,000 feet. See, the kilometer, the altimeter on Super Heavy reads 0 at the clouds, right? That's because this doesn't decimal point into meters, right? But at this point, it would be like 500 meters off the deck, which makes sense with the 2,000-foot clouds that we saw in the METAR. Yeah, definitely overcast. And yeah, look at how quickly it went from the clouds at 2,000 feet down to the water. That's pretty impressive. NASA is live. Okay. I know, Kagris. I've been, I have them up somewhere here. Yeah, see?
Acquisition signal, part of stock.
Oh, here we go. Ground control, on the ground control loops, they reported acquisition of signal. We should see some cameras. Oh, man. There it is. Oh. Booster it's holding a stable attitude, but it seems like it's kind of flying this way. It is not, it's not spinning.
Starship is slowing to entry attitude.
Okay, attitude control thrusters will now move it towards the re-entry attitude per mission control loop. Welcome to the future, chat. Pretty cool. I know someone's thinking, what are those? They're sensors. They're probably temperature sensors to sense the heat coming off the wing. Or the flapper on, I guess. Someone, I don't know. Elon said the cameras weren't working. He said they were still getting internal views, so I highly doubt that he would, you know, if they were getting internal views despite ground stations, that it would be Starlink. Yeah, it's not spinning. Why is the music so loud? I don't know. I could turn it down for you if you want. All you have to do is ask. Guys, it seems like Starship is flying kind of yacht a little bit to the right, so judging by how this camera, like this camera is right here on Starship looking this way, it seems like it's moving through orbit like this. slightly pitched up and slightly yawed. So seems like she's going through like that. But I don't know, it could just be the weird camera angle. This camera is kind of looking down at the wing right here, at the front wingeling. So I think that might just be an optical illusion. That's what I did like about that Starliner launch yesterday. I had the telemetry in front of me. I had the rates so I could see what the vehicle was doing. Hey, I'm waltzing here. That's not a paper model. That's a 3D printed model that I got from a viewer. Viewer gave it to me. It's one of the most useful presents I've ever gotten in the mail. Where's Starship now geographically? 39 minutes into the flight with its insertion azimuth over Africa. This is it's over Africa right now. It should be moving out into the Indian Ocean here relatively soon. They have RCS, Dune. The ship is staying relative to the horizon. It's not moving around. It's hard to extrapolate rate from here, but it very much looked. Oh, I'm gonna shut up.
It has been an exciting day so far. We had an on-time liftoff of 7:50 a.m. Central Time, followed by successful hot staging, stage separation, jettisoning of the hot stage structure, an epic super heavy booster landing, water landing in the Gulf of Mexico, the first successful return of the super heavy booster. So that was incredible to see. And right now, the ship is in space. As you can see here by this view, we're looking at one of the flaps of Starship, one of 4. You can actually see a close-up side detail of some of those hexagonal heat shield tiles. Now, coming up around T plus 49 minutes, the ship will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. As a reminder, the primary goal of today's flight test
it's an optical
is for
illusion,
ship to make it
She's
through
on
the
a
extreme
she's on a
heat of
nominal
re-entry.
course.
This is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with the spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, which is about 8 kilometers per second or roughly 5 miles per second.
Yeah.
At those speeds, the spacecraft moving through the atmosphere results in friction and creates a plasma field around the vehicle. That blanket of plasma distorts, as you can see, that plasma blanket, which you can kind of see here, distorts communication frequencies. So we're left with a brief blackout in communication.
Yep. Everyone in Mission Control just kind of went, oh! And then...
Yeah, that's right, Kate. And Starlink's what's really allowing us to capture as much data as possible, especially through this reentry. Updated animation, landing burn. I hope we get to see it for real today.
They're bringing the nose of the vehicle up.
These live views that we're getting now and we're going to continue to get.
So this is actually something that the shuttle would do, right? So, you know, probably like 20 minutes ahead of entry, right? You're going to be parallel to the horizon. And if you just give a slight tap of the RCS to bring the nose up just a little bit, as you rotate around Earth, your angle of attack relative to the horizon is going to get greater and greater. If you look, the nose is slowly coming up. Remember, Starship's going to re-enter like this. It needs to re-enter perpendicular to what's called its velocity vector. So they want the tiles absorbing most of the heat. So they're going to bring the nose up, right? And you do that by you don't need to do that by, jamming the RCS upright like that. You could just do a slight puff, and as you rotate around the Earth, that pitch rate is going to bring the nose up naturally.
And we're going to continue adding views as we continue to evolve Starship. Again, this is an experimental vehicle. Believe me, I want as many camera views as you all do. So huge shout out to the AVI and the software teams and everybody that's been working with us. We're getting more cameras on Starship. Not just because it looks cool, but this provides an incredible insight into reentry, which is, historically a really tough window to look through.
Approaching entry interface.
The physics of reentry are insanely intense.
One of the flight directors,
favorite NASA astronauts, Victor Glover, recently described it as with the forces and the flows and the temperatures. It's like pointing at a raging river in one spot and saying, tell me exactly what's happening right there. And like, that's what a ship is experiencing as it goes through, as it's moving through the atmosphere at, more than 5 miles a second and heating up to thousands of degrees. So just having visual representation, just being able to see what's happening,
that was Madagascar,
is incredibly valuable. So these views are going to be through Starlink. We've got this one. This is in one of the forward flaps looking back. So if you see it rotating around, that's because, again, it's embedded in one of those forward flaps. So as we get through,
we want to watch right here.
That density in the atmosphere.
You should see a boundary layer forming right here. Trust me, it's going to get really, really hot right in this area here. You can actually kind of tell there's some distortion going on right there already from the artifacting in the camera. But it's gonna really get hot right here. Not here or here so much, but right here.
Outside of all the different areas. And then also eventually to be able to see payloads once they're deployed. So
there it is.
Exciting
there it is.
Stuff coming
See,
up in the future.
You're already getting some shock heating here, but
right
now it's really gonna, the plasma is going to start to accumulate here.
Yeah, we're going to be moving at hypersonic speeds of more than 5 times the speed of sound. We're going to see that plasma start to build. So, Kate, Jesse, excitement coming up.
Yeah, as you can see with that view on your screen again, high def brought to us by Starlink. We can see the plasma beginning to build as the ship is getting closer to the Earth's atmosphere.
It's so cool.
Now, let's talk a little bit about how Starship will survive re-entry, hopefully, and control itself.
Exactly. We've been talking about this entire flight test. There's 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles surrounding the bottom portion or the Earth-facing side of the ship.
Through 100 kilometers altitude, good attitude for entry.
Okay.
Great call-outs there. Now, during atmospheric re-entry, the vehicle is going to see temperatures as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit or over 1,400 degrees Celsius. So those tiles are there to help protect the vehicle from this extreme heat.
Yeah, and the flaps will help control it. Now, one noticeable difference I see immediately, those flaps are not moving as much as they were on Flight 3. So that is a great sign, right? We had unplanned loss of roll control on Flight 3, so we added some additional thrusters, and we can see that they're working well, and we have a much more stable view. So those flaps, there's 4 of them, 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. They're made out of stainless steel. And they help steer the ship, which, as we can see, the plasma continuing to build. Now, if the ship survives re-entry, it will have to perform a flip maneuver as well as a landing burn. We saw this demonstrated in a couple of high-altitude flight tests back in like 2020, 2021. Similarly,
temperatures increasing on the nose within expected ranges.
Great news there. It sounds like the temperatures that we are getting during this point, which again, we usually don't get during spaceflight because of this plasma. We're getting this live. This is a great news. So similarly to, for example, the serial number 10 test that we saw a couple years ago, we're hoping to duplicate that again today. Hopefully we will see it live. And basically the 3 center engines of the ship will reignite and gimbal or point to help flip the ship until those engines are pointing down so that it can land vertically using Raptor's thrust.
That's one of the coolest things I've ever seen, man.
And as you can see, even from the beginning of the program, we've designed Starship to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out. We also want rapid reusability, so we're doing...
The vehicle is passing through 85 kilometers altitude. The flaps have control of the vehicle.
Great news. Flaps have control of the vehicle. That's exactly what we want to hear for this flight test.
Yeah.
Again, we are going to be doing a propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. And we are expecting re-entry to begin here in just about a minute. Re-entry, an awesome view that we have here.
Talk straight.
This is the same view that we had when we first returned from the coast phase. Again, this is looking at the side of one of the flaps.
I got nerd chills.
It's incredible that literally at the bottom of this picture, we're basically looking through plasma, which is just absolutely mind-blowing.
Wow.
Wild. Very wild.
Look,
now we
it
are
changes color.
Entry to begin here.
You're seeing a different color on the front, on the nose of the ship than you are on the back, because the nose is getting hotter, so the plasma changes color. Oh, it's so cool, dude.
And, about 10 minutes before splashdown.
Man.
And
I can't
such
even speak
incredible views that we're
Starship is
getting.
approaching peak heating region.
Look. You can see
Great
some turbulent
callouts
flow
there.
coming off the nose. Look
Yeah,
at it
these views
decelerate now.
are absolutely astounding.
So as they get further down, as your altitude starts to go down, the atmospheric pressure is going to go up. You're going to slow down more, but you're also going to get way more heating. Oh my goodness, look at the colors. That's awesome.
So once again, this view is basically looking down into the plasma blanket that is building up around
That's
the exterior
Kate's right, that's
of
accumulated
Starship. It is
plasma. That's
traveling,
so cool.
as you can see
Oh
on
my
your screen. You
God.
can look in the bottom right-hand corner
Oh
and
my
see how fast
goodness.
it's going, how high it is, as well as the general orientation. Again, we're seeing a lot more stability, a lot more control here on this flight, which is great. It shows that the iterations, the learnings...
Starship is now in expected peak heating region.
Major milestone
All
right there.
Great news there, telling us that this is basically the hottest point that Starship should get during its re-entry. Now, the heat shield is working with the atmosphere for some free braking. Okay, the atmosphere
Look,
is
it's starting
helping
to
slow the
decelerate really
Starship down.
fast.
Yeah, exactly. We're not using any engines or thrust to slow the vehicle down.
look at
Exactly
that
what
flow.
Kate mentioned.
That's-
We're just using the atmosphere
Starship
and
got
those
bars.
heat
That
shield
flows-
tiles
that flows
protecting the
mint.
vehicle as it's coming through that high heat temperature.
Yeah. Now, this is another one of those moments that we
That
have
is
been waiting for. Right now,
really
the ship
cool.
is currently re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and by all looks and all call-outs that we're hearing on the net, it is doing pretty well. Now, we do not plan to recover the spacecraft today, but rapid and reliable
coming off the aft end of
reusability
the
is
ship.
the ultimate goal.
I got nerd chills again. Chat, help.
Just pausing to just
All right,
take in
just
this
later.
incredible new and different view that we're seeing. We did get a similar view in Flight 3, but again, the vehicle did lose a little bit of its attitude control.
Dude, she looks nice
and this is a
stable.
very
That
stable
thing is
view. This is great.
solid
This is
as rock.
exactly what we want, and we are hearing that we're getting expected call-outs.
That is one of the coolest
Starship is
things.
seeing half a G of acceleration, remains on a good entry trajectory.
You know, it's incredible
That's
to
one of the
look
coolest
at this
things I've ever
photo
seen, man.
and wonder, wait, is it real? Is it
Yeah.
frozen? We can see so I was just going to say
Those temperatures have stopped increasing.
Oh, that is great news.
Past peak
The
heating.
temperature is no longer building. But I was saying, we have a little bit of indication there. We can see that streaking occurs and tells us that this is indeed a true view. So
We're
once
not
again,
out of the
we are
woods
looking
yet, guys, just 'cause you're
basically
past
through the
peak
plasma
heating.
that is building up
You ain't out of the woods.
around the
You
exterior
got a
of
lot
the
of
ship.
kinetic energy
And
to
I
bleed
still
off.
cannot get over that we are getting a live view of re-entry right now, live on your screen. Again, we've said this over and over, but all thanks to Starlink. We are able to use Starlink in space, which we're getting this incredible data.
Yeah,
And
Ricardo,
not
look at the
only
shocks.
just the
Look at the
data from the
overlapping
sensors, but
shocks.
getting
That- dude.
imagery of what is actually happening, which is great, which we've never been able to do live
So
before.
this right here,
Now,
this down here is the shock from the tile from the bottom of the ship from the
outlook
belly.
here, so
But you are
in
getting
about,
an additional shock
see,
here
at
from
C++
the
about 1
wing
hour
holder
and
right
2
there.
minutes,
Look at
we
you can see the
should
tiles
hear,
actually getting super hot
call
right
out
there.
For entry transonic,
Oh,
that means
dude.
that the ship is going near the speed of sound. And then about a minute after that, we'll hear another call out saying entry subsonic, meaning that the ship is going below the speed of sound. So these are all continued indications that the atmosphere, right, as the ship comes back down, it is getting through the more dense part of the atmosphere, and that atmosphere is helping to
He's
push
making
against
lift.
the vehicle, and those heat shields are protecting the vehicle during this high heat period.
So this camera is right here. It's on Starship's forward flap. It's actually
Jesse, we're
right at
starting
the edge,
to see
and
as
it's
the
looking
atmosphere
back.
gets denser, you're starting to
So
see a few more particles.
this is what you're
make an
seeing right
appearance in the
here.
plasma there.
Camera's
You can
right where my
see
finger
you're
is.
looking down at the aft end of the ship,
And
the
you're
top
looking
left, and you're
here.
seeing essentially the flame build up as we go through reentry.
So you're
You've
seeing
been hearing the call outs.
it's kind of re-entering
tracking
like
things
this from the
temperatures and
the
nose
graphic right there.
numbers.
And the
We're
camera is right
where
there
we
looking
modeled
back at the
them to
aft
be,
wing.
which is really cool to see and to see in real time. But we're coming
wild,
up.
man.
We're at about 67
Absolutely
kilometers in
nuts.
altitude. Our last signal with the ship on Flight 3 was at 65, so we should be making it past that point shortly. Obviously, as you guys pointed out, we're in a much better control this time as we re-entered in the right
stuff's coming off.
attitude, and our flaps have been steering the way so far. Once we get through transonic, that's when you've got essentially
Raptor landing bird.
different
They've
areas
started thermally conditioning the engines.
where the air is
That's what that
either moving
additional
faster
venting
or
is up
slower
there.
than the speed of sound. We'll eventually get to subsonic, which
Come on, baby.
we have some experience with. We did in our suborbital campaign.
Start of Raptor chill.
Starship
Don't like that.
eventually
Don't like
get
that.
down
Something's
to
burning
its
off down there.
velocity,
That's not good.
floating
Come
down
on, baby. Hold
to
together.
the water. That's just about 200 miles an
Hold
hour.
together.
So, we are hearing that we're starting to chill some of the engines, as we are. If we make it all the way down to the
Don't
water,
worry.
still going to attempt to land.
She'll hold
burn,
together.
But still a ways
Hear
to
me,
go.
baby. Hold
We're at
together.
about 64 kilometers in altitude right now. We made it through what's expected to be the peak heating, but now we're going to start encountering increased pressures as the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker.
Oh, feed's starting to break a little bit.
So we're at 63 kilometers, so we've already made it farther than we did on our last flight when that last signal was coming at 65 kilometers.
Come on, baby. Survive!
So again, what we're really looking at here is the performance
I hope
of the heat
that's
shield,
just
of the
ice from the
flaps, of
vents,
seals
dudes.
and the flaps. There's just a
I
whole
really
bunch of
hope
different
that's just
areas
ice
that
from
we're
the
keeping a
vents, or
really
else we're
close eye on as we
about to have a
re-enter.
bad day. Oh my God. Oh, shit.
Starship remains on a good entry trajectory.
It's wild, man. Are we seeing this right now? Is this happening?
And looking like we're still on a good trajectory. If you're seeing little camera moves, that's the flap moving as it continues to maintain.
What is going on?
The attitude of the vehicle as it re-enters. And I mean, not just camera views, but we've got sensors inside the ship. We've got those sensors down at the very aft end
once again,
of the vehicle, where we pointed out we
I don't mean to mute Dan here for a second, and I won't mute him all the way just in case I miss a call out here. I hope this is ice, because if it's not ice, that means parts of the vehicle are ablating. Remember, they want this to be reusable. You don't want stuff to ablate like that. I think this might just be ice from the vents, but we'll find out. There's a lot of turbulent flow coming off of this. Or perturbed flow, I should say. Perturbed flow. Like, I don't know if stuff's burning off. It looks like stuff is burning off. I don't know. Who knows? Once again, this is the first time they've gotten this far during reentry. We're in uncharted territory now. They got further than 3.
Splashdown point, which is just to the off the northwest corner of Australia.
Come on, baby, make it through. Make it through. They've shed off about 1/3 of the 1/3 orbital velocity here. Actually, yeah, a little over 1/3.
And if you keep an eye on our speed, the speed is dropping. We're hitting the thicker part of the atmosphere now. The speed's going to start dropping precipitously.
The deceleration
We're
is
gonna start
wild,
getting
man. There's some
to transonic
insane loads
pretty
being
soon,
put on this thing
and then
right now.
After that, we'll get into subsonic, where
some plasmas.
we're moving less than the speed of sound.
I hope that's a
wow,
reflection.
What a light show so far.
If the fire's getting through into this area here, that could be bad. I hope. I hope that's a reflection, man.
External temperatures are starting to come down.
Come on, baby.
This
make it
camera
through.
view is looking right at one of the forward
Not
flaps.
good. Not good. Very bad.
And we're strategically putting some cameras around the vehicle to just look at the different areas. Looks like we got the flap starting to come apart a little.
Hold together.
Yeah, it does appear that we have a little bit of burn through there. We can see pieces of the vehicle flying off. What a show it has been. It's been like watching Interstellar or something.
This is wild to see this.
Oh, she's
but
flapping.
The ship is still coming down. Which is incredible to see.
That wing is gonna
How
detach.
far can it go?
That wing's gonna detach. Come on, make
on
it.
the altitude in the bottom right-hand corner. We're at 54 kilometers right now.
That's got a hole in it.
Now,
there is a hole in the wing.
The data is the payload today. We've been saying it multiple times.
That's a big hole in the wing.
Our teams are sitting,
Look at
reviewing this data live,
melt.
learning where
that
the
is
hot
wild,
spots are.
dude.
As you can see, there's an obvious hot spot there with the flap, and learning how we can improve this design. The goal was to get as far through this high heat re-entry as possible. Ideally, we'd love to make it all the way down and perform that landing burn and flip maneuver, but we may not get that far today. We will see.
Again, this is a test.
I'd be worried about
and
aero
we
loads
are
at this
gathering
point,
as much
guys.
data as possible,
It
visual
looks like
data as well, which we can see
the wing
here.
is
We
still
are getting
there.
a lot of
You can
debris
still-
covering the
it's
camera on
still
your screen,
there,
but we can
parts
still
of it.
see some of those sparks and
I'm
flames
just wondering
from
if
that
it's still
high
gonna be
heat
able to
as ship
actuate.
is making its way back down to Earth.
Ship now at 50 kilometers and closing.
Dude.
The good news is we still got, looks like that camera lens just cracked. It's safe to say ship's getting a little beat up, but that's to be expected on a test flight. We are still learning how to improve the ship for total survival and recovery of the high heat re-entry.
I'm honestly impressed that we're still getting this live view despite how much debris is coming off of this flap right now.
The flap is still there. It's just missing a piece.
Got it is good news.
Up.
And I may have jinxed it. I apologize.
Hey, guys, the numbers are still going. The numbers are still
Look
going.
at that. It's back.
We are still going.
And the teams here at SpaceX are excited, as you can tell by the cheering behind us. There's still a sizable crowd here at Mission Control Center, Hawthorne.
A splashdown is
They
expected
still have
in just
attitude
about 4
control,
minutes
man.
from now.
It's got a hole in the wing.
And we're still moving.
2/3 orbital
We still
velocity
have
bled
live
off.
views. Starlink is
Vehicle
doing
is
an incredible
approaching
job.
maximum entry dynamic pressure. External temperatures are dropping.
How is this happening?
Okay, good news. Those external pressures are dropping. The question is,
it
how
don't
much
care.
the ship is left. We can't really tell. We can still see some of that particulate coming off.
The wing is still there. It's
and
still there. It's
unfortunately,
just
we do
got a
have
hole in
cracked
it.
camera lens. But for any photographers out there and videographers,
How is this thing still
we know
flying?
that's part of the gig sometimes.
Yeah, and you can see that the speed is rapidly slowing down. That's actually really great news for us.
It's the honey
we
badger
want the vehicle
hubs,
to be
right?
slowing down
Unbelievable.
before it splashes down into the ocean. That'll help set us up for that flip maneuver, engines first down into the water.
Exactly.
They're still getting
So we have
telemetry and they
seen the
still
split
have
maneuver
attitude
demonstrated
control.
on
There's a
previous
hole in one of the
high-altitude
wings and
flight
it's still
tests
flying
like,
straight.
Serial number 8. Oh,
gotta
more
be
views.
kidding me.
Or excuse, I should say, more light coming through the view that we have through that cracked and dirtied lens there. But yeah, so we're hoping that this flip maneuver that we can pull it off as soon as we get those views back.
Numbers
if
are
we
still
can
going.
Get them,
Numbers
if the
are
ship
still
is still
going.
around, we will bring
Vehicle
it
has
back to
passed maximum dynamic pressure.
It made it past
That is
entry
great
Q.
news.
Oh my
Maximum
goodness.
dynamic pressure being the moment in which the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of
She's gonna flip.
aerodynamic
She's
pressure.
gonna flip, dudes. Watch.
Speed
Either
still
that or
dropping.
it's gonna
We're
try
now
to do
at
the flip
37
and break into a
kilometers above
bajillion
the
pieces.
Just like Flight 3, we are
Come
targeting
on.
a
Get us that
splashdown in the
camera,
water in the
please.
Indian Ocean.
And we don't have a live view right now, but because we're still getting data and telemetry,
The numbers
that
are
does
still
tell
going.
us
She's
that
still
ship
flying.
Is still doing okay, at least. There we got that live view.
Still in one piece. Oh my
The
goodness.
crowd very excited to see that view, despite not being able to see very much.
The fact that it's there tells us the ship is still alive.
Yes, and
For now.
collecting data, continuing to collect data as we get closer and closer to Earth.
Yes, now 30 kilometers, now 29 above the Indian
Starship is at
Ocean.
30 kilometers altitude, Mach 2.
It's
Sounds
gonna
like
make it to
vehicles traveling,
transonic.
as we just
You've
heard,
gotta be kidding me.
Mach 2, which is, looks like we might, I thought maybe it might clear up. It is a little bit, now at T plus 1 hour, 3 minutes and 13 seconds into Starship Flight
Dude,
4.
the wing is still there.
Hoping that the ship can hang on. It's probably potentially hanging on by a couple of bolts and threads, but it's still going, and that is excellent news.
That deceleration is looking incredible. We're about to go under
nose is
1,000
down.
kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
Starship is at 20 kilometers altitude.
Now keep in mind that even though we can't see anything, the data itself is what we really are.
Starship is subsonic.
Subsonic, they're telling us it's traveling
How is this
below the speed of
happening?
sound.
She's riding! Come on, land! Stay together!
That movement means the flaps are actuating. I think we can see something.
Come on,
this
baby.
is a nail biter.
Stay together!
But we are, unfortunately, we can't see through the lens, but we're still getting the feed. Starship is now 11 kilometers over the ocean.
That wing still
All this
working?
data is incredibly important. Even if, you know, it breaks up right now. Okay, we can
Stay
see
together.
that flap
Stay together.
activating through the glass.
Starship is passing through 10 kilometers altitude.
10 kilometers.
Okay,
She's
the
almost
next
at terminal.
milestone will be initiation of the flip
Do it.
maneuver and
Come
landing
on.
burn.
Do it.
Keep an eye on the bottom right corner of your screen for those 3 center engines to relight.
got a
It will
huge hole in
gimbal
it.
or angle so that the ship
Survive.
flips itself back up vertical and hopefully lands in a vertical position.
She's stable. The
And
nose
the
is
crowd is
stable.
very excited
Come
to
on.
get this view of that flap still
Starship is
maneuvering.
passing through 5 kilometers altitude.
So when they go to do the flip, these wings got to turn down, and that's what I'm kind of worried about. If it turns down that too quickly,
is
that wing could
incredible.
break off.
We're getting very close to splashdown.
These fireflies are such a good sign of life right now. We wish we could see more, but we'll take it.
Starship is at 2 kilometers altitude.
2 kilometers, she's still maintaining attitude control. Come on, bring the nose up. And belly flop.
Landing burn startup for Starship.
No way.
All right, good news there.
Nominal to lift.
Landing bird startup.
Starship is in landing burn.
Landing burn shutdown.
The landing burn shutdown was commanded.
No way, that just happened. Holy crap, it made it.
Wow. I mean, it was a little bit of use your imagination as you were going down with what we could actually see, but we were able to hear the ship did its landing burn. It sounded
Starship
like we
landing
might have
burn
got
shutdown.
2 engines. And there's the final call for landing burn shutdown, but we'll go back through all the data, but we did get confirmation that a landing burn took place. Starship made it through re-entry and did its first ever landing burn. From South Texas to the other side of the earth, Starship is in the water. What a day. What a day, guys. Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. We got views pretty much the whole way down.
Happened?
Analysis said it could do it. We weren't sure if it was going to be able to happen, but Starlink powered through.
Good fella.
And we were
Thanks for
able
the
to
20.
get signal.
Watch it with the
We started to get some
154
debris on the
bits.
cameras and everything.
What did we just
but
watch?
we were able to see it. So, I mean, what a day. Just recapping, everything started off today. We lifted off from here in Starbase just about an hour ago. It feels like a lifetime.
I can't freaking believe that.
Successful super heavy ascent, boost back, and its own splashdown in the Gulf. Ship made it to space, kept its attitude. Successful
Passing with
re-entry
the
through
20.
peak heating. We got
Did
to
you
see
see-
it under flap
it made
control
it.
through the
It
atmosphere.
made it into the water. You
and
saw
we
the
got call out
splash.
of our first ever ship landing burn after a launch into space. So, just really incredible. So I'm going to take some time to collect myself, but that was incredible. I can't wait for the next one. Over to you guys.
That's
It was so loud here. I
can't even
haven't
talk
heard
straight.
the crowd get that loud probably since
Yeah, good
liftoff
fella.
of Flight 1,
Good man.
honestly.
That was incredible. Congratulations to our teammates, to everyone who supported the Starship program. Thanks to all of our future customers for your support. And we'd also like to thank the people of Cameron County, Texas, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the government of Mexico. And since Starship got a little bit toasty from that extreme heat of reentry, and we've got our very own Starship right here, let's have a toast of our own.
I've been waiting all morning for this.
Okay, may I?
Light me up. Yeah. Just like Starship, I like this toasty.
I'm keeping this.
Now, we've got
the marshmallow
more
is on
Starship,
fire.
Test flights coming to you soon. Be sure to follow the SpaceX account
your
on X
marshmallow
for
is
more
ablating.
updates from today's test flight and future Starship tests.
You're
Thanks
not-
for watching,
you're not-
and we will see
You're
you
not
next
supposed
time.
to do that. Yeah, there you go. I'm awake now. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen in spaceflight. I've covered a lot of missions. That was the most insane thing I think I've ever watched. It made it. I'm sorry, guys. It was just screeching from me for the latter half of that mission, but the exclamation I think is warranted, right? Like, I saw the wings start to come apart. I'm like, okay, maybe they're not gonna get this one. Dude, the thing did a flip and burn with a hole in the wing. The wing was gone. And it somehow was able to pivot and do the flip and burn. And then we saw it splash into the water. Unbelievable. Right, Tara? Unbelievable, dude. I can't believe that. Yeah, Andrew, so we all about to buy $200 lighter? Yeah. I know.
The Eagle has landed.
I'm honestly at a loss. I'm at a loss for words. That was the wildest thing. Dino, we actually made it. It made it. $29.11. I like that. I have to see it. I have to see that. I have to see that last bit one more time. Hold on. Give me a moment.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Raven, thank you. If you watch the end of Starship, it landed and then fell over. That's what I thought I saw closer. Dude.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
It is gonna take I don't really talk like this, but it's gonna take some time to process what just happened. No, it's 100 bits. Battle. Gifted a sub. It's gonna take a second for my brain to kind of put two and two together there. Look at this. Let's watch. Let's watch this. This is a replay. Dude, the wing's still there. It's still there. I mean, it's missing some tiles, but it's still there. Like, let me just look at this again. Solar Coaster, thank you for the bits. Here, I'll turn the alerter back on. There's the flip. And okay, so when the wing goes out like this, that means that Starship is basically going from this state to that state. Now, if you see the wing tuck back in again like this, that means she's coming down vertically, right? And does the wing tuck back up? There it goes. Tuck back up. So now Starship is like this. It's coming down like this. And then if we see it fall over and splash, It made it. There it is. There's the splash.
Starship is in landing burn.
Landing burn shutdown.
That's the splash right there. So it looks like it kind of made it, right? And then it kind of bobbed up for a second and then tipped over. That was the splash, dude. It made it down.
This is incredible.
You just need to see it again.
Getting very close to splashdown.
It's missing a lot of stuff, Nagwal. We saw the tiles delaminate during reentry. Yeah, you can see it fall over in the telemetry. Yeah. Watch. Whitney, thank you very much for the raid. See, I saw the nose started to dip and I got really, really worried, but yep, she reoriented. There you go. We didn't get any sign of motor reignition here. Those sensors are probably damaged. There's a hole in that wing, and it still did it.
Starship is in landing burn.
That hole in the wing's got to be at least a meter wide. There, that's the splash. There it is. She did it. How is that possible? Did that just happen?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It folded back up, Bill. That's what it looked like to me. Yeah, Vexed. I mean, this thing's a little bit chunkier than an airplane, though. NASA is live. Yeah, we're gonna move to Starliner docking here in a moment. That wing belongs in a museum. I think it's at the bottom of the ocean at this point. How did that happen? The NSF guy's getting a little emotional. Let me see. And no mishap investigation means that IFT5 is going to happen sooner rather than later. That's a good observation. Yeah, Jerry. It's science. It's pretty good, man. My yeah, no, this is broken. This is very broken. Yeah. That's very broken. Well, I'll get back to you here. Yeah, Alex, Adrian, and Lon look pretty dang happy. I'm a bit late, but did everything work? Spawater, I gotta watch it again. I gotta watch it again. I gotta watch at least the re-entry one more time. I gotta see this. Dude, we had... X video, all right. Yeah, dude. Look at that. Alex, can you believe that? Can you believe what just happened? That actually just happened? So, right here, during re-entry, I thought it was a reflection off the top of the stainless steel. It was not a reflection off the top of the stainless steel. When they switched to the forward camera, see all this stuff? I kind of hoped that all this stuff coming off was just ice or whatever. It's not. It looks like their tiles or something on their thermal protection system ablated a little bit. Now, it still made it through. I'm wondering about the state of the vehicle. But see all these sparks? That means ablation is happening, meaning stuff is burning off. You don't want your thermal tiles burning off. Like, see right there? That's that, yeah, actually, we paused it at a really good time. That's ablated material, so I'm guessing it's ablated stainless. Now, right here, I thought what we're seeing right there was maybe a reflection from the plasma, but it looks like it found a way through. This is plasma getting through the gap between the flapping wing and the hull of Starship.
We're moving less than the speed of sound, but wow, what a light show so far.
Yes, NX, yeah. And then, see, here's the thing. Yep, see, it popped a hole in it. That's turbulent, that's plasma flow getting into the gap between the flapping wing and the fuselage there. The wings in this design are that area, the kind of armpit of the wing right here. That's the area that's going to see the most heat. And well, yeah, there you go. You can see that there are tiles. Watch the tiles on the back edge of the flapping wing start to tile in. Yep, there they go. See.
Just look at the different areas. Looks like we got the flap starting to come apart a little.
Unfreaking
Yeah, it does appear
believable.
that we have a little bit of burn through there. We can see pieces of the vehicle flying off.
Oh man, look at how quickly that goes south. Oh my goodness.
This is wild to see this.
And actually, this is some really awesome phenomenon here because you can see the stainless skin. You can actually see it ablate. This is the kind of stuff you'd only see in an arc jet. Like, the fact that we got a picture of the ablation of the wing shows exactly where the wing is getting hottest. That's why SpaceX keeps saying that this data is so important. Look at it ablating the steel. That is insane data right there. You can't mimic this anywhere on this planet. Didn't they say that this was the worst case scenario? Well, Tessa, like I said, dude, not many things would be able to survive this type of reentry trajectory. This is an extremely steep reentry. Extremely steep. We're talking a reentry trajectory with negative perigee. That's not many things survive that, let alone a 15-story building of a spacecraft. That it is actually ridiculous that this thing made it down to water. That's where the lens cracked. I can't believe that. It seems there won't be an FAA investigations. Yep. Yeah. There no mishap here. She made it down. Starship didn't go out of any projected hazard areas. No mishap investigation, guys. Yeah. What I learned from this IFT, buy whatever camera SpaceX is using. See, I thought we lost it for a second, but then I noticed that the numbers are still going down. See, there was just a momentary interruption of signal. That could have been a handover between Starlink. Sorry, I almost dropped my Starship. I can't believe that. Live look of me trying to survive this week. Fair. Do you think that the tiles will be made to not ablate? I think, well, here's the thing, Jim. It's not that the tiles, okay, so tiles ablate if they take heat from any direction other than the front, right? Well, it's not that the tiles ablate, believe it or not. We actually saw that phenomenon right here. It's not that the tiles ablate, it's the thing behind them that will. Tiles can take the heat. They really only can take the heat really well if the thing that they're attached to doesn't get hot. So I guess saying the tiles ablating off is probably not the exact right thing to say. It's most likely the Nomex fire blankets, the white blankets that are behind the tiles. It could be Nomex or it could be a cilia blanket. That's what's most likely ablating off, meaning that they're getting plasma flow in areas that they didn't intend. Did that all really just happen? I can't believe that. Do we think the other side flap saw the same issues? Well, Hannah, she's symmetrical. I don't see why it wouldn't. And clearly, during the flip and burn, like, we didn't see it do this or this during the flip. It just flipped over and landed, right? So, uniform ablation would happen, right? What happened to one wing would happen to the other. They're just mirror opposites of each other. Yeah, okay, Vulcan. Thank you. I just... Right? Inadvertently proof of concept. Well, it seemed like the hottest area was right here on the... I call it the armpit of the flappy wing. Right here is where they saw a ton of blow through. So you can be sure that in future variants, you're going to see some built up thermal protection systems here. From the engineer, what is Elon saying? Despite the loss of many tiles and a damaged flap, Starship made it all the way to a soft landing in the ocean. I can't believe that. Look at. I can't believe this. I can't believe that just freaking happened. Just cover Starship with these cameras and it'll survive re-entry, right? Look at the new wing design compared to the hole we just saw. Yeah, don't those new wings, aren't they kind of cut up like this? That area where they saw plasma blow through, there's no wing there. The wing design is like more trapezoidal. They're more kind of swept instead of like this, like triangles. They're kind of swept like that. So it's very clear that SpaceX, through their testing, knew that that area would have played off pretty badly. Unbelievable, man. Unfreaking real. I can't believe that. How did it do that? How did it... Ooh. People, oh yeah, here, whoever just linked this, I'm sorry, your name went off the page before I could see who posted the link. So Sawyer, yeah, okay, Sawyer Merritt posted this, a sped up version of a sped up reentry. This is with 2x time warp. That's very, yeah, I'll be honest, that's very stable up until that. That's not, yep, that's not good. So Starship's newer wings, guys, right? Starship's redesigned wing is actually, the trailing edge of the wing is actually swept a little bit, and it actually starts right there, and it goes, like, this area is not there. And I'm pretty sure there's a good reason, and, right, see that fiery bit right there? That's the good reason. Wow, look at it. Dude, look at it ablate. Oh, dude, that's wild. You're not going to see ablation on a test stand on that scale. Yeah, did you see it? Did you see the wings start to ablate apart? That's wild, man. How did this wing still work? Oh, dude, look at that. Look at the structure deformed. You know how much heat needs to go into this thing to get stainless steel to look like jello like that? That's what I'm trying to tell you is that this area is really, really hot. So what's going on here is that because the plasma found its way into an area that didn't have tiles on it, i.e. this area right here, plasma ended up going inside of the wing, and it blew out the tiles on the back half of the wing. What we're seeing right here is plasma coming through, but it's inside of the wing. That's why this has this kind of skeletal structure here. You can see the welds on the stainless steel are heating up. The welds are conducting all the heat. That's where somebody went through the welds and heated up the stainless, right? That's what those dots are. And then what happens is, because it blew through, it ablates from the inside out. See? the back half of this stainless is actually staying together pretty well, but the front half is getting melted away, or the inside of the wing is getting melted away. And see that? It just completely fries the wing structure from the inside out. Do you think it happened to both wings? I think it wouldn't have been able to land if it didn't happen to both wings, Kagras. How did the front half hold on? Emoted, I'm still trying to figure that out. It's not every day that you lose like half of your wing and the thing still works. And we saw it splash down. We saw the wave that it made during splashdown. I can't believe that. I am going to be fanboying over this footage for like the next week. Ship 29, never give up. Never give up. Never surrender. We will not be defeated by some troublesome plasma. They didn't have a relay on one of the booster landing burn. One of the booster landing burns. It's not Falcon Heavy. On the booster landing burn, but I want to know what type of cameras they're using. SpaceX's optics are in-house, guys. They used GoPros a long time ago on like one of the first Falcon flights and the Falcon 1 flights and then one of the first Falcon 9 flights. They were using GoPros, and then they brought the optics in-house. Can you go back to the booster landing? Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, I should say something meaningful and insightful here, but I don't have any words. Yeah, Rage, they didn't get one of them, but they still had 12. And that was more than enough to compensate. I don't know, did they, Greg? The salami lid. Did you see the chopsticks? Flyboy, with iterative testing, there's not really success or failure. There's only what you learn. And SpaceX just learned a ton. Here, let's, yeah, it landed in water. Super Heavy made it down in one piece, despite one of the engines being out during the landing burn. They were in the landing position. Did they move up and down, Mishud? I put a D at the end of your name because of Mishud Assembly. Mishud, did they like move up and down, sync to the booster? Would carbon fiber flaps handle the heat better than stainless? No. Not really. Nah, no. I don't think so. The tiles, the stainless didn't handle it very well, to be honest with you, BD. I don't think so. They got to get those tiles to stay on, but once again, you're going to get the adhesive or the mechanical latches holding those tiles on. If you get blow through the wing, doesn't matter what you make the wing out of, right? Because somebody basically lit a fire inside of your wing, which is really, really bad. So it doesn't really matter what you put in there. It matters, you know, where it blew through. And that's really the most important part. That's the most important part of this from what SpaceX learned from the Starship side of things, right? Where you lost thermal protection. Because wherever they lost thermal protection, those tiles did ablate. Most of the tiles didn't, from what I could tell, but those ones did, or the glue that holds them together burned off and the tiles shot off. They had a lot from that camera that we saw that was right here pointing at the wing. obviously this area is a very, very high heat area, which, once again, that isn't anything that we didn't know. I'll bet you right here on the back wings was getting extremely hot too. This whole area on the back of the ship was probably getting real toasty. Nice, Bright. Nice. Now, I noticed during landing, we didn't have updated telemetry. When they did go and do that landing burn, right? When they did go and do the landing burn, we didn't see the engines relight, but they're blatantly on because you're getting massive deceleration here. There it is. Engines hit the water, and now she's going to tip over. And... Splash. Unbelievable. Let me see if we can see it in the telemetry one more time. So what we should see here is this number go all the way down, get near 0, and then when it goes into the water, right, it should pick up a positive acceleration. So the number should go up, and then it should go up a lot, and then it should go down as the thing tips over. So let's watch the numbers here real quick. Sorry, I was mesmerized by this. I usually watch the numbers. So, yep, it goes up, and then it tips over, and then it goes down again. Splash. That thing made it down. That thing made it down. It made it down in one piece. Do you think a shallower reentry profile could have mitigated the heating, or would they just mean more wear on the tiles? I think this is more of a design thing at this point, Hawks. Dude, there is not much, save for like maybe an ICBM that would be able to survive a reentry trajectory like that. A capsule would have difficulty with this one. With the reentry trajectory that Starship just took, not many things are getting through that. That's an extremely steep trajectory. Let alone for something this freaking big. It was only mostly dead. I'm not dead. It's just a flesh wound. Oh, Papa Bear, what do we got here? What do we have? Hold on, let's just back out. Let's go over here. Something flying around out there? Your bloody wings off. No, it isn't. Here, we'll just get the flight radar up. Huh. Interesting. Ah. What is this? Oh yeah, that's the one talking about the heat shield. I hope we get some pictures, man. Yeah. No, that's definitely a Dassault Falcon. And we know that Elon likes Dassault Falcons because they're fast, because it has 3 engines instead of 2. VHMXJ was around during IFT3 too. Interesting. Interdasting. I think someone backtracked that plane's ownership to a company that specialized in high-definition aerial tracking cameras. Look, is there another one for the booster? I don't think that that one is necessarily for the booster. The booster landed over here somewhere. The owner of that Falcon is a contract mining company, likely taking nice pictures from the cabin. Oops, my B. Yeah, no problem, no problem. It's all good. BHMXJ. I think the tiles failed on the belly first. There was a lot of slag before the flap got hot. Something was getting ablated down there, Tweets, for sure. I don't know if it was necessarily tiles. Tiles can take a good amount of heat, but even they have like a critical mass. Now, once again, here's the thing. The points that are going to get the hottest are right here. It's this armpit right here. That's what's going to get the hottest. Right? What's right after that is right down the belly. Right in the center of the belly is where your plasma is closest to the vehicle. Right there. That's the closest point. Right on this axis. And that is where we seem to see sparks, where we seem to be seeing sparks come from. If we got a relight, that means the tanks didn't rupture on re-entry. Yeah, but you ablated the heat shield 95, but still, yeah, no, it made it. It made it. She made it. How do we know if both flaps didn't get destroyed since we didn't have a camera on the other side? It wouldn't have been able to do this if both of them weren't destroyed equally. Go America is out there. Oh yeah, Mutter. Look at 60-kilometer altitude. It rolled to compensate heat. I saw what you said before, Tweets, despite you saying sea last. I don't think so. Maybe. I think that it's really, really difficult to see what happened here. I don't see any roll rates here, but it's, once again, it's super hard to tell. Both of the front and back wings are both moving out, so that tells me that it's braking, not, you're braking here, not necessarily rolling. Dude, it is impossible to tell if it's rolling here or not. I really don't think. Yeah, flap movement. Yeah. This camera right here is right there. It's on the back of the flap, pointing this way. It's embedded right up here. Now, I'll bet you that SpaceX, I don't know, let me see something real quick. So that camera is on the opposite flap, but it's right there. I don't know if that necessarily is a camera lens. It's hard to say. Here, let's see if we can back it up a little bit. No, it's a tile. They have a camera embedded right here, but they only seem to have it on one flap. Right? That's the camera. This is the port bow flap on the ship. But if we look at the starboard bow, there's no camera. There's no lens right there, which is very interesting. But yeah, they had burn through right through that right there, meaning that something on the front side of this didn't work. those little antennas coming off the wing are temperature sensors. Those are, well, a really, really fancy thermometer. No, guys, those are thermometers. I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, don't worry. I think they did their job sensing that there was some heat in here. I think we got the point. That they were. Yeah, whatever they were, they aren't there anymore. That you can tell because of the way it is. You don't say. Those are static wicks. I'd fight you for that. Yeah, you could fight me for it, and you'd probably be right, but you'd probably lose the fight. Fight me. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna go pick a fight with people on the internet. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. That's not a good idea. You shouldn't do that. Can you box? Boy's got a good right hook. Good left uppercut. Uppercut's that way. That's a left hook. Hey, that's why I said 90% sure, because there's still a chance that I'm wrong. So, I mean, don't worry. Don't worry. The internet does a very good job of letting me know when I am. Don't change, guys. Just haven't slept for 2 days. You know, it's fine. It's fine. You feel your soul leaving your body. How many times are you going to type that before I see it? Nice. That's a good one, Max. That's a good one. Just twice? That's all I saw. I saw 2 times. More coffee for you then? I don't know, dudes. Now, we got some excellent Starship footage, but you know what? What if I told you we ain't done? Now, if this looks like me trying to draw a picture of the ISS, then yeah, that's right. But what you're actually looking at is the Vespa system. The Vespar system? Princess Vespa. This is Starliner's relative navigation camera, because Starliner is approaching the ISS for docking. Docking is scheduled about an hour and 45 minutes from now. Vesta, that's what it's called. Vespa? I mean, it's like a scooter, right? It's fine. So, believe it or not, Starliner is... The computers are being fed what the cameras are seeing, and it's trying to... The cameras and the computer are recognizing a picture of the ISS. It's a form of relative navigation, where the computer is actually looking at pictures and figuring out where it's going. It's figuring out where it is from a picture. So like how a pilot would, you know, if you're flying visual flight rules, you'd look at the runway. So anyway... We got that coming up here, so I'm going to switch us over to Starliner docking, and that's going to do it. That's going to do her here for the Starship coverage. Don't worry, we're going to keep talking about it. We got Starliner, Starship. Yeah, they both have star in the name. We can talk about both of those things. What camera is tracking the ISS? Is it in orbit with it? This camera that you're seeing right here is on Starliner. That is Starliner's best. I'm just going to call it Vespa. That's stuck in my head now, and I shouldn't call it that, but that's what it is. That's what it is in my head now. That's just what it is. Sorry, nothing I can do about it. Yeah, like I said, Starliner uses a relative navigation docking system. The onboard computers are being fed actual visible light spectrum pictures of the ISS, And the computer interpolates those pictures and figures out where it needs to go. Anyway, I'm gonna bring us into the loops here on NASA, and we'll see what we got. Star Vespa. Yeah, yeah, Lone Prod. Yeah, Ship 29's like, what do you want?
Coming up
What do you want to do, huh?
25 seconds, still expected.
What do you want to do?
Ellipsoid entry.
Okay. Any boats that could catch a Starship booster?
Again, the
Unlikely.
approach ellipsoid is a 4 by 2 by 2 kilometer invisible boundary around the outside of
Pretty
the
much,
International
Sally,
Space
yeah.
Station.
There you go. There it is. That's Vespa. It is approaching what's called the keep out sphere. That's the basically the no-fly zone.
And confirmation
around
we
the
have entered
ISS.
the approach ellipsoid.
So there's the approach ellipsoid and then the keep out sphere, and then the keep out sphere right after that. The approach ellipsoid is basically, think about like an airplane, right? Would kind of fly near the airport, get a good view of the, not get a good view. It depends if you're flying VFR or IFR. The plane would get near the airport and then turn to a line to the runway, right? Right now, they're getting near the ISS, right? But so the approach ellipsoid is, well, where you approach it. And then what they'll do is right before they enter the keep out sphere, well, not before they enter the keep out sphere, they're going to get aligned with the V-bar. So right now, Starliner, the ISS is like this, and Starliner's kind of coming at it like this. Starliner will go up to the front and align itself with the front of the station, the velocity vector or V-bar, and then it's going to move in for a docking. When it moves in on that docking, it's going to basically fly it's going to land on a runway. The ISS has two for Starliner and Dragon at the front. There's the V-bar, which is aligned with the velocity vector, and then there's the R-bar approach, which is aligned with the radial vector. So basically coming at the ISS from the top or coming at it from the front. Right? You could look at it. It's kind of interesting that Vesta has eyes on that docking port, because where that red circle is, more or less, is where it's going to end up. Yeah, that's the docking port. So, but once again, if the ISS is out here, it's got to go up into the front, and when it gets aligned and starts approaching on the V-bar, right, that's when it's going to go inside of the keep out sphere. The approach ellipsoid is like entering the pattern for the station. Chopsticks are moving down. Oh yeah.
As we were saying, we have recently heard the authority to proceed to the keep out sphere. We expect the Starliner spacecraft will enter the keep out sphere around 10:35 a.m. Central Time, so a little less than an hour from now. That keep out sphere is another invisible boundary, this one with a 200-meter radius around the International Space Station. To enter the keep out sphere, we must agree that the spacecraft could, for some reason, lose control of its thrusters and still not enter that boundary for 24 hours.
Going to be turning on the CETA lights.
So, what are those green blobs on the right? I think that's a camera that's pointed backwards, looking at the Earth. Because right now, Starliner's back end is pointing at the surface, and the front of the capsule is pointing towards the ISS. It's kind of flying in between the ISS and the ground right now, because
at approximately 10:24 a.m.
we're looking at the bottom. That's the bottom of the station right there. We're looking at the ISS, the ISS's belly. I know that this is the nadir, or the bottom of the station, because of the orientation of the Quest airlock right there. That's the air. See this little white thing? That's the airlock that they use to do maintenance outside of the station. And then you see node 3 right here. So the Tranquility node right there. The module, don't move this while I'm doing this, please. Please, Boeing, please. Tranquility is node 3 right there. Node 3 in this picture appears to be on the starboard side of the station. Node 3 is not on the starboard side of the station. It's on the port side. So we're underneath the ISS right now. My guess is, that says Vesta 2 ladder retro. I'm guessing this camera is pointed back at Earth, picking out targets on Earth to figure out, so the capsule understands where it is. Just like how you'd look, if you were flying a plane, right? Think about it like if you were a fighter pilot doing an in-flight refuel. right? You'd look at the ground to get orientation, and you'd look at the plane to get orientation too. The more reference that you have, the better. So, I mean, once again, that part is just a guess. That says retro. So retro in spaceflight usually means backwards. So that tells me that this camera is pointing back at Earth, and it's picking out stuff on the surface, because this one is pointed forward at the ISS.
Half away from our scheduled docking time this morning, again targeting 11:15 a.m. Central.
It does say retro, and I'm telling you, like, engineers don't really come up with like super creative names. The names are very they're very actual. So if that says retro, that usually means backwards in spaceflight. Like, you don't need to. It's not like some crazy, like retro is code for looking to the left. No. The retro just means it's looking backwards. You take it very literally. You know what I mean? No, they're using differential eccentricity, Velk. So it looks like it's going to look like Starliner is going to do this. Like, it's going to fly circles around the ISS here, but it's not. Starliner is just all Starliner is doing with its reaction control systems is.
Butch, Houston on the big loop. We've got one seat of light coming on, and there'll be 4 more coming on. It might take a little bit to warm up.
I see the first one. I saw it when it came on.
Okay, you saw that in the centerline camera?
Affirmative.
Not re-entry ascent, Celyad.
And you know what's coming. We're going to want some centerline camera screenshots of that.
Yeah, maybe Blue. It's going to look... Sorry. Just making sure I'm not talking over the loops, that's all. So it's going to look like Starliner is going to be doing laps around the ISS, but it's not. Starliner is in a slightly eccentric orbit, and the ISS is in a perfectly circular orbit. So if you have eccentricity in your orbit, it's going to look like you're orbiting around something. It's going to look like you're flying circles around it.
We heard some communications between
the reality
the
is that
Capcom.
the only thing here is the reaction control systems on your yaw, pitch, and roll being adjusted here. So Starliner is just making sure that it's going to be pointing at the ISS like that all the time. See? Actually, oh, thank you, NASA. That's exactly what I'm talking about. See the loop? There's your differential eccentricity right there. That is exactly what I'm talking about. It's going to look like it's doing loops around the ISS. There's your loop in telemetry form. Thank you, NASA. Very cool. That actually helps me a lot. That is exactly what I'm talking about. There's the loop. All right. There you go. I'm not even mad. Loopers. That's pretty loopers. They're listening. Hi, NASA. You guys are great. This mission is fantastic. Just W's. Just spaceflight is just, we're just handing out all the W's this week. Here, have this W.
Looks like is facing you, the service module portion.
Okay, so if you're looking at this and you're just like, those are numbers. Yep. All right, so this is the orbit. And here's what I'm talking about with this differential eccentricity. These are the orbital parameters down here, at least showing HA and HP. Now, I don't know what Starliner is using for H designation, right? But A and P are apoapsis and periapsis. And because we're around Earth, you would conjugate that to apogee and perigee. So check this out. The apogee of this orbit is at 413.9 kilometers. That is the altitude of the ISS. The ISS is about 413 and change. It kind of fluctuates because they do like collision avoidance and reboost from time to time. So this orbit right here, or the apogee of this orbit, is at the height of the ISS. But if you notice, The PE, the perigee right here is at 407. It's 408, 407, 408. Oh, there's a little bit of a maneuver change. Look. Check that out. Watch, they're going to make another loop-de-loop up here. Yep, there it is. So, look, they boosted it. They changed the orbital parameters, 414.3, 410.8. So they're adjusting the eccentricity here to basically fly loops. Oh, come on. To make it look like it's flying loops around the ISS, when in reality, Starliner's orbit is slightly egg-shaped relative to the ISS, which is perfectly circular. That's how you get those loops. But see, what Starliner is going to do, right, is it's going to get to the apogee. It's going to get to the highest point where it's going to be basically flying in formation with the ISS, and then it'll just fire its thrusters for a second to circularize, and it'll kind of hover out in front. Now, if you notice back from that telemetry view, NASA, give me the telemetry view again. Give me that telemetry view again. Come on, you know you want to. Hey, remember that one time, NASA, where I was like, you were really cool? Like, I mean, you're cool, right? Please? Natural motion circumnavigation. RPO mechanics are flipping awesome. Yeah, there you go. That's the word for it. That's the word that I didn't know up until this point, Bluegill. Thank you. Dang, it would have been awesome if that worked. Yeah, please, NASA. You know? That's... Please, NASA? So, what they're going to do is, if you noticed in that telemetry, there was kind of an imaginary sphere around the ISS in their telemetry-driven animations. That's the keep-out sphere. And you should, if I looked at that right, also, they had the R-bar and the V-bar approaches indicated in that screen as well. I really wish they'd go back to it. Yeah, Zanku, they do. They said keep doing what you're doing. This pokey space streaming show has made it big time. Yes. The ISS is the biggest space station orbiting around the world. Hello, pigs. What? Sorry. Farm? All right. Anyway. Did they launch that space rocket yet, or did they keep on scrubbing the launch? Starliner and Starship have both launched, Corey. Yeah, we watched the big one go this morning. You're probably going to want to rewind and see that. Yeah. Time for some KSP now. Regular stream time, right? Oh, yeah. I'll see you there. Left screen is the long-wave infrared camera. Right screen is the LiDAR aimed at retroreflectors on the ISS, not looking down at Earth. There you go. Looking at the retroreflectors on the ISS.
Now, we do not have...
Oh, okay. That's what they were talking about. They were not talking about retro relative to the capsule. They were talking about retro relative to the ISS. So that's on the nadir of the ISS. There you go. I do size up, yes. Yeah, they're bouncing lasers.
We also do anticipate to start getting views from the space station itself, looking down on Starliner as it continues its approach.
Have they opened the beaver nuggets yet? Dude.
Again, the next major milestone this...
Who here is a Buc-ee's fan? There are straight up Buc-ee's beaver nuggets in mission control. Buc-ee's beaver nuggets! Yes! That's awesome. I still think that's the funniest thing ever.
2 international docking adapters is located.
That's Mike Fink right there. That's the guy that commentated at Kennedy Space Center. He commentated
and
the
as
launch.
We transition from an orbital nighttime into
a day
an
ago.
orbital
He's just back in
daytime,
Houston,
reporting
I
that
guess.
they are getting all good views on the
Nadir of the
Vestas
ISS,
system.
eh?
This is
Didn't know
the
I needed
system
storm
on
chase up there.
Starliner
Space
that allows us to
meteorology
track
is a
the space
thing.
station, and as we get closer, will help us align with the docking port.
Yeah, that's Colonel Mike Fink right there. Yeah, he's the pilot or the commander of the Starliner 1 first operational crew mission for Starliner. This is the crew test flight, not an operational mission, technically. Nice, Stoner. Dude, there's beaver that's beaver nuggets. What else could those be? You could even see the beaver. What's the latest from Boeing about the helium leaks?
This view inside the White Flight Control Room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Teams are taking the opportunity to take a very quick break before we get into the docking
Mike,
operations.
Working Capcom? Yeah, Mike does, not me. Anyway. So what's the status of the helium leaks? The helium leaks they determined are within margin. So it's not big enough to cause any particular problems with the mission. That's why they're having the capsule inside of the approach ellipsoid and why they're entering the keep out sphere. They would not have the thing get near the ISS if they weren't absolutely sure that it would be okay to do it. So the leaks are good. They're fine. It's not certainly a problem. It's not ideal, not exactly what you want, but you rarely get 100% ideal in this business, guys. Rare. That doesn't happen. It does, from time to time you're gonna get about as good as you can get. You're never gonna get 100% score here. It's like when you have that professor in school and you ace the test and he's like, yeah, but I got to take it down a peg or two, so I'm gonna give you a 99 instead of 100 because you took a math test and you didn't use the correct grammar, so you get an A-. It's like, oh, okay, it's like that, huh? Yes, space flight is like that. You don't really win, you just kind of get better at it.
Together to guide Starliner slowly and safely to the station.
Transport closure posted for June 8th. You've got to be kidding me, Phil. You've got to be kidding me. That's got to be for... That's got to be for, like, tower segments, right? Surely that's not for another Starship. Yeah, Hannah, exactly. 100% success means your analysis was not good enough. Here, hold on. I'm going to cut this animation here or just show here. Just watch this. Trust me. Thank you for linking this, Jazos. Oh. Look at the shock waves. You can see the sound waves are perturbing everything around. You can see the shock waves. That thing is loud, man. The fact that this mic didn't get blown out Noble 7 is actually pretty damn good testament to that microphone. Unfreaking real, dude. Did that thing just make it through re-entry and splash down in the ocean? Did it? Both of them? That actually happened. Dude, I was optimistic for this flight. I was talking with Scott Manley about it on the NSF cast last night, or early this morning. I was super optimistic about it, but even I was like, I think if it makes it through peak heating, it's going to make it to the water. I guess, I wasn't wrong, but dang, I didn't think it'd lose half of the wing and actually make it through. What a diesel piece of equipment that is. It's not actually diesel, it uses methylox, but you get the idea. Hey, Rocket Guy, what's going on, man? 60 viewer raid, how you doing? Can you believe that, dude? Can't replicate those results in an arc jet, that's for sure. Oh,
And
look
we
at
have
that.
our first views of
Believe
Starliner
we saw the
from
wing
the
blade off
International
and it
Space
still
Station,
landed.
now crossing over into an orbital
Toyota
daytime
spacecraft,
over
right?
the South Pacific Ocean. We are tracking docking this
Tessa?
morning at 11:15
Man,
a.m.
the
Central
future's
Time.
sweet.
The first arrival of Starliner to the International Space Station with NASA astronauts aboard.
I mean, technically, a Carolox engine is about as close as we're going to get to a diesel rocket engine. So, like Falcon 9's motors, they're using they use RP1, which is a super refined version of kerosene, which is diesel fuel's kind of distant cousin. So, I mean, Falcon 9 rolls coal. That's why when the booster comes down, it's all sooty because it's flying through it flew through its own exhaust because when it does the landing burn and the supersonic retropropulsion. So, yeah, Falcon 9 rolls coal. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the closest we got to diesel-powered rockets. Oh, thanks, Noble. Yeah, take a picture of it. He said the thing! Excuse me. We did some slow-mo replay and saw that flap just completely break from one of its connections. How did it still work? Rocket, how did that thing land with one of the wing hinges broke off? Is this live? Yep, you're looking at a live shot from the ISS of the CFT-1 Starliner capsule.
Now that we're into an orbital sunrise, teams here in Mission Control let the Starliner crew know they are turning off the lights on the International Space Station side, since it seems like the crew aboard Starliner now has a good visual on the station itself.
I just can't believe that. I can't believe it made it through. I can't believe we saw it, Rocket Guy. We saw ablation on a spacecraft happening in real time.
Autonomously right now, but we will see the crew transition to manual pilot.
We saw it blow through the area between the flap and the hull. It blew right through, and once it blew right through, plasma started getting on the inside of the wing and ablating it from the inside out, which is, dude, that's wild stuff, man. I've read stories about this, and it's just crazy to see it actually happening. Like that is absolutely wild, man. Yeah, it blew right through it. Man, once it blew through the wing section there, the wing became not wing very fast. Yeah, and the booster made it too. Unbelievable. Yeah, Neuro, yeah, that F-15 that landed on one wing. Apparently Starship can do it too. Just what a day. And the launch pressure waves through the cloud. Dude, I don't know. It's wild. And now we got crew flight test, Starliner, Calypso approaching the ISS. It's just...
Airfield 2, we're up to 14 marks. 15, 16, 17.
People are already doing some editing of SpaceX's footage here and
okay, copy.
Getting some sped up shots of re-entry here. This is from Jeff right here, Jeff A.
Yeah, don't need to reject it yet. Butch Ray's looking at it.
I can't believe this thing held up. So watch down here. You're gonna see blow through right there.
Roger.
Yeah, see.
You're looking at a live view of Starliner as it approaches the International Space Station on NASA's Boeing crew flight test with NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams aboard. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire, joined by Boeing's Jim May, and we are continuing to track the first flight of crew aboard the Starliner spacecraft. Starliner lifted off yesterday at 9:52 a.m. Central Time.
That's not good. Dude. Oh,
Since then,
that's
the
so
spacecraft
cool.
has made several maneuvers up to the International Space Station, and it is now on the docking axis following the inbound fly around 1 burn.
Apart?
We're standing
so
by
cool.
for the inbound fly around 2 burn, coming up in about 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, built in over the last 24 hours, the crew has had about 8 hours of a sleep period. They woke up around 3 a.m. Central Time this morning, and we are targeting docking
She said
at
looking at a
approximately
live view of Starliner, I'm
11:15
like,
a.m. Central Time.
yeah, I should probably switch it back.
We're live in the White Flight Control Room here
cracked,
at Johnson Space Center. This is where Starliner is being commanded. There at the top of your screen in the light blue shirt, that's Flight Director Ed Van Cise. In the middle of the screen, you can see Capcom, or Capsule Communicator Neil Nagata, and down in the white shirt with the red tie, that's NASA astronaut Mike Fink, also a crew member for the Starliner 1 mission.
Yeah. Yeah, Rocket Guy. Yeah. That's the reason why I've read a lot about ablation from the inside out. I mean, it's basically what happened. Exactly that. Like, I don't think I want to talk about it right now, given the events going on your screen, but yep. Read a lot about ablation from the inside out for a very good reason.
He's in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, keeping up with the other spacecraft that we are monitoring today. That's the International Space Station itself. Gary, how's it going over there?
Hey, Leah. Hey, Jim. Really
What's up,
good
Gary?
to be following this flight with you today from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Teams here are led by Flight Director Vincent Lacourt, working hand in hand with Ed Van Cise just down the hall. The two, in synchronized fashion, are walking through the steps very methodically, like a choreographed dance. Starliner's burns have been executed precisely according to the timeline. Everything tracking well on the International Space Station side. Right next to him, you'll see Will Vu. He's the Capcom from here in Mission Control
that's basically
Houston,
what happens when you have Taco Bell.
Procedures and following along with,
No,
of course,
Bucky's
all
in
of the
the
different
ISS
operations.
control room,
But his
but
job
in
is
the
to talk
flight
with the
room.
crew aboard the International Space Station. 7-member crew is currently aboard and awaiting the arrival of Butch and Sonny. It's NASA astronaut Matt Dominick's job inside the International Space Station to monitor Butch and Sonny's arrival. He's there in the very front, slightly to the right. NASA astronaut Matt Dominick, and of course complemented by the entire Expedition 71 crew. They're following along. The station is prepared and ready to receive the Starliner. We have the exterior lights off. The solar arrays are parked in a configuration ready for the docking, and the attitude is right on track. So we're just counting down just minutes away from the inbound fly around to burn. And with that, we will send it right back over to you,
Hannah.
Leah and Jim, over in the White.
But I got people watching with their kids right now, so we got to keep it kind of classy. That's why the mods zapped you a little bit. But you're absolutely right. It cannot be understated how absolutely awesome what you're seeing here this week. I mean, we had Starlink launches, Starliner, CFT-1, Starship Flight 4. It is. Yeah, Hannah, I've had people watching me for so long. I've been doing this for about a decade. I have people watching so long that they watch with their kids now. Like, there are viewers that started watching me in, like, middle school, and now they've graduated college. And I don't know how to feel about that. I'm like, uh-oh. Whoops. So I try to keep it classy for the people that are watching with their kids so they can still watch. Is that a sign that you're old? I don't feel tardy. I don't feel old. I'm going to feel it in a couple of hours when I try to go and do anything else this day. I'm going to be like, hey, all right, time to do everything. You know? Okay. So we got a live shot of Starliner here approaching the ISS. Like I said, it's going to look like it's doing loops around the ISS. That's why it's kind of just slowly listing to the right. Just listed lazily to the left. Oh, man, these guys know some maneuvers. Give me something to write on, man. I got my pencil. Are they on instruments? They might do some manual control, Alex, but I think Vesta is flying the capsule right now. Yeah, Sebi, it's been a while. Elon says, I think we should try to catch the booster with the Mechazilla arms on the next flight.
And coming up on about 5 seconds to the burn.
Yep, there you go. Light rotational control input here. Starliner, like once again, here's the telemetry-driven animation. That's the keep out sphere.
And you saw the thrusters fire for the IF2 burn.
And then right here, if you notice, on the left graphic, it kind of looks like Pac-Man. There's a red V. That is the V-bar approach corridor. That's the runway for the docking port.
That burn happening right on time, 10:07 a.m. Central Time.
I have 2 burn, and Butch, say again for data flashing on Orb Trash.
The nav FLIR, the white converged, and then 4.02, then inbound fly around, and then the destination A and B in the ARD region. Not all flashing at the same time. Different ones would flash at different times.
Storm, it's all right,
But it was
man.
doing a lot of flashing.
I'm happy you got here when you did.
Okay.
I enjoy your
That was my
company.
next question.
Yeah, there you go. Well, insane.
Yeah, and good report. Thanks, Butch. We'll have to take a look at that one. And Starliner, we're curious, with that flashing on the parameters, are you comfortable enough that you can command a destination A or B?
Yes, now it's not doing it. I could have done it before as well. Where you actually do the commands, it was fine. Like the abort and the recover, those never flash. It's just the white text. And the reason I called you, I know it was right before the burn, because I was hoping to call your attention to it in case it was still doing it and you could see it. So my apologies.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Sorry, we just didn't copy the whole transmission right before the burn.
What's on tap for next week? Yeah, we want more, 7, right? We want more. Please launch again. We got a Starlink tomorrow. Does that help? Yep, SkyTouch. That's right. Elon saying IFT5 catch. To be honest with you, I don't think catching the booster is as crazy as everybody makes it out to be.
Completion of the IF2
SpaceX
burn,
has a pretty good
that's the
idea.
inbound fly around 2 burn. We are now looking toward the ACI burn in 12 minutes. That's the approach corridor initiation. So at that point, the Starliner spacecraft will be about 300 meters in front of the International Space Station, directly in front of the Node 2 forward docking port where we are headed today. Once we get to the 260-meter mark, the crew will take manual control of the spacecraft and do another manual piloting demo. This time looks like we will have good visuals from the space station to see it. We've now stepped into a satellite handover. The space station uses tracking data relay satellite systems, and we periodically experience these handovers as we switch from one satellite to the next. But these are tracked, and as you can see, usually very quickly regained.
Yeah, right. Right, Red? Yeah, we just kind of brute force it up to the station. Gerbil. Hey, Red Munchkin, how you doing? Did that flap burn? I can't believe that flap stayed together. Can you believe that? I can't believe that. How did it stay together?
I think it's RCS jet residue on the window, outside the window.
Okay. Yeah, Butch, we're assuming you're talking out the IVA hatch window for the centerline camera.
That's affirmative. I mean, all of our windows had it. It's pretty much covered, but yeah, that one, it's not objectionable. I'm just letting you know it's there.
No, John.
Okay, copy.
It's a shot from the ISS looking at Starliner as Starliner gets lined up for the approach corridor initiation, or ACI burn. Nice, Blue. Yeah, someone's posted that already. I think Bright Shiny posted that. Space seems really busy the last 48 hours. Yep, Noswolf, I think I've gotten cumulatively probably about 8 hours of sleep in the last 48. Yeah, your boy's running on fumes. Basically, I had 2 of these, and when the energy from these runs out, I am going to crash. All right. It's gonna be like hypnotized, like just, you know. I don't think caffeine's gonna fix this, guys. I haven't slept in a really long time.
And Starliner continuing its
I don't think
slow
caffeine can
approach
fix it.
as it gets near the box to start the ACI burn.
Let's watch the
Starliner's
docking and play it by ear,
451
Alleviate.
meters away from the Node 2 forward docking port. Currently approaching at about 0.22 meters per second.
Program that says you said they have the data from SpaceX has the data from Super Heavy now. They just need multiple towers before the catch attempt. Yeah. Rivian, hey, thank you for the streams and coverage. Oh, absolutely, my pleasure. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Hey, Pete, 41-month resub. Hey, dude, 25 missions. Not bad. What'd you say? As someone who grew up skipping school to watch shuttle launches and then lived through no launches, I'm so thankful to be living through these times. Yeah, we should have more launches, Pete. 25 more. High five! High five! Great success! Whoosh!
Let me just check the camera.
Yeah,
battery.
yeah, chocolate. Yeah.
Minutes, 3/4 charge.
I'm gonna dive into bed and be like, oh, the flap's gone. You know.
Okay, yeah, copy that. And but you should have the battery charge on the tablet overlay itself.
Do you know how many times Starliner has orbited the Earth already? It's been up there for about 22 hours, 90-minute orbits. So it's done 10 or 11, something like that. We all do, Peace Boy.
Okay, you mean the camera battery is on the overlay?
Yeah, should be on the tablet.
I just got a notification from Next Space Flight that to tune into the Starliner CFD docking that's happening right now. Thanks, Next Space Flight. I think we got the memo.
Always learn.
Roger that.
So does Flight 5 attempt to land in Hawaii? I don't know, Geek. Yeah, maybe they'll go back to that trajectory. Dude, I can't believe that thing made it. I can't believe it made it to splashdown. Like, I once again, dude, I was talking with Scott on the NSF cast, and I'm like, yeah, I think it'll make it. And Scott's like, I don't know if it'll make it. It turns out neither of us were right. It definitely got messed up where Scott said it was going to get messed up, but then it did what I thought it was going to do and actually land. How did it stay together? That's ridiculous, dude. How did that thing stay together? Oh my goodness. Dude, I don't know what to say. I'm like, all right, that's pretty neat. You know? It did both make it and not make it at the same time. Hopes and dreams. Yeah, those are some pretty strong hopes and dreams. Ship 29 was too angry to die. Yeah, well, you know what they say. It's better to be pissed off than pissed on. Wait. Yeah, the toilets broke on the ISS. We probably shouldn't say that. Yeah, that's the reason why we shouldn't say that. Yes, you heard right. Hey, Chocolate gifted us up. The task failed successfully. Thank you very much. Depends on who you're talking to. Right. Remember, I said there are people watching with children. Think of the children. EJ is for the children.
On a big loop for words for the jet fails that we have. We're planning on doing a hot fire test before we get into the KOS to see if we can get those jets back. And big picture, what that means is that once we get to 260 meters, you're going to go ahead and press through the procedure and put the Starliner in the station keeping inside the corridor. But we're not going to do the manual control demo. You're just going to station keep for us. I'll get you words to get us in a free drift when we're ready. We'll test fire the jets, and we'll see what the data tells us. But essentially, we're just going to be in and out of hold, and you're going to have to do some station keeping in that time frame.
Foregoing the manual control test. It's most likely because of the thrusters,
so at
the helium
260
leaks.
meters, you're going to want me to take manual control and station keep at 260 meters and just hold it there, and then we'll go free on your call. You'll do your jet fire, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, that's good words. That's good words for now. I'll get you more detailed words once we get there, and we'll have to coordinate that for you. And just be advised, we're going to want to know if you can hear or feel the jets, so we'll be in back and forth comm during that time period.
Somebody asked, how are they using the restroom if the toilet's broken on the ISS? It's technically not the toilet. It's the urine. It's the pump that pumps urine to the water reclamation system. Basically, the ISS has somewhat of a sewage treatment plant on board that takes urine from the astronauts and recycles it into clean drinking water. Filters out all the urine-y parts, right? The pumps that go to the...
We are in another satellite handover with the
pumps that go to the reclamation system aren't working. So the toilet still works. It's just the plumbing for the toilet doesn't work. So how are they using the restroom? Bags, Ziploc bags. And that's all I have to say about that.
15 seconds and counting. And after that occurs, we will reach our 260-meter hold point. We anticipate that hold point around 1024. This is originally where we were planning to switch to manual mode and go into the manual piloting demo. We are still going to switch into that manual mode,
Pete, yes.
And troubleshoot those two reaction control system thrusters on the service module by conducting a hot fire test.
That's for the coffee, but what
After
about
that is
hash
complete,
browns?
The crew will have the opportunity to conduct their manual piloting demo.
Okay, so they're gonna chill for a second. Okay, so that's for the coffee. What about the hash browns tip? That part, the hash browns are not recycled. There are specially devised canisters that kind of look like beer kegs, I guess. And that part of the toilet is still working just fine. Yeah, what do they do with these beer kegs full of excrement? They put it on disposable crafts that like Cygnus or Progress that burn up in the atmosphere. Because as of right now, there's really no reason to keep that. Yeah, that's how the hash browns work. Did I pick up? Was I picking up what you were laying down right?
The upper right camera, or the near field Viz camera, is currently in feature track mode. You can see some cyan, light blue outlines around different features of the station. That lets people looking at the images know that Vesta is correctly tracking where it thinks and knows.
Go for ACI.
Approach corridor initiation. So there's your approach corridor. See the triangle on this big Pac-Man right here?
Letting people on the ground know that Vesta is accurately tracking the outside of station. We also heard a call up to Commander Butch Wilmore that the crew is go for the ACI burn.
Yep. So you're going to see some thruster firings here, and you're going to see these numbers that are behind me. I'm going to go over to that side of the screen so you can see. You're going to see some of these numbers change right here during the ACI burn. Notably, the P right there, the perigee or periapsis, is going to more or less equalize. They're going to end up putting themselves into a 414 by 414 orbit. It'll just be a small burn here in a second. But see, if you notice, when we started watching this, Starliner was down there somewhere, and it appears to have come up and flown like a quarter of the way around the station. What it's trying to do is get aligned with the velocity vector of the ISS. What we're looking at here is the front of the ISS. The ISS is looking back at us. Front of the capsule is pointed that way. Front of the ISS is pointed this way. They're going to get aligned Starliner is going to align with its velocity vector. So velocity vector means the way the station is going in plain English. And then it's going to fly into that approach corridor. That's what this is. That's basically the runway for the docking port. See, yeah, you're gonna get a momentary thruster firing here. That you know.
And that ACI burn just started and stopped.
Yeah, they didn't go 414 by 414. They're gonna have to, meaning that Starliner is gonna have to burn radial in here to circularize. So yeah, you should see the downward thrusters on Starliner shooting. These ones right here and right there. From now on, as it executes its approach, you should see the downward thrusters firing. And these numbers will eventually, because of the radial in burn for Starliner, they should circularize.
Good corridor burn. Go for station keeping at 260 meters.
Okay, they're going to hold here for a second. They're in basically the spacecraft equivalent of a holding pattern. They just flew right over us? Cool. It does, Kim, doesn't it? Quick question. What would happen if they slipped out of the corridor?
We are coming up on that 260 meter hold point following the ACI or approach corridor initiative.
Same thing as if a plane slides off a runway, Alleviate. You generally don't want that. You want to make sure you're prepared as possible.
Today, however, it is.
They would. Let me put it to you like this: they wouldn't have the capsule there if they weren't confident that it will nail the approach. You know what I mean? Even with all the helium leaks. Guys, once again, everybody's like, oh, Starliner leaks helium, Starliner. Every craft leaks helium, guys. I hate to break it to you. Every one of them does. We just don't hear about it from time to time. Every single spacecraft leaks helium in one way or another. And it's better to catch these problems now. Every new spacecraft is going to have teething problems. It happens. I keep refreshing Twitter hoping for Starship images. Yeah. Henris, I don't blame you, to be honest.
160 meters. Bush
Yeah.
and Sunny are going to begin the...
Like, I hate to be that guy, you know, but I see people trying to frame this to, you know, like as like how Starliner is some like bad spacecraft or something. Well, if it was a bad spacecraft, it wouldn't be 260 meters from the International Space Station right now. Let me put it to you like that. Guys, every spacecraft leaks helium. The Apollo service module did. The shuttle did. The shuttle absolutely did. Shuttle leaked a lot of helium, but the shuttle has way more complicated RCS than most capsules. Dragon leaks helium, sure. It happens. You know, Steve Stitch, the guy that runs the commercial crew program, the guy that's on the NASA side of things that oversees everything for Dragon and Starliner, acknowledged this in a press conference actually recently. Dragon's leaked helium in the past. It's happened. We just didn't hear about it. Starliner does it. Now, Shuttle does it. Everything's done it at some point. Now, once again, Dragon did it in the past. That doesn't mean it's doing it right now. But that's what I mean about teething problems with spaceships. It happens. It happens. It's what I was saying. You know, Hannah, you and I were talking about it. It's what I was saying before. No mission has 100% success. If you were 100% successful, your analysis was wrong. You know why? Because spaceflight is like Tetris, okay? You don't really win, you just get better at it every time you try. You know, and I know there's that kid actually on Twitch that that beat Tetris basically until Tetris mem leaked itself and crashed. I don't know if that counts as beating Tetris, but yeah, you never win at spaceflight. You never get 100%. That never happens. Ever. You're always going to have something weird going wrong. The question is, how prepared are you for when that does eventually happen? I leak methane. Yeah. That happens. Have I seen this? I don't know. How can I know what this is if I had... I don't know what this is. Oh, that's cool. You got some here.
We are post-ascent, post-orbit insertion burn, which gets us to a safe orbit, post-NC burn, which gets us on track towards the International Space Station, and then we're on our way, and we have completed the majority of our operational crew capabilities checkout. so OCC. And so we have donned our pretty sweaters, and we are off and running on the mission.
And you're pretty excited, a little hooting and hollering as we were going through the asset profile, which we practiced so much in the sim, but this time we actually felt it all as well as heard it all, as experienced it. So that was pretty awesome. And, of course, when we got to orbit, it's really nice to see things start to float, like our little gravity indicator over here at Calypso. And it was just fun to be in space again.
Wow, we love the Atlas. Then let's talk about the Centaur. Wow, we love the Centaur. Fantastic. We got a 3.5 G limiting, and I
This
got
is a
to
view
feel
of
it like my
Starliner
Adam's
from
apple,
the International
because
Space
the push
Station.
was pretty cool. Kudos to ULA. And then we came up on LV-SEP. We separated from the launch vehicle of the rocket, and then we were in orbit, and of course the reaction control system jet starts firing, and then it's just Starliner. And I can tell you what, kudos to Starliner.
Tell you what.
And all the folks that have been working just for, let's put it like this, put all their passion and their efforts into this. We know that some businesses, some people have jobs, but it's more of a lifestyle in some occupations, and this is one of them. This is a lifestyle, and you've got to be passionate about what you do, and I know all you folks have been, and thus far it has been fabulous. Sonny and I both have done some manual maneuvering, and it is precise.
This message was actually recorded like 12 hours ago. I'll bring you back on the comm loops, but I haven't heard this yet. So this picture is live, but the audio is from a little while ago.
We've talked about it before, and now we are experiencing it firsthand, and it is just an amazing spacecraft put together. Boeing's done a magnificent job, and thus far, like I said, things have just gone, I don't know, I'll use it swimmingly. It's gone fast.
Swimmingly.
Put it like that. And so kudos to everybody. ULA, love you. Boeing, love you. NASA, everybody's involvement has been wonderful.
Our spacesuits are sitting right behind us, as a matter of fact. They were super comfortable. They're really great suits, easy to operate in, easy to move around in, easy to see all the displays. David Clark, thank you very much for giving us a great spacesuit. We'll take care of them, we promise. So they're, like I said, they're
From
like
Worcester, Mass, dude.
hanging out with us right behind us. We're well on our way with our operational crew capabilities that we both got to fly and stowage here, moving things around and finding all our stuff. It's another great day in space.
There'll be more to come. More as we trek through the next days, next week. Again, it's been the first 6 hours have been absolutely fascinating, and well beyond our expectations. I tell you what. So again, kudos to ULA and to Boeing and to David Clark for the suits, and also the NASA team and all the folks down at MO. All you guys sitting on console, even now, it's great to be a part of this process with all of them. Certainly a pleasure.
Good message. That was a message from the folks that are in that capsule right there. Anyway, that was pre-recorded. Well, not pre-recorded. It was they said that when they were on orbit, but that was from about 12, 13 hours ago. Right now, I'll bring you back to the live loops as Starliner is sitting 260 meters from the ISS in a holding pattern here. It seems that they were supposed to do a manual maneuvering control test right now, but flight controllers told Barry and Sonny aboard the capsule that they should just hold for now. He's gonna watch. The PA is gonna pop on. He's gonna say the same thing.
Flowing a few messages up to
¿Cómo estás, amigo?
They're currently continuing to.
Hey, Butch, for the trajectory, we want to show that we're going to be above the docking axis for 10 minutes.
Yep. Chip, they've been dealing with helium leaks. Every spacecraft deals with helium leaks. They wouldn't be this close to the space station if they thought it was an issue. Seriously, you don't want your capsule that has problems near the ISS that doesn't have problems. Because guess what? If your capsule has problems and it's near the ISS, now the ISS has problems too. You don't want to risk your multi-billion-dollar space station, right? If that capsule would not be there if NASA and Butch and Sonny on board, we're not 100% confident that it could do what it's about to do. We're looking at, we should be looking at a dock here in the next 45 minutes. So, yeah, right now, the capsule is free floating. They took manual control and then they said hands off. No, alleviate. Negative. Hey, Acton, what's up, dude?
Hey, Sonny, are you guys ready to execute the SM hot fire test procedure? We lost another jet, S1A1.
It sucks, Squall, but what are you going to do? 2023 was ambitious.
Are ready to execute the procedure. I'm with you on step 2 of 12.10.218.
Nice, Perry. Sonny have to reverse park. Maybe parallel parking in capsule sounds a little bit difficult.
Okay, you guys are go to execute step 2, and in between the hot fires, please damp rates. Stand by.
Catch Sing, 84 months. She sounds very professional. Sonny's a former Navy and Air Force test pilot.
The crew aboard
she's
Starliner is
professional.
preparing to conduct a hot fire test of the thrusters that are currently down.
Oh, they're gonna measure. They're gonna measure
Teams
some
here in
leak
the room
rates
are
here.
continuing to work those procedures. Again, we are at a 260-meter hold point.
Starliner, execute step 2 now, please.
Okay. Watch. Should see the thrusters pop off here in a second. Yeah, Viper, I know. I got you. Just yanking your crank there a little bit. Sorry, when I get tired, I tend to be a little candid with people. I don't mean anything by it, dude. I understood what you were saying. If KSP's taught you anything, all they need to do is burn towards it at 10 meters a second and let the magnets do the rest. Port magnetization is the bane of my existence in KSP, Rose. It prevents precise docking. It gets you to dock, but not very precisely. I hate it. Don't like it. Zizep, you are now a Giants fan. I hope we're still friends. Nope. Nope.
Starliner, we see step 2 complete.
Roger.
So this is a shot looking off the front, the bow of the International Space Station. Starliner's kind of flying in formation out in front of it, and they're just holding here because what they're going to do...
Okay, Starliner, we're about to hot fire S2A2. Stand by.
They're going to test fire some of the RCS here to, no doubt, to get a good reading on the helium leaks that are happening. Hold on to your butts. So watch it. Let's see if we can see that capsule outgassing over there. RCS, reaction control system. Party, to do a docking maneuver, right, with the ISS, Starliner, see these little nacelles, these little bumps that are like at 12, 3, 6, and 9? There's a bunch of tiny little rocket motors in there, and these rocket motors are kind of, think of them like compressed air. They just spray a little bit. And what they do is they allow the capsule to do very, very fine precision maneuvers, like docking to the space station. Some of these thrusters, there we go. There's the test right there. Some of these thrusters have been leaking a little bit. not fuel or oxidizer. So they're not leaking fuel. They're leaking helium.
And Starliner, curious if you heard or felt anything for that test fire.
We did.
Raj. All right, we're gonna go for the next one now.
Helium is how they actuate the valves on these thrusters to open and close them.
And mission controllers here.
They're testing the
Working
thrusters
through
that they
hot
think are
fire.
leaking right now.
Jets that have been toggled off. They're doing a one by one.
Yeah. Hardy, for you and for anybody else, if you hear some acronyms get thrown around or I say something and you're like, yes, EJ, I understood that. Nope. Just let me know. I know what most of this stuff stands for, and if not, I could make an educated guess. Don't worry, if I get it wrong, somebody will correct me. So either way, we'll figure out what it is, you know? No, I'm just kidding. I love this chat. It's super helpful. They're teaching me new things all the time. But also, it's the internet. You know, you want to know how to learn to do something right on the internet? Say something wrong. You'll figure out the right way to do it really fast. Someone will tell you. It's a really good way to learn things, believe it or not. What does these stand for, Driz? Oh, it stands for Ligma, actually. Yep. Yeah, hey, chat, do you know Joe?
Flight controllers have conducted 2 hot fires on the Starliner spacecraft reaction control system thrusters. They are
RCS,
now
Reaction
preparing to
Control
hot
System
fire
Messenger.
2 more thrusters. Butch Wilmore continues to manually pilot the spacecraft.
Okay, copy that. We'll be on air to ground 1. ISS is in a handover.
I didn't think you'd call me out on it. He's a man. He had a beard. Joe Acaba,
Here at air to ground 1.
Chief of the Astronaut Office. Yep.
B2A2, we just hot fired. That was the one you felt.
Okay.
That's affirmative.
There are hot fires, KTR. Guys.
We'll take talk listen on space to space. We'll go back to the big loop.
It works, changing.
Move your mic away from the speaker.
Okay, about to fire S1A1. Stand by.
So, watch. You're going to see another thruster firing here. What they're doing is they're testing out the thrusters that they've had leaks with. These reaction control systems, the little thrusters on the capsule to get it to dock, have been leaking. Now, once again, these are hot fire thrusters. They're using, okay, big word time. They're using monomethylhydrazine as fuel and nitrogen tetroxide as oxidizer. Why that? What does that mean? What are those? I don't know. What are those? I don't know what that means. So hypergolic. Basically, when MMH and NTO hit each other, they explode. So it makes for a very simple thruster design. Now, in order to get the NTO and the MMH into these little thrusters, they back pressurize it with helium. And that creates pressure in the lines, so, you know, they can open and close valves to get the engine to fire. It's just a pretty standard garden variety hypergolic thruster that's kind of industry standard. Everyone has those. Dragon has those. The shuttle had those. Starliner has those. Dream Chaser will have those. Everybody uses that. Now, why do they do that? Monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide are extremely good for being stored on orbit for long periods of time. For instance, if you're going on a transit out to the moon, or if you're parking your capsule at the ISS for a little while, right? Make sure you take the keys with you. Don't want anybody stealing it. So the thing is I said they were using well, I didn't say that yet. They're using helium to actuate these valves open and close. So the fuel is back pressurized with helium, and then the valves that shoot into these little thrusters use a pneumatic system. They're pneumatically actuated. Think like the valves on a Formula 1 car. If you're a Formula 1 fan. The helium is leaking out of the valve actuation system at a flange on some of the thrusters. They knew about this, but more of them have popped up after ascent. You know, stuff rattles around like when you launch into space. It's a violent event, so they have more leaks. So what they're doing right now is they're testing the thrusters that they're suspecting they're leaks, and seeing what those leak rates are to see if they have the acceptable margins. You don't want to have the capsule dock, use too much helium, and then have the capsule not be able to get to the ISS or get away from the ISS in the event like that you have to leave or the mission ends, right? Like you want to make sure that you have enough helium to make those thrusters work, because those are the thrusters that you use to get back down.
65 looks like. Do you want me to fire forward or maintain
Sure,
to
Matt.
260 or just let it through?
Pneumatic towboat drive systems. I mean,
and Butch, go ahead and
I don't
tweak
know,
that
maybe.
up to get us
I'm
back
tired.
into 255 to 265.
How long are they there for? They're going to be there for a week if they can get to the dock. They're testing the thrusters to check for leak rates right now. Yeah, no problem, Karen. Like I said, got questions, ask me.
And during the recent hot fire test of the RCS jets that had been temporarily deselected, the hot fire test determined that 2 of the thrusters were still performing nominally. They just happened to have a slightly out of range sensor value. We have sensor value ranges set fairly conservatively, which is part of the reason why we do the hot fire test, to verify that they are still working.
Strict rules.
Mission controllers are
for
still
using the thrusters.
analyzing
That's what he
the other
means.
2.
B2A2 is back in the set. We have 6th off capability back.
6 degrees of freedom, 6th off. 12:15 on prod, so about a half hour. Those are sweet pictures. That's very nice.
And we do have Butch Wilmore continuing to manually hold the spacecraft at this 260-meter point away from the station.
Starliner, we can go ahead and take step 9 with the following deltas. We want your ADI reference frame LVLH and manual controlled hold reference frame LVLH, then point hold, transpulse.
I don't know what any of that means. Not going to lie to you. Their mission control was requesting something, whatever those letters and numbers meant.
LVLH, point hold, transpulse. And does that work now?
Good readback.
Maneuvering the capsule. So you forward, back, left, right, up,
And
down.
once you're there,
yaw,
go ahead
pitch,
and sweeten
roll.
up your pointing to get it back at the target.
Okay. Forgot all what you just said. Over. Dover, I've heard them say that before. They'll just say like copy last or something. That means no, say it again, please. I've seen them be like, yep, yeah, I didn't get that. Say it again. It happens. This is a pretty high stress thing, but you got to keep your cool. Got to stay cool as a cucumber, even though, you know, what you're doing here is kind of ridiculous, right? That wing design is outdated, SVO. The wing is a different shape to take into account heating. But
S2A2
yeah, maybe.
is back in the set. We're looking at the data for the other 2 jets. Say again, Sonny?
See what I mean?
You want us in transpulse, point hold, is that correct? Or auto?
No. Yeah, point hold, transpulse.
We're there?
See it.
What did he just say? I think he said see it, but...
All right, Butch and Sonny, we're ready for the manual piloting demo.
Okay.
At your leisure.
All right. So, Butch is going to take control of the capsule and maneuver it around. Up, down, left, right, forward, back. You should see the thrusters.
I think I got all axes there, Houston. I'm good with manual piloting.
All right.
As expected, except for when we didn't have the full 6 off.
Okay.
All right. Yep. We're just confirm you got all axes and you're happy with it, and we're still looking at the data down here. I'll get right back with you.
Yeah, Christoph. Yeah, good words, man. And program you too. Sorry, I'm getting tired. It's hard for me to keep up with Twitch and YouTube at the same time.
And as
dude,
teams
I
continue
do
to
appreciate you
analyze
guys
the data
watching over
they've
there.
received from those hot fires of the 4 RCS or reaction control system thrusters they gave.
What are the manual controls like? So you have a joystick for yaw, pitch, and roll, very similar to like, not the exact thing, but very similar to this, right? You have 3 degrees of actuation from that, and then there is another joystick that you can kind of push in, push out, and then move up, down, left, and right, and that's your translational control. Between yaw, pitch, roll, up, down, forward, back, left, right, you have 6 degrees of freedom, 6 DOF. So the capsule can translate up, down, left, right, forward, and back with the up, down, left, right, forward, and back joystick, and then the joystick that you can tilt around is the one that they use to turn it. Six degrees plus Kevin Bacon. Yes, exactly. Bacon. Yak 11. Thanks for the 34-month resub. Starting to get really tired here. I'm starting to miss sub alerts and stuff. Starting to get a little tired. Come on, Starliner, bring it on home. There's a toilet on board, Scrim. How does the toilet work? Vacuum cleaner.
And we have been
but a very
tracking the
light
docking
one.
at 11:15.
We recovered enough jets to get back enable 1. Enable 1 is good. I'd like you to configure backup for enable 1.
Caffeine is... we're past the point of caffeine fixing anything, Charles. And it's honestly a little bit naive of you to think
Enable
that I
1
haven't...
on, enable 2 off.
That I haven't...
Roger.
Stacked this just to get to this point. Come on, man. It's your boy.
We were tracking an initial docking time of 11:15 a.m. Central Time. However, that is a window. That was just the first opportunity. So even this extended hold, we still have the opportunity to make that first docking window.
No, I'm not doing the caffeine sticks, guys. I swore those off completely. Oh, yeah, Dr. Numb. Yeah, good idea.
Starliner is continuing to station keep out in front of the approach corridor for ISS.
25 minutes.
As both ISS and Starliner are about to enter a period of darkness. Sun going over the horizon for them.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
And just as expected, they have entered that orbital nighttime. The International Space Station sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, and the orbiting laboratory and Starliner are currently flying approximately 258 statute miles over the Seychelles.
There are lights. Guys, they'll turn them back on. So you can see on the graphic right there on the Mission Control Center, that is the approach corridor, or that is basically the figurative runway to align with the V-bar docking port. So the forward-facing docking port on the ISS. That's the approach right there. Actually, I am gonna stand up for a second, guys. See if I can get some energy back into the system. I'll be right back. Just gonna go walk around real quick. I'll be back in a moment.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. So here's the deal right now. We are 0 fault tolerance to 6th off control, so we cannot technically get into the keep out sphere. However, we would like you to go ahead and fly us in to 200 meters and station keep at 200 meters under manual. And for reference, the attitude that we're targeting is going to be roll pitch yaw 179, 173, and 4. And you're good to do that now.
Copy, coming in to 200 meters.
Roger.
There's still some discussions here in mission control with engineers looking at the data from the hot fire test. In the meantime, they're having Butch and Sonny move Starliner to a slightly closer position as they await the results of the analysis from the hot fire test.
They don't have enough thrusters to get into the
The vehicle
keep-out
is still
sphere,
being
guys.
manually
I heard
piloted.
it.
And we heard the call that they do not have the go to enter the keep out sphere due to the current configuration. However, as Jim mentioned, they are flying into near that 200 meter point. The keep out sphere is a 200 meter radius around the International Space Station, sort of an invisible boundary.
Because frick you, Starfire, that's why. The heck is a kilometer anyway? So, they don't have, they're waiting the results of those thruster firing tests. They don't have enough thrusters.
The keep out sphere and that 200
to enter
meter
the keep-out
radius,
sphere?
again, it's a way to govern the arrival and departure of vehicles. Essentially,
Not yet,
before
at
a
least, Sean.
spacecraft can enter the keep out sphere, it has to be at least 4 orbits safe, meaning if it were to lose control of its thrusters, it would not enter that 200 meter radius within 4 orbits.
No, Elisers, you don't do that. They're waiting for the results from the test. They're not going to go into the keep-out sphere unless they're sure the thruster configuration being good. But it's going to take a second to verify that. What they did tell them is basically to quote-unquote line up with the runway. They're getting their approach dialed in, and they'll give them permission to land here, dock with the ISS, pending the results of those thruster tests that they just did. A kilometer is 1,000 meters, or 1 million. Yeah, W. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate it. If they can't dock, what happens? Come up with a contingency procedure, coder, or a thruster configuration that they're confident enough to be able to get to the ISS to do the final approach with. You can reconfigure Starliner's thrusters. They're individually toggleable. That's how they were able to do those thruster tests in the first place. So I don't think, unless something really goes bad, I don't think they're going to be like, nah, ISS, I'm out. I'll see you later. What they'll probably do is tell them to back off and then figure out a way to get there with thruster combination that doesn't utilize thrusters that are potentially leaking. That's most likely what's going on, but that contingency takes time. You don't force the issue when you're near your multi-bajillion-dollar space station, right? Especially one with people on board. Why is NASA control in Houston? Eutychus, Lyndon Baines Johnson is the short answer to that. Kennedy wanted to put it in Boston, but Lyndon Johnson had other ideas. We'll leave it at that. That's the nice way of explaining that. Could they use the arm to grab it? There's no grapple fixture, Halsey. That's a good question. There's no grapple fixture on Dragon, so no. No self-respecting New Yorker would put it in Boston. Well, Rogue Newbie, here's the thing. John F. Kennedy is not from New York, and neither is Lyndon Johnson. So, you know, typical New York nonsense, butting into affairs you have no business in. Yeah, it's all right.
Again, to keep
Hey,
you
why
updated
don't
on
you
where
win a
we
World
are
Series?
at, we are troubleshooting
Just
4
saying.
reaction control system thrusters on the service module of Starliner.
Did I say Dragon? That's
At
awesome.
the 260-meter hold point,
Nice.
the crew was scheduled to conduct...
All right. Let me have this mulligan, okay? Let me have this mulligan. I haven't slept in a very long time. Just give me this one mulligan.
recovered, and they have instructed the crew to move into the 200-meter point. Currently, the crew does not have the
No, Ellis, they
go
just
from the
won't
teams
work.
to move into the keep out sphere and continue its approach to the International Space Station.
Give me that
They
one
were
mulligan. You know I know the
anticipating docking
difference.
at, as early as 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We will not make that timeline, but we are still in a docking window.
The RCS on Starliner uses helium. What do you mean, wait, the RCS on Starliner uses helium, Sal? You've been here multiple times when I've explained the thrusters. Like, in chat talking. What do you mean? Yeah, of course. Of course they use helium. Like how have you been following this mission and not know that? Like, I'm confused, man. Helium, you say? Why helium and not nitrogen or something else? Helium is very light, very low mass. Name of the game is low mass with spaceflight. Helium is also, because it's low mass, also really small. It's really easy for it to leak.
Recap the last few minutes of what we've been seeing here in the Starliner flight control room.
Valve actuation is done with helium, so yes.
Starliner crew, Butch and Sonny, did some manual station keeping, as well as helped do a hot fire test for some of the RCS jets that were automatically taken out of the set for use.
The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility,
Currently,
we copy
2
you
of
on
the
the
4
Brown.
that had been preemptively turned off are now turned back on. They saw good data from them from the hot fire test.
SpaceX Star
A lot of
Dragon
chatter
or
on
Boeing
the,
Dragonliner.
back loops from mission control and the engineers. They're currently discussing a few more of them.
I think it's the go away I'm
Since the hot
tired
fire
liner.
test, Butch and Sonny moved slightly closer to in the approach corridor.
That one flap.
All is preparing for the next phase once they finish the analysis of the RCS jet data.
Oh yeah, back to the RCS jets. Yep, but also, I can't believe that flap held on. How is that possible? I still can't believe that. That's ridiculous, man. He did his best. He did do his best. It did good. That flap did fantastic. Nice, Jackal. That's pretty funny. I can't believe, dude. How did that thing splash down? How did it make it to splash down? How is that possible? I don't know. If you guys haven't watched the Flight 4 cast, you need to watch the Flight 4 cast. No exceptions. That was quite possibly the most ridiculous spaceflight oriented event I have ever seen. Yeah, that was nuts. Probably not, Weibo.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. See you in the hold box. If you can just station keep there, 200 to 210.
That's the capsule communicator there. Waiting for a copy back. Guys? Hello?
If you're just joining us, we are covering the first flight test of astronauts to the International Space Station aboard Boeing's Starliner spacecraft. This is NASA's Boeing crew flight test.
Okay, here's the thing. They're never going to tell you if something is going weird, all right? Any space company, NASA, SpaceX, any private company, you want a really telltale sign that something might not be going exactly right? When someone does this, okay? If you see people in mission control doing this or this or this, if they're doing the not like this, something's really gone wrong. But if they're this right here, kind of 1 to 2 fingers like that is, why is it doing that? So, yeah, just see what's good here. Yeah, if you see the not like this, something has gone very wrong.
Aboard the Starliner spacecraft,
I don't see any of that here, but I am seeing a little bit of this.
Commander and Sonny Williams as pilot. They are currently manually piloting the spacecraft at that approximate 200-meter hold point.
Yeah, Rash, exactly. You need a EJ not like this? Not like this. Not like this. I keep asking if they have escape suits. What the heck is an escape suit going to do in this particular situation, Maverick? It would be my question back to you. Oh, great. You left the capsule. You escaped from the capsule.
Re-enable the B1A3, talking about our next approach. Just give us a few minutes.
Hi.
Yeah, exactly, Big Gun. Yep. There's no EVA suit. Their spacesuits don't have life support. They can't leave the capsule. And even if they did have an EVA suit, what are you going to do with it? Get to the ISS? So that's fine. You're safe on the ISS. Now you don't have a ride down.
Have re-enabled the B1A3S service module RCS jet.
They can swim to the ISS. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Still station keeping Starliner.
Yeah, just swim over there.
Hovering between
fine.
200 and 210 meters out in front of the approach corridor for the Node 2 forward Harmony node docking port.
A little more info about these RCS.
This is each station. Each station is lit up so you can see who's who and where, who's what, who's where. Yeah. Note that some stations are not needed, like the booster one. That was where the guy that was watching Centaur that launched this capsule into space was sitting. That Centaur is no more. This Centaur is no more. It has ceased to be. So that station isn't lit up. If somebody's on that station, it'll be lit up.
Allow us to make more fine-tuned changes to the spacecraft's trajectory.
Okay. It's an X-Centaur. Very high pay grades, Doom. Why have one keyboard and mouse when you could have two keyboards and mouse? It's like right next to each other. Yeah, that's for extra control. That's so you have all the DPIs when you're doing your elite gaming or something. Can it run Crisis? I think it could. Yeah. It can run at least 3 Crisis. Director existent, it's free. That guy governments. Zonka, you government. It's pretty funny. That guy is playing Minecraft. One keyboard is for sleeping and the other one is for napping. Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. What is the BME? I'm not sure what BME is. I'd have to go look it up. So, why do they have so many monitors? These are all the telemetry streams coming down from well, in this particular room, it's the these are the telemetry on the equipment on Starliner. So, like, for instance, this desk with the snowflake right there, that you can't see it, it's slightly out of shot, but this is the ECOM console right here. Electrical. This is basically a map of all the electrical systems on the vehicle and what they're doing. Yep. Over here, capsule communicator kind of has just
halfway through the orbital night period for Starliner and ISS. Still some analysis being done on the data from the hot fire test.
Yeah, Quake, right?
As well as determining which docking window may be available for Starliner once they
Starliner
have.
Houston on the big loop. Just be advised. Looks like you're doing great flying there in the hold box. We lost the first docking window. We're going to still analyzing all the data and getting a path to approach for the next docking window.
Havoc's, when they got basically right at the start of the approach ellipsoid, or not the approach ellipsoid, when they got right at the...
That call to the crew
Listen.
from Capcom Neil Nagata here in the White Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas at the Johnson Space Center. We were anticipating the earliest docking today for 11:15 a.m. Central Time, but with that call, we will not be making this first docking window. The second of those windows opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
And just so you're aware, we deactivated Mustang to help out main B power margin.
They shut something off so they don't undervolt other components. I forget what Mustang does. I think it's I forget what it is. They talked about it in the press conference, guys, but I'm too tired to remember. I'm usually really good at remembering things. After not sleeping for like 24 plus hours straight, yeah. The core memory up here goes a little. You know I'm tired if I can't recall random things. The traction.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Traction control system. Underrated comment, Pacey. That's pretty funny. Mustang was the internal camera. There you go. Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Fluface.
The crew is just outside that 200-meter keep-out sphere from the International Space Station.
Yeah, Mark Nappy said what it was in the press conference.
And Butch Wilmore continues to manually pilot the spacecraft.
Starting to get some pretty bad brain fog here, dudes. Oh, boy. Me and B bus undervolt. Don't say that right now, dude. Don't you put that
in. Houston, we'd like to get back at some level of automation for the hold. So we'd like to take a destination B, retreat 200 meters, then trans auto and point auto. And we're just sit tight here for a minute.
Can you give us a grade for Starliner so far?
Okay,
no.
You want to do that now or sit tight?
No, I'd like you to take those actions now. Destination B, Bravo, then trans auto, point auto, and then what I was saying is we'll sit tight at 200 meters while we're taking a look at the data and getting a path back in.
Okay, we copy that. We're going to go destination Bravo, retreat to 200 meters. Then we're going to go point auto first, and then trans auto.
Yeah, sounds great.
They're talking about configuring the automatic flight controls. I don't know necessarily the intricacies to that, but that's what they're doing.
Capcom Neil Nagata. flowing up some information to Butch and Sunny. They're following a short procedure to get Starliner back into autopilot mode.
Ellie, why do they need a docking window? It's basically reverting the capsule into an approach. It's not necessarily like pre-coordinated times.
Message T2A2 is not. We're looking.
It's not like, it doesn't really depend. It's like, oh, we got one at 12:15, we got one at 12:30, we got one at 12:45. It's just basically the amount of time they need to get the capsule reset and ready to approach the to go into the approach corridor again. She's going to take a second to put it back into position. I mean, there's also lighting conditions that have to be taken into account. Like sometimes you want to dock the capsule in the daytime so you can see it. It's good for imaging, especially for like a test flight like this. But yeah. Anyway, Chimp, you were asking, can I give Starliner a grade thus far? No, you can't give it a grade thus far. You don't get a grade awarded to you halfway through taking a final exam for a course, for class, for school. You don't get halfway through the exam and get a grade. I'll tell you what Starliner's grade is when this mission is finished. Because that's what this is. It's a final exam for Starliner. The grade is at the end. Maybe I'm weird, but I kind of want to meet the IT team responsible for that room. No, that's cool.
Starliner, yep, T2A2 failed off, still have fault tolerance 6th off control.
Looks like one of the thrusters isn't working. That's what that sounded like, but I'm too tired to be able to be absolutely sure. Something is weird is going on.
I'm not going to try to figure this out myself. Are we still good in Able 1? Backup control?
Stand by.
This doesn't sound like a human-ready vessel. It's not going to be one unless you go up here and you actually do the testing. At some point, you got to rip the Band-Aid off and figure it out, subs. You know, if you sit there and try to get the capsule as human-ready, quote-unquote, as possible when you're on the ground, you're never going to fly.
With S1A1 and T2A2, both enables are degraded, so you might as well leave it enable 1. And like we talked about last night, if you have to drop the backup, you'll just have to find the right switch to accomplish what you need to accomplish.
That's what I figured. Thanks. Got it.
It wouldn't be this close if they weren't going to try to do it, Monk. We'll see what happens. It looks like they're trying out different thruster. From what I can make of this, I don't know all the words that they're saying. And guys, I'm really not good at. I'm not the best at analysis right now because I've slept like 8 hours in the past 48, in 2 to 3 hour stints. Like my brain is fried, dude. Fried. All I could sit there when Starship was coming through is just, oh my god, look at that, you know. Now, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, but it sounds like they're trying out different configurations of thrusters to see what's going to give them the maneuverability and the degrees of freedom that they need to get near the ISS and do a precision dock. I think that's what's going on, but I'm not 100% sure. Do you have a helium leak? I do not leak. You leak. I think he said push all the buttons until it works. Yeah, that's a sound solution, Coco. We should do that. Nothing bad will happen.
Coverage of NASA's
Fine.
Boeing crew flight test to the International Space Station.
They're right
with
out
NASA
in front of it,
astronauts
Jerry.
Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams aboard the
Jim!
Starliner spacecraft.
108 months. How you doing?
We were tracking an initial docking time of 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We will not dock during this during this current docking window. The next docking opportunity opens at 12:33 p.m.
Right, percussive maintenance,
Central
dude.
Time. That window closes at 1:19 p.m. Central Time. The crew is currently backing away from the 200-meter radius known as the Keep Out Sphere at the International Space Station. They will hold at about 250 meters away. About 45 minutes ago, the teams noticed there were some reaction control system thrusters. These are on the service module of the spacecraft. 4 specifically were beginning to fail off, meaning they would need to be reactivated. The crew took manual control of the spacecraft at the 260-meter hold point and conducted some manual piloting while those 4 reaction control system thrusters were fired. With the current configuration, the teams have not currently given the go for the astronauts and the spacecraft to move inside the keep-out sphere. That keep-out sphere is a 200-meter invisible radius around the International Space Station, and the spacecraft must be considered 4 orbits safe, meaning it would not move into that radius within 4 orbits if it were to lose control of its thrusters.
Oh, dear. Yeah, MGB. Pretty cool, huh? That's right, Misadventures. You have to be absolutely sure that the thrusters aren't going to steer you off course.
We are operating out of 2 flight control rooms here at Johnson Space Center. On the left, you see Capcom or capsule communicator Neil Nagata. He's the voice you've been hearing speaking with Butch and Sunny aboard Starliner. We're in the white flight control room. This is the Starliner flight control room. And on the right side of your screen is the International Space Station flight control room just across the hall, where teams are leading the space station and all of its systems.
Yeah, Lunprod, they're trying to do some analysis on some thruster firings that they did while they were doing manual control on the vehicle. And I think what the flight engineers are doing right now is trying to figure out a stable configuration of thrusters that will allow Starliner the dexterity that it needs to do a precise docking. I think that's what's going on. Also, there's beaver nuggets on the table right there. And I'm not ashamed to point it out. So that's Neil Nagata right there, the capsule communicator, and that's Mike Fink right there. Mike's an astronaut. He was commentating on the Starliner launch at Kennedy Space Center when it launched yesterday. Over here is the ISS mission control room. These are the people that are controlling the ISS. These are the people that are, well, not controlling Starliner, but they're the flight controllers for Starliner. Over here is the flight controllers for ISS. How's that bag not empty? Yeah, Billy, honestly, I'm with you on that one. I would have eaten that bag a long time ago. In fact, I do have a bag of beaver nuggets in my kitchen. I should probably go get it. I had to have it imported because there's not Buc-ee's where I'm from in the north parts of the U.S. Did you hear about Ariane 6 launching on the 9th of July? I don't really hear much about Ariane 6, Elliot. Sorry, what's a beaver nugget? It's like a corn pop that's drizzled in honey. They're delicious. How's your bag not empty? I keep it locked away in my pantry behind other things, nerd, so I can't see it or else I would eat it. No, you apologize now. Absolutely not. Launch something into space, then we'll talk. And I see I can get them on Amazon. Dude, you should, why did we get, oh, jeez. Do you know how much diabetes we just caused, Varix? Dang, man. Why you gotta go and say that, man? Do you ever launch something into space? No, only in Kerbal Space Program, dude. And 54, the beaties is already in. Let's go hard, brother. I admire your tenacity. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Now I want beaver nuggets. You guys suck. But I guess it's my fault. I played myself here because I was the one that pointed it out. Yeah, you live in the Netherlands. They can't ship to you. Checkmate. Oh, yeah, there you go. Oh.
Starliner and Station Houston on the big loop. Right now, Starliner has enough capability. We have fault tolerance of 6th off control to press in. However, we'd like to do that press in about 17 and a half minutes from now. Given that, we're going to go ahead and perform another hot fire to see if we can recover the T2A2 and S1A1 jets in the intervening time. So for Starliner, once we get into insulation here and get our optical cameras back for Vesta, we're going to get back into the SM hot fire test procedure.
Good news.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, G.
Starliner copies. Sunny's pulling it up. Station copies.
You ever get into model rockets? You could say that. Okay, what's going on here? So
And that call from Capcom,
well,
Neil
he's gonna say it.
to Butch and Sunny and Starliner. They have analyzed the data from the RCS thrusters they've gotten back, the ones that have been enabled. They do have 6th off control of Starliner, which means they are currently go for a docking. They're currently planning on moving in for the next docking attempt.
Again, that next docking window opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
No, Grizz.
In the meantime, they are going to conduct a couple more hot fire tests to continue attempting to recover 2 of those RCS, or reaction control system thrusters.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say. Wait a minute.
We are reaching the end. We are reaching the end of the nighttime period for ISS and Starliner. We should expect some views of both Starliner and ISS from each other's cameras shortly.
Yes, Elephant. Yep. It's heading towards Yavin 4. Actually, yeah, you said that. All right, cool. Yeah, we gotta be sure. Evacuate.
There is a
Moment of
possibility to hot
triumph.
fire some of the jets again during this time period.
I think you
We will
overestimate
wait
their
for a call
chances.
from the Capcom.
Starliner for the hot fire. The plan here is we're going to hot fire 3 jets, B1A3, T2A2, S1A1. Part of the reason we have to go back and take a look at B1A3 is because we had an attitude correction. We told you to do it, and it kind of muddied the rates for B1A3. So to get confidence back in it, what we're going to do here is we're going to have you go, we'll have you go to point hold and manual, right? And then we're going to sweeten up the station keeping. We're going to go to free drift, and then we're going to go ahead. I'll let you know when we start firing those jets. You'll be hands off until I tell you you're hands on. How copy?
Once again, further thruster testing on
Hands off
Starliner.
to you, 10-minute hands on after we go free drift. We're ready.
Okay, and also to make things a little simpler, we're going to stay in LVLH for this one. So stand by for my next call to get us configured.
I'm not up to speed, Doom. No spoilers.
Standing by. Yeah, we like LVLH. We were curious while we were in Nurseville to begin with. Thank you.
Yeah, they pushed the docking back to 12:30 Central. Why do you hate me, NASA? Why do you hate me? Why are you doing this to me? No. I'm going to get my beaver nuggets. I'll be right back. Not even kidding. Get the keys to the house. I'm going to get my beaver nuggets.
Starliner will take a point hold transpulse when you get there. Stand by. Ray will give us some words to sweeten up the station keeping.
Okay, we are point hold transpose.
This view coming from
But
the
go ahead and give us
International.
2 ups. All right, Starliner, we'll take point free, hands off.
Free, hands off.
Again, this view live from the International Space Station, and you can see Starliner still at that approximate 220 to 250 meter point. The space station and Starliner are entering into an orbital daytime, currently flying 259 statute miles over French Polynesia. Of course, we've been keeping you updated with all of the Starliner updates here in the White Flight Control Room, but my teammate Gary Jordan across the hall has been keeping tabs on everything space station. We'll go to Gary.
Heard a jet fire on board.
Roger.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Of course, we're following along every step of the way with the teams over in the next flight control room following Starliner operations. Some of the views you were seeing were of the flight director, Vincent Lacourt, speaking with Ed Van Cise, flight director over in the Starliner flight control room, coordinating on entering that keep out sphere. We've been showing you periodic views of some of the telemetry that shows that sphere. Now, of course, once we cross that boundary, we're of course now in integrated operations, but that boundary needs to be carefully coordinated before pressing in and make sure it has the right fault tolerance. Outside the keep out sphere now, Butch and Sunny remaining in a hold position. That go to proceed inwards has been given by the teams confident enough in the configuration of Starliner with the necessary redundancies to back away if needed once inside the keep out sphere. Lots of coordination happening on both sides before giving that call. But from the International Space Station flight control team, there is enough confidence in the configuration to go ahead and press in.
It's my breakfast. The thing above my head. What, you think that's a green screen coming out? No, son. Did you pack? Pack what? Multiple of you said D's. Nice. D's nuggets. Got them.
And we're following along with these views from the International Space Station.
I think that's just a lens flare up there.
Starliner, we'll take point, hold, and then point back at the target, please.
Wicked good coverage there, guy. Oh, thank you.
Take hold, and we will point back at the target.
Good read back.
Starliner is docked on the Orbital Flight Test 2 mission, Pop. It docked automatically.
The point hold of the Sarge being
So,
one of
yeah.
the features of the International Space Station. The Vesta system, which we've been talking about on Starliner, tracks some of the features of
They
the
have
International Space Station,
athletic,
just
yep.
making sure the pointing is right, and we do have some time to figure it out. Again, there's another about 8-minute window before the crew is given the go to press in inside the keep-out sphere. Now, there are several milestones once we press inside the keep-out sphere. To enable a docking, the window of which starts at 12:33 p.m. Central Time this afternoon. But once inside the keep-out sphere, the crew is scheduled to have a 10-meter hold point. We're not pressing in straight from the current position, just outside, just about 200, a little inside 220 meters right now from the station's forward port.
If that's okay with you, and otherwise it's good.
Good with the attitude. Point free, hands off.
Attitude point free, hands are off.
S1A1 fired.
Jet fire.
Roger.
You'll like them, point.
Capcom Neil Nagata in the Starliner flight control room. The voice you're hearing inside Starliner is Sonny Williams, confirming that when the crew, the ground teams enable the thruster firing for that hot fire test, which had been reported to the crew.
We got a pretty good yaw rate. Let me fix this.
Negative. We're firing B1A3. Stand by.
These numbers you're hearing are the specific thrusters.
And we heard it.
Roger that. We're looking.
You heard confirmation of feeling some of those thrusters, S1A1, B1A3. These are the specific thrusters that are targeted for these hot fire tests before proceeding into the keep-out sphere. Again, the teams are comfortable with the current configuration with some of the reaction control thrusters. In the current configuration off. However, some of these thrusters that are being fired now are part of the hot fire test to try to recover some of those, even though there is redundancy. Recovering those would just add enough redundancy or additional redundancy outside of the already go configuration. The crew reporting that they are feeling those thrusters as they are hot fired.
Okay, we'll take point hold to get us back on target track. Point hold and take us back and point us back to the target.
Okay. 1:33 Eastern for the dock guys. We're about 57 minutes out. They're trying to get a good configuration of thrusters working here to make sure that Starliner has the maneuverability to be able to dock.
Okay, we'd like to do translation.
Stand by.
That was the starboard bow flap that we were looking at for Starship, guys. I'll tell you, I still can't believe.
Starliner, your go to translate back to the hold box manually.
Okay. I can't believe Ship 29 made it to the water. I'm not going to say it made it to the water in one piece. Clearly they lost some parts, but it was enough to do the flip and burn, which is...
From the view of the space station, you're looking at Starliner, a little more than 220 meters away. The crew has been given a go to switch back to manual mode and push in just a little bit to the hold box before pressing in. Team's continuing to analyze the hot fire test.
Yeah, Armadillo.
And we're tracking and following
I've never seen anything like that, ever.
Before going ahead to press in.
RJ, exactly.
From this view, in the orbital daytime, you can see some of the RCS jets firing. as
I
crew
don't know,
takes
Dover.
manual control.
I don't know. Freaking engineering is magic, dude.
Say again, Tony.
Back in the box.
And can you guys get us in 200 to 210 meters, please?
200 to 210.
Starliner crew confirming. From the ground, they just need to push in just a little more from where they are. An extra 10 meters or so should get them inside the box, the planned hold box. Again, and they'll continue to hold there. Right now, the crew on manual flight and continue to hold there until given the go to press inside the keep out sphere. We're just a few minutes away from the scheduled time that the crew is scheduled to depart inside the keep out sphere. We'll follow along with the teams as they give that go.
That's pretty good. That's from my beautiful people over in the EJ Discord. So bad. Oh. Oh no. Starliner gets no respect, I tell you. It gets no respect. No respect, I tell you. It's wild to me that re-entry turned the Mark II flaps into Mark III flaps. Right. Google it, Jackal. When Doc, Basi, we're looking at about 50 minutes. A little in-flight weight reduction, boss. It's good. Seriously, though. How did that wing hold together? How is that even possible? Dude, we saw it ablate from the inside out, and it was just like, all right. It's like, come on, you shouldn't be. What the heck? You should not be working. His wings just like, nah.
This is Mission
It's a good
Control
joke,
Houston.
man.
You're getting live views from the station of the Starliner. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams inside, manually piloting
we
the
saw
Starliner
it burn off
in a station keeping hold position. Right now, just about 212 meters from the station. Station and Starliner are flying approximately 257 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean, approaching the west coast of Mexico, about to fly over the Midwest of the United States on a northeastern trajectory.
Go.
In an orbital daytime, you're getting great views from the outside of the station. Teams continuing to analyze the Starliner before going ahead and pressing in to the keep-out sphere.
Just a flesh wound.
The earliest window to do so is crossing right about now, but we'll wait for that go from both teams concurring to press in and go through those next steps to the 10-meter hold point. We'll get that view of Starliner a lot closer than what we're seeing now.
Alex.
We're attempting right now the second docking window, continuing to look at the Starliner and its systems, the reaction control thrusters that are needed to enable a go to proceed inside the keep-out sphere and ensure a safe docking to the International Space Station. The window for that second attempt opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. That's, of course,
Starliner Houston C in the box. We'll take auto.
Wing. It is necessary.
The crew manually flying again and station keeping within the hold window inside, right now inside 210 meters. Given the go to switch to auto hold mode, giving Butch and Sonny a break from stick time, holding in that position before proceeding inwards towards the keep out sphere. Again, we were talking about the windows. 12:33 is the beginning of that window. 1:19 p.m. Central Time is the back end of that window. flight controllers here in
Gonna
the
dock
International
automatically.
Space Station flight controlling, continuing to evaluate
Yeah, but listen to what Gary's
steps
saying.
needed to ensure a go to proceed inside the keep out sphere, and go ahead and press in for that attempting for docking within the second window. We're following along very closely and
Starliner
coordinating.
Houston. So based on the hot fire test, T2A2 and S1A1 had satisfactory results.
Good
We
news.
didn't get a result out of B1A3. So we're going to re-enable T2A2, S1A1, and inhibit B1A3.
They're figuring out the right combination of thrusters to take into account that some of them aren't working correctly.
B1A3. The other two, we see one of them back online, and it felt like the rest of them to us. I'm not sure what your data shows, but okay, copy all.
Okay. Just read that back. You felt all three.
Yes, we felt all three.
Roger.
Not planned recovery from this SpaceX mission,
And
no. Starliner,
by
though,
getting
yes.
back T2A2, backup enable 1 became full again. And I don't think you switched out of that, but we're still go backup enable 1.
Sherpa Derpa, right? Nice.
For that, enable 1 on, enable 2 is off. SMRC.
Roger that.
So again, holding outside the keep out sphere, Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams inside the Starliner spacecraft.
Havoc, it's a kind of shame. You think this mission isn't good because they can't get the thruster configurations right? I haven't watched many shuttle missions, have you? No. So you understand redundancy, but usually it's only for emergencies, right? This is the time to figure out these problems, Havocs, if they do arise. Ideally, you don't want any curveballs during your test flight, but it is a test flight. Sometimes this stuff happens. What's going to happen here is I guarantee you another Starliner isn't going to have a thruster problem after this, right? But that's the next thing I was going to get into. You're going to find these problems here. You want to find these problems here. Where you don't want to find these problems is during an operational mission. You don't want this mission to work and then, for instance, have Starliner 1, the first crew flight to the ISS, not the test flight, the first crewed flight, the first routine mission. You don't want that mission having these kind of curveballs. It's good to get these curveballs now, because remember, this is just a test, right? With that being said, can't predict the future. Can't be 100% sure of success. Once again, it's how you adapt and react to these curveballs, because you're going to get them no matter what. During the Inspiration 4 mission, for instance, with SpaceX, the toilet actually stopped working. And it leaked piss all over the floor. Actually, underneath the floor, if we really want to be technical, but it does happen. That's not an ideal thing to happen, but hey, if the toilet's just leaking a little bit, but the rest of the capsule works fine, I'm okay with that. But long story short, right now is the time where you want to find these problems, if at all. Ideally, you don't want them.
Next docking
does
window
happen.
that opens at 12:33 p.m. Central Time. Now we are in another tracking and data relay satellite system handover. We expect to regain those visuals shortly. Meanwhile, here's another good look at the teams in Mission Control Houston, both Starliner and International Space Station.
That's good,
As
Balkan.
Gary just shared, over there on the left, in the middle of your screen, that is Neil Nagata. That's the Capcom you've been
It's good
hearing
to stay
speak
paranoid.
with the crew.
Indeed, hon.
Down toward the bottom in the white shirt is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. You may have seen him on the launch
Neil's going to
broadcast
get another
yesterday.
copy.
He is also a crew member for the Starliner 1 mission.
No, he's going for the Beaver Nuggets.
Up at the top
Aw.
of your screen, that's Flight Director Ed Van Sice.
I thought Neil was going for the Beaver Nuggets, dude.
And Starliner progressing slowly
They
through
got
the
Beaver
approach
Nuggets in
corridor
mission
now.
control?
We just reached
They got Beaver Nuggets here.
187 meters. 190 meters is the first
Grab the Beaver Nuggets.
distance, and Starliner's flight plan for docking. First milestone inside of the keep out sphere. currently moving towards station at about 23 centimeters per second. We're going to continue our slow approach until the 10-meter point at which we have a planned hold where we'll enable the NASA docking system, NDS.
Hey, Matt.
And then prepare for a final docking several minutes afterwards.
Starliner is directly lined up with the Node 2 forward port. That is where it will be docking today. Also docked to the Node 2 port are the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That's on the zenith side. So once Starliner...
Matt, what's my background in engineering? Well, first of all, hi. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed my coverage. I'm a self-taught engineer, dude. I have no formal background with anything to do with spaceflight. I'm a 3D artist by trade. What I have been doing is sitting here playing games like Kerbal for the last 10 years, Kerbal Space Program. Don't get me wrong, I didn't learn anything. I didn't learn everything from KSP, right? Turns out I really like space. Space is pretty cool, particularly the human spaceflight aspects of it. And I've been just basically on a binge of reading and learning about spaceflight for the last decade. So I'd like to say that I'm not an engineer, but I play one on Twitch. But yeah, no formal background, but I do know a good deal about this stuff. You hang around with these people long enough, you start speaking their language, you know what I mean?
Starliner inside the keep out sphere. This is the second of those two invisible boundaries that we use to govern arriving and departing spacecraft. The first is the approach ellipsoid. That's when our joint operations begin between the space station and the Starliner teams. Now, the keep out sphere, we had to wait outside of this location for a go. You have to have at least 4 orbits safe before you can move into the keep out sphere. That means if you were to lose control of your thrusters, you would not move inside that boundary for 4 orbits.
Just to make sure we're on the same page, we're inside the keep out sphere, and we are in procedure 6.102, step 28 with you.
They're going to do it, dude. They're just finding the right thruster configuration. Look, Starliner is moving into the approach corridor. That's what that cone is.
Starliner is with you.
Oh, somebody gifted Matt a sub. There you go. I throw references all over the place, Alto.
And Barry, that is as expected. Those will reject up until 10 meters.
Matt paid it forward to Mortnir. There you go. Thanks, Matt.
As Starliner continues its approach, both it and the International Space Station are flying approximately 261 statute miles over Kansas, crossing into Nebraska.
How fast is it going? 17,500 miles an hour, but they're both going the same speed. They're basically flying in formation right now, Barracks. That's why you only need these little tiny thrusters to make an approximate movement. Yeah, these things, the ISS and Starliner are going like 4 or 5 times faster than like a 308 cartridge. Yeah, they spacecraft are going way faster. They make bullets look like a snail. Yeah, these things move in miles a second, dude. That's why I like it, Varix. I like things that go fast. Spacecraft go really fast. I don't know what to do with my hands. I felt like I was on a spaceship. Cars run real good. Yep, there are people on board the ISS Destinies, and there are people on board the capsule. 2 test pilots on board this capsule here coming up to the ISS. My pleasure, Grizz. Thanks for supporting me. I really appreciate it.
As Starliner continues its approach to the International Space Station.
Can you
Again, we track
describe
these
beaver nuggets?
handovers on the tracking data and relay satellite system.
Beaver nuggets are corn pops that are drizzled in honey.
Again, we are inside the keep out sphere.
Very
Starliner
tasty.
has been given the go to proceed, and we are targeting the earliest docking time for 12:33
Use
p.m.
Maypacks.
Central Time.
Fish tampon NASCAR. I'm EJ. You don't need beaver nuggets, and screw you.
And Starliner looking good on our current rates in. We're expecting about a 6-minute lighting hold when we get to 10 meters.
Okay.
6-minute lighting hold, copy.
So right before Starliner moves in for its final dock, they're just going to hold there, just as a last check, to make
Capcom,
to make absolutely sure that the capsule is good to go to initiate the docking. Right? Do dockings usually take this long? No. With test flights, you tend to go very slow. You be very methodical about every step. Remember, this is the first time you're doing this with people on board the capsule and the station at the same time. So go very slow. Later on down the road, when Starliner the design gets more matured out, the dockings won't take this long. But like I said, it's important to catch these errors on a test flight, guys. Yeah. It's important to catch them and then figure out a way around them and then use that information for when the capsule comes back down to make the next one not do that. Make the next one safer, you know? Can you explain why does the ISS change speed like 1 kilometer an hour every few minutes? It's because its orbit isn't completely circular, Viper. It has a slight eccentric component to its orbit. So it basically is just momentarily falling and then falling back down, missing Earth, and then going up again and falling back down and missing Earth and going up again. So the velocity does kind of go up and down a little bit. That just comes from its orbit not being perfectly circular. If your orbit was perfectly circular, you wouldn't accelerate or decelerate. But it's really hard to get a perfectly circular orbit because of all the perturbing forces in space. There's a lot of things that try to pull you out of your orbit. Earth's atmosphere being the biggest one at this altitude.
Flew first to the International Space Station as a pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009 and served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 in 2014.
Yeah, hey, so of course, that's a given.
NASA astronaut Sunny Williams is the pilot for the CFT mission, or crew flight test. She was selected to be a NASA
End of the year,
astronaut in
Alleviate.
1998. This is also her third flight to the International Space Station, the first one coming as a flight engineer for Expedition 14, and in 2012, a member of Expedition 32.
Yeah, MGB, if you open the debug menu, you just type in 0 eccentricity, but even Kerbal has a
Starliner
float
is now
point.
approximately 90
never gonna be perfect.
meters away from the International Space Station.
That's Leah Cheshire doing the commentary.
And at the 100-meter point of Starliner's approach towards ISS, it has slowed down to 0.1 meters per second, or 10 centimeters per second. It will continue at that lower rate until it reaches the 10-meter holding point.
About 4 inches per second for the people that like freedom. 4 inches per second close rate, and it's about 330 feet out from the front of the space station. America. No, I mean freedom, Lumbo. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about freedom. You know, we're in America. This is America, greatest country on the planet.
And to recap, we are again targeting a docking no earlier than 12:33 p.m. Central Time. This comes after some troubleshooting of some reaction control system thrusters. Those are also known as RCS thrusters on the service module port.
Cloudy, do I have any insight as to what went wrong with the flap? Well, what happened is whatever thermal protection system was under there, the plasma decided it didn't want it to be there, and then it burned through the wing and ablated the wing from the inside out. Part of the wing became a heat shield. They said you could be anything, Mr. Wing, so you decided to be a heat shield today. Yeah, and it promptly burned off about a quarter of the surface area of the wing. Somehow, Cloudy, it still made it. And the wing was still able to articulate despite losing one of the hinges. I still can't figure out how that happened, but it did.
Passing through the 80-meter mark on Starliner's approach to the Note 2 forward docking port, we'll expect another decrease in velocity right around the 50-meter mark. We'll cut it in half down.
Pretty much, Caviar.
From 0.1 meters per second to 0.05. Then further, when we get to the 30-meter mark, we will turn on Starliner's forward docking lights.
All right, Starliner is closing in. Should be docking here within half hour. Yeah, right, Varix, that's where you put that. The reaction control system thrusters doing just minute adjustments here. The Starliner is inside of the keep out sphere in the approach corridor, basically getting to its last hold point in the pattern here. I've said many times, this imaginary cone that it's flying into, think of that like the approach for a runway. Starliner is basically being cleared to land at the ISS, right? So docking works kind of like, you know, a plane. You line up with the runway and then you work on your approach to the runway and then basically you send it right at the last second. Now, Starliner doesn't have to worry about, you know, like windage or anything. There's no wind up there. So they can just, or anything. It doesn't rely on lift to stay in place either. It has those thrusters. So right now it's cleared to approach, right? But what they're going to do is they're going to stop about 30 feet out from the docking port, about 10 meters. And they're going to sit there, just make sure everything is good to go. And then they're going to go in and dock. This all should be happening within the next 30 minutes. I like how the guy who installed the wings tweet was just Pog. Yeah, Cam. Yeah, that guy's cool. What is that, Rocket Guy? By the way, this was the control loop Starliner went into during OFT1 when it had the control problems and burned a few of the thrusters until failure. Oh.
Starliner now approximately 63 meters away from the International Space Station.
Yep,
Again, we
V-bar
are
approach.
docking
Yep.
to the Node 2 forward port today.
Oh, that's good. No more beeper buckets.
We are now 33 minutes away from the opening of the next
Thrusters are
docking
being a
window.
little
However,
naughty,
we may hold
Walker.
at the 10-meter hold point for lighting to balance out and give us a better view of the international docking adapter that Starliner.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Some people are asking, why is there certain approach windows? Why is there certain approach window? Lighting conditions. You want to get a good image of the docking. Lighting conditions plays a component there.
Starliner continues to use the VESTA system as it
Specifically on a
approaches
test
the
flight, yeah.
International Space Station. That
Especially,
stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. There are two VESTAs on Starliner so that we have
Yes.
fault tolerance. These include vision-based cameras, a long-wave infrared camera, as well as LiDAR.
LiDAR. Labels. Yes. Darth Vader, an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan. Yeah, me too, EMO. That would be too bad. No, so they have LiDAR and LiDAR on this thing. There's both of them. What's the difference? Well, there's an A in one and there's an I in the other. That's Streamerman's way of saying I don't remember. Don't remember the differences. I'm sorry, guys. I'm running on fumes over here. Silence,
Starliner just
Earthling.
passing the 50-meter mark.
150
it has now
feet out.
slowed its
Light
approach rate
versus
to
radio waves.
5 centimeters per
Merci
second,
beaucoup, mon
0.05
ami.
meters per second.
Very astute observation. Oh. Thanks. Thank you, very butthole. I mean, much. Yeah. Linux, I don't think caffeine is going to fix how tired I am right now. Laser radar and ranging versus just light. Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah. So Starliner does have a system on board called Vesta. That's what they were talking about. And the LiDAR and the LiDAR are part of that. Basically, Starliner uses cameras, and the cameras relay images to the computer, and the computer is trained on those images to know what to look for and know where to fly the capsule. Yeah, it's called relative navigation. Really, 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 really trick stuff. It's pretty cool.
Starliner continues to approach the International Space Station. Both are traveling at approximately 17,000 miles per hour, but in these proximity operations, we have to move very slowly and precisely to line up properly with the Node 2 forward port. We are now about 44 meters away from that docking adapter.
130 feet.
The next hold point comes at the 10-meter hold point.
73 months.
And again, we anticipate that we may hold here for some time while we wait for the lighting to balance out for Starliner.
Docking should be within the half hour. Excuse me for a second. Oh, I was going to say I'm going to rest my eyes, but also... Don't hate that. Yep. Don't hate that. Yeah, Rocket. Once they get the kinks ironed out with these thrusters, and that's partially what this test flight is for, this thing will be a very mean piece of equipment. Also, Rocket Guy, are the FOD covers still on some of the forward-facing RCS? Am I seeing that correctly? There's a FOD cover on some of the RCS there. Did you see that?
And coming up on 40
they
meters
disabled
away
them
from station,
yeah,
still
due to the
progressing
leaks.
at
Yeah,
about
that's what I thought I saw.
0.05 meter per second approach rate.
Where did those 4K cameras go? I don't know. 4K camera check? 4K camera check? FOD check?
Starliner currently experiencing a period of relative darkness where
Hello, darkness, my
visual
old
spectrum
friend.
cameras aren't getting as much
FOD
information
covers.
from
Debris covers. You don't need like a bird flying into the thruster before the thing launches, so they put covers over the thrusters. But
LiDAR,
since they disabled some of the thrusters because they've been having leak problems, the thruster is designed to pop off when they fire the thrusters, right? The thruster cover just pops out, right? And most of the time, these covers would be popped out right after it separates from the upper stage, and the covers pop out and they just re-enter and they burn up. Yeah, look, see, Vesta. Vesta is imaging the docking port. Look at that. That's pretty cool. But since they disabled some of these thrusters because they can isolate thrusters because of the helium leaks, some of the covers are still on. It's not a big deal. It's just something to note.
Florida.
Yeah, look at that. The cameras are seeing this, and it's relaying this information to the computer so the computer knows where to fly the capsule. Like I said, it would be just like a pilot looking for a reference and being like, oh yeah, the docking port's there. How about we go over there? Pretty smart. Oh. Like that, Kem? What the actual heck? Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let's see if I can see if we can find a high def one. NASA's only broadcasting in 720 at 60. Okay. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. So they're probably going to hold for good lighting conditions so they can get some good footage of this docking.
And we are coming up on 30 meters from the International Space Station, getting a beautiful view now of Starliner as it continues its approach. We are in an automated piloting mode at this time, so the crew is not having to command the spacecraft. Starliner is designed to automatically rendezvous and dock with the space station, but we have seen the crew take manual control of the spacecraft a couple of times during this flight test. One of those happened yesterday afternoon while we were in what is called far field operations. They essentially got to test maneuvering the spacecraft in case they ever did
some
need
of the
to take
thruster
manual
covers
control.
are off, but
and
some
because
of them
that
aren't.
test went
1,
well,
2,
they did the same thing as we were
3,
at about
4.
the 260-meter hold point earlier today.
See what I'm talking about? Some of the covers didn't pop off, but that's okay. Each one of the... Oh, there they go. They turn the lights on.
Just passed through the 30-meter mark, and you see the Starliner's forward docking lights turn on.
About 100 feet out. I read your mind, 999.
Station is getting a good view of Starliner with the lighting coming from that direction.
Yeah, Yannick, they just turned it on.
For the Earth to spin a little bit more, sun to move relatively, so Starliner gets a good set of lighting on station, and we'll continue the approach towards the No. 24 docking port.
$30 meters for the rest of the world. That he said metric. If the PAOs or the commentators say metric, I say imperial. If they say imperial, I say metric. That's the dirty secret. I'm pretty good at back converting, going back and forth. I've been doing it for a long while. Entropy, just joining back in after some well-earned partying in South Texas. You're a hecking animal covering all this while working SpaceX or hours. Cheers, hey. One team, one dream, man. Actually, Entropy, I should be down there next week. We're doing another Route 154 called EJ Internox Excellent Adventure. So we're gonna should be down there. Yeah, too bad Starship isn't gonna be on the pad when I'm down there, but we'll be down there, you know. Yeah, Chucky, I know what you mean. That being able to convert it quickly came out of me just saying everything in miles and feet, and everybody getting mad at me for doing it. So I just learned both of I learned both of them. Whatever, it's fine. I'm not sure, Yannick, if it has a TOF camera for 3D. I don't think so. I thought, when we said we thought something was ablating on the ship, weren't they testing an ablative shield tile? Yeah, I think so. I don't think one tile would be making that much ablation, though, Alleviate. I'm pretty sure other components that weren't that ablative test were ablating. Non-ablative components were ablating, like the wing.
Starliner nearing the 20-meter point, currently at about 22 meters away, still progressing at 0.05 meters per second.
Yeah, I know, Rocket Guy, right? No mishap investigation, apparently.
Station is still fairly dark, using mostly the LiDAR sensor for feature tracking on the front of the docking, No. 24 docking port.
I wonder if we'll be able to see Barry peeping through the window.
Currently, you can see Starliner's NASA docking system, NDS. Docking cover has been open for a long period of flight. Currently, the soft...
It doesn't matter to me, Pugwash. To be honest with you.
The docking ring on the soft capture system is retracted. That's the inner metal ring on the front of NDS with the 3 pedals sticking out from it. Once we hit the 10-meter docking hold point, Starliner will extend the soft capture system, which is a series of motor-controlled arms.
It really depends on where the thruster's pointed at, Tweets. You don't really want to be using these big boy thrusters. See how there's 2 different diameter holes right there? You want to be using these vernier thrusters here. Minimal outgassing near the space station as much as possible.
There are several spring-loaded latches that will attach Starliner to station.
I can't tell Tone from text, man. I'm too tired. I usually can do it. I'm usually good at it. I can't do it right now. I get where you're going with that. That's good. Nice.
From there are several hooks that will.
He's waving. Was he waving? Did I miss it?
Well,
hold on, I'm backing it up. Oh yeah. Yeah, I told you. See Barry peeping through the window. Watch.
Start moving forward after the 10-meter hold point.
Hey, all right.
Those arms will remain extended. Starliner will approach the latch station. Starliner onto that docking port, and then from there we will have hard capture.
Okay, Ga.
Right now we're currently coming up on 16 meters away.
That's correct, Rocket Guy. Yeah, exactly. The whole point of this is to minimize shooting the thrusters at the station. You really don't want to do that.
And again, we anticipate holding at that 10-meter hold point. This is a built-in hold, and we may wait here until we get ideal lighting. The International Space Station and Starliner are flying over Algeria and about to cross into an orbital nighttime. Again, we see about 16 sunrises and sunsets each day when traveling at orbital velocity. That's 17,500 miles per hour. In terms of relative velocity right now, Starliner is traveling at about 0.05 meters per second. And to translate that, that's about 1/10 of a mile an hour as it moves in toward the International Space Station.
Okay. She gave measurements in imperial and then metric and then imperial again. Just saying. Yeah, you want to be slow. You want to take your time, Carboni, right? This is a test flight. Don't send it. Not yet. They can do that on operational missions when they've made sure that this works correctly after going slow. How about nautics? Actually, Xanax, if you really want to hear a super unpopular opinion from me, I think knots are the right unit of measurement for spacecraft. That's the one that makes the most sense. Yeah, there, I said it. Not feet per second. That makes no sense. Spacecraft fly around a planet. They use latitude and longitude to find their position. If they're using latitude and longitude to find your position, knots are the unit of measurement that makes the most sense for velocity. Yeah, very unpopular position. For me.
Copies, and Starliner, we're
garlic
expecting
knots.
6-minute lighting hold before NDS configures for docking.
That's right. I don't see, Dave, I don't see any garlic kilometers an hour, but there are garlic knots.
Station Houston on the big loop. Starliner's at the 10-meter hold point. ISS crew perform 1.106, step 1.2.
33 feet out. They're going to wait until good lighting conditions.
Station copies on the big loop. Executing 1.2 of 1.106. ISS crew ready.
Yeah, there you go, Simon. No, just no. Fine, whatever. Be wrong.
Starliner Houston got your fill-ins for your step 31. The maneuver to target align will be at 17:27:40. Expect final approach at 17:30. We're going to have 47 minutes of margin.
Sounds good to me, Chucky. Canada, outside is centigrade, oven is Fahrenheit, milk is gallons, gasoline is liters, beer's... You guys are confused.
17:30. We don't know if you said 40 or 00.
14 minutes.
It was going to be, the time for final approach 17:30:00 with 47 minutes of margin. 47.
So that's 13 minutes out from now, or in metric, it's 13 minutes out from now for the Starliner final approach and dock. Yeah, it messed with you, didn't it? Metric minutes? Oh! Can you convert that into milliseconds? No, I can't.
Point. Currently about 3 minutes and 50 seconds away until the
metric time never
first phase of the 10-meter hold. We're waiting for better lighting for Starliner's cameras.
Sorry.
On the second phase of the 10-meter hold, the NASA
Please just dock this capsule.
To finish its initialization.
on, TARS. Come on, TARS. Can you express that in burritos per second? 350 burritos per second. Yep. Starliner, we show you on approach at 350 BPS. Did you see them wave? Yep. Saw Barry peeping through the window right there. In fact, he's still doing it.
Suspended in space as it and the International Space Station
Come on,
continue
Butch.
traveling at over 17,000 miles per
See
hour.
that beautiful face
and again,
of yours.
we are anticipating an orbital nighttime here shortly. We are at the 10-meter hold point. This is a built-in hold for all arrivals. And we will continue holding here until we get the lighting that the teams are looking for to continue to press in towards that node 2 forward port.
Oh. Oh. Ho, ho. That is a pretty spaceship. I'm gonna go over there so I can.
Would you just look at it? Would you just look at it? Chat, would you look at that? Would you just look at it?
Close-up view,
Wow.
You can actually get a
just look at it.
pretty good view of what the Vesta cameras look like and where they are. Those are the two black rectangular shapes in the upper right and bottom left of that front docking port area. There's also an additional camera offset to the left, just above the orange data connection.
Yep, you can
Those
tell
cameras
it's a
are spread out
Starliner
in
because
different
of the way it
locations
is.
to help better track different
That's pretty
features
neat.
on the front of the international docking adapter.
I don't care, Alleviate. Whatever.
And we
Teacher's
are
handover,
again
that's
in a
normal.
satellite handover with the International Space Station. Station uses the tracking and data relay satellite systems, and we expect to regain visual communication shortly. However, we will still be at that 10-meter hold point.
Had it? I can't. It's gone. We could give old Mike a pat on the side here. Good job, Mike.
Again, the docking window
Yes,
opens
that's
at
actually that's my Colonel Mike Fink. Yes,
PM
his name is actually Mike. This
Central
guy.
Time.
That guy? I don't know his name. This guy? I don't know. What's your name, guy? Lanolin? I don't believe you.
And we are in an automated piloting for the Starliner spacecraft, so Butch and Sunny are able to continue monitoring its approach once we resume that, but they will not be needed to take manual control and fly in and dock the spacecraft. That capability does exist, and we tested some of that manual piloting earlier in the flight.
Yeah. Yeah, these screens are interesting. You know, that's where the No for Trunnion is connected to the reciprocating dingle arm.
So we just hit 10-meter hold 2. We're putting step 32 in work, if you're ready.
He saw you. Oh, God, no. He's like, don't tell him the secrets. I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel here, Rocket Guy. I'm not going to lie to you. We are scraping the barrel.
We are ready.
Yes, Wrigley.
Step 32.
Very hench simulation. All right.
All right, NDS latch NEA switch is in enable.
Roger.
Yes, Yannick. Mm-hmm. All right, 8 minutes. That's a thing some guy... Yeah, you know what? Of course it's a thing, Mike. That man over there, that guy over there is playing Kerbal. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Yeah, test is accurate.
Starliner reactivating Mustang.
Onboard cameras. Pop, you can't wait for this to finally be over so you can sleep. Going on 36 hours. Yeah, I'm kind of there, kind of with you. Looks like we saw some thruster firings from Starliner there. If they had been playing Kerbal, this project would have gone smoother. Yeah. They'll figure out a contingency, Sid. You'd go into contingency procedures if they can't dock the capsule, but most of those contingency procedures at this time are getting that capsule on that docking port. They did some thruster reconfigurations to get Starliner the ability to approach here. And that's why they allowed Starliner to move in the keep out sphere.
Continuing to hold at the 10-meter point while the NASA docking system extends the docking ring, or the soft capture ring, I should say. Now less than 10 minutes away from the opening of the next docking window. Again, that coming at 12:33 p.m. Central Time.
Yep. The red light indicates the port side of the vehicle. Green light indicates starboard. Same as an airplane. Is space this dark? Yep. Part of that is the exposure from the camera lux. This camera is probably has really high exposure, so you could get a nice, clear, crisp picture for imaging a docking, right? But you know, where the camera has like an exposure configured, you know, your eyes will adapt. You can see, and you know, when the station is in the night, is in nighttime, you can see the stars and stuff. But the cameras, it's actually underexposed. Excuse me, that's what it's called. I said overexposed. Sorry, my brain's starting to lose bits. I'm flipping bits over here. The camera settings, long story short, are why you can't see anything. But is it that dark? Yeah, absolutely. It gets very dark when the planet is in the way of the sun. Santa Toes, has there ever been a situation where they needed to dock in darkness? Dragons docked at nighttime before, Santa Toes, but since this is the first crew flight test, or the first test of a Starliner capsule with people on board, they're gonna wait a little bit. They won't. They're gonna wait a little bit until they, until it's daytime, till they get good lighting conditions. Flipping bits. Check your dosimeter. Yeah. Yeah, they'll be out sooner rather than later. The day-night cycle at this altitude with a 90-minute orbital period is every 45 minutes. Sun comes up. How many are there on the ISS? There are 7 people aboard the ISS right now. 4 from the SpaceX Crew 8 mission, and then 3 up on a Soyuz. Do the test pilots have night vision goggles? No, but Starliner does. Starliner is using LiDAR to image the docking port. Gaining 2 more. Yep.
Starliner, Houston on a big loop. NDS and entry cover are configured for docking.
Docking port is in the open position. That's good news. LiDAR, yeah, not LiDAR. Sorry.
Starliner
Are they bringing anyone back with them? No, only the 2 people that came up, only Butch and Sonny.
Capcom Neil Nagata and Commander Butch Wilmore, both confirming that they see NDS ready for docking. We're currently sitting about 1 minute 55 seconds away from the final approach ignition.
Yeah, Vagabond, at some point the count went up pretty high, yep. Want to use floodlights, battery usage? Yeah, Dustin, that's exactly it. Power consumption on the ISS is at a premium. I mean, look at how big the solar
During
panels
the last
are.
10 meters, you'll see Starliner approach at a very slow rate, similar to the last 50 meters that we saw coming in the approach corridor.
It's not having trouble docking, Sonics. They just wanted to make sure they had the best chance of it going successfully, so that's why it took a little extra time. They wanted to get the right thruster configuration to make sure that nothing weird goes wrong when they go to try and dock.
Box that's from Starliner's Vesta cameras. This helps Starliner align with the International Space Station. Again, we are docking to the Node 2 forward port today. Window opens at 12:33
That's LADAR,
p.m. Central Time.
It's basically reflecting stuff off the ISS, and it's seeing the reflected signal. I said stuff. You know what? Hopefully you know what I mean. Sorry, man. I'm getting tired.
And we're looking about 30 seconds away from the final approach.
Here we go. The Starliner is in the approach corridor, and right when I went to explain it, they cut the camera, so I'm just shutting up. Some swamp gas reflected off of Venus. No problem, some guy. Thank you for watching.
Starliner Houston on the big loop. You are go to command final approach with tap stop 4 OFM trigger next.
Let's go. Cleared for final approach. Yeah, at least I do. Have not slept.
Tap stop 4.
Are you sinking into your chair? Yeah. All right.
Station Houston on the big loop. For ISS crew, perform 1.106 steps, 1.3, and 1.4.
Station copies, executing 1.3, 1.4, 1.106.
Like maybe an hour at best, Rocket Guy.
And the Starliner crew have gotten the authority to proceed for the final approach.
You guys want to try shawarma?
It's currently at just over 9 meters away, approaching at about 0.05 meters per second, or 5 centimeters per second, towards the Node 2 forward docking port.
Again, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, the commander, and Sonny Williams, the pilot, on the crew flight test today. This is an autonomous docking, meaning they are monitoring from inside Starliner, but the spacecraft is currently flying itself.
Two inches a second, cowboy. Yep. How many Red Bulls have you drunk? And a cup of coffee. Caffeine is not going to do anything
less than 7
anymore.
meters away from the International Space Station.
21 feet. Actually,
All
it's more
good
like
calls
24
on the ground.
feet.
Estimated time of contact is 2 minutes.
2 meters minutes. See? Metric time. It's a thing.
Now approximately 5 meters.
Bring it on home. If it looks like there's pixels all over if it looks like there's dead pixels all over the camera, well, it's because there is. DSLR lenses and camera lenses get fried by radiation up there, so Yeah. That's why there's just blue and green and red dead pixels all over the place.
And Starliner passing through 4 meters.
Oh, 12 feet.
Now less than 3 meters away from the International Space Station. Good performance calls coming from teams in mission control.
Note that the NDS ring is open. That's what they were talking about right before they were given the go. See the ring? That ring acts as a shock absorber. Watch, when it'll dock, see the springs? Well, they're not really springs. They're shock absorbers. They're more dampers than anything. Here we go. Bring it in.
Starliner at 1.5 meters away, currently about 25 seconds from docking.
4 feet. 3 feet. 2 feet. 1 foot.
0.5 meters.
Good. The snoot has been booped. We got a soft dock by Starliner.
We see the same.
Good job, guys.
At 12:34 p.m. Central Time, above the southern Indian Ocean, we have confirmation of contact and capture of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and Starliner aboard the International Space Station.
Above the
Butch and
southern
Sunny have
Indian
made
Ocean.
Their arrival.
Huh. What is it with the southern Indian Ocean today? We saw a craft crash into it, and we saw a craft dock to the ISS above it. Pretty good.
Discovery, go
Not a lot. There's shock absorbers in the docking port. That's why it extends that ring, some guy. It's unburnt carbon from methane combustion fish. Yeah, after IFT3, kind of rating ash. Yeah, just combustion byproducts. Prodigious. Indeed. The ISS reaching for the Starliners. Nice.
Starliner's soft capture system has finished attenuating.
It's off the coast of Madagascar. Oh, thanks, Animal. Why don't you just ruin my statement? I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Keep up the bad work.
Next step for the NASA docking system is to retract its extension arms. Allow the hooks on the
holidays work
system to attach to.
You really suck.
The docking port on the Node 2 forward international docking.
Try not to laugh, dude. Oh.
And with the arrival of Starliner, again, that coming at 12:34 p.m. Central Time, we have 2 American crewed spacecraft aboard the International Space Station.
Give us a shot of them. All right, so what they're going to do is they're going to retract that ring while it's still latched, and they're going to pull Starliner in, and then there are a bunch of hooks on the NASA docking system. There's 12 of them. They're going to retract, or they're going to extend the hooks and make a hard capture, hopefully. Now go fix the toilet. Oh, geez. Dead on balls accurate? I guess the frickin' thing is broken then. It's an industry term. It's used by NASA engineers. How long until the hatch is open? It's going to be a little bit, Chucky. It usually takes an hour, hour and a half. They're probably going to go slow, so I'd guess 2 hours. Has there been any other country which had 2 different active crew transports available? Linux, the closest thing would have been TKS and Soyuz by the Soviet Union in the late 70s, but TKS never flew with people on it, so I don't know if you'd count that as operational. Yeah, Rig. Well, the hench movies deserve the memory. You know what I'm saying? You got to equalize the pressure, Chucky. You don't want to shock the life support systems in the capsule or the ISS. You got to kind of make sure they're all equalized, and that does take some time. And then they have to pressurize the vestibule as well. There's kind of a little open area between the ISS hatch and the Starliner hatch, and they gotta pressurize that and make sure the vestibule is pressurized equally to Starliner, which is pressurized equally to the ISS. All that balancing takes a second because once again, you don't want to. It's not like the movies. You don't want to turn the hatch and just have it be like, you know.
And with contact and capture of
That's a rapid. That could cause a rapid increase in pressure. You could blow a hole in the side of the ISS. You don't want to. I mean, sure, somebody wants to do that somewhere. I don't think NASA does.
capture ring. Once that's complete, there are 12 hooks that will need to drive and more firmly secure the spacecraft.
No, not really
Those
awesome.
will happen in 2 sets of 6. This takes anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes after the spacecraft
Don't
arriving
shock
to
the
the International
monkey.
Space Station.
Station. Don't you know you don't want to shock the station? They were tracking the NDS ring. Watch. They're going to pull it in and see that little slit. Of course, they cut the camera. Thanks, NASA. I really appreciate that still shot of somebody doing something 10 years ago. Lovely. Hardscape Life, 35-month resub. Thank you.
Houston Station on the big loop. Professor Sabre for hard maintenance.
Houston copies.
That was Matthew Dominic communicating to ISS Mission Control.
We're now about 6.5 minutes after initial contact and capture of the soft capture system.
Just taking a break, fellas.
Hard capture hooks to start anytime after about 7 minutes from that soft capture time frame.
I'm all right. Swear. Just chill. Just chill. Chill. Yep. The crash just happened, by the way. The crash just happened. All the caffeine wore off. I could feel myself sinking into quicksand figuratively. Oh God, that woke me up. Hi.
So while we're
Awesome streaming commentary and explanations add a lot to the experience. Hey, my pleasure. I am tired though, but my pleasure. I'm glad I could make it fun.
Let's go over to the International Space Station flight.
Good morning. I'm awake. Women in walks first.
Hey, thank you, Jim. We're following
Yeah,
along
Kellen, we'll be all right.
the way here in the International Space Station flight control room. Flight Director Judd Freeling working hand in hand with the teams over with you over in Starliner Mission Control, ensuring that everybody's
Oh no, login. I'm talking about me, not the ISS.
There's Judd Freeling in the forward end.
Juddy.
Left is Diana Trujillo.
Thanks, nerd.
Working to monitor all the different steps together. Will Vu over to Vince's right.
Do it!
To Vince,
Just do
Vince
it!
LaCourt's right is
Yes, you can!
Will Vu.
Nothing is impossible! Yesterday, you said tomorrow.
Up to the
So
crew by the
just
International
do
Space
it!
Station. Space Station has a couple of maneuvers in order to proceed with the next steps.
I'm awake
of
now.
Retracting the NASA docking system ring on the Starliner. The thrusters need to be disabled on the International Space Station side. And the International Docking Adapter must be aligned with the NASA docking system. Teams
Yeah, that
here
bought
in
me probably about
communication
5 minutes.
verifying
All right,
the logs
Linux.
have passed.
See you, buddy.
So we're following along to proceed towards a hard capture. Again, we had soft capture confirmed at 12:34 p.m. Central Time. The hard capture
Trying to shock the system sure as heck.
to the International
Not working.
Space Station. Expect to hear some words from the crew after that hard docking is complete. In the meantime, lots to follow along with to ensure a safe docking, a safe hard docking of Starliner to the International Space Station. A couple of steps.
No,
Now, of course,
drummer.
after that hard dock is complete, we still have to go ahead and open up the hatches, so the teams here will remain on console and follow along through the methodical steps necessary.
Briggsy, Starliner on the CFD-1 crew flight test just docked to the ISS. They're retracting the soft docking system, and they are going to drive in the latches here for the hard dock. That's 12 hooks on Starliner and the ISS that kind of hook together, and the hooks hook together and pull each other in to create a seal so they can ingress into the station. That's still a little ways out, but yeah, that's what's going on. If you missed the stream entirely today, Starship launched this morning. And, well... This is not real time. That's slow motion. So, Starship launched. Super heavy, soft landed in the water. Watch this. If you thought that was cool, there it goes. She's tipping. Oh, she tipping. And that's when we lost signal. Now, if you thought that was cool, check this out. This is sped up, but I saw quite possibly the coolest thing I've ever seen covering anything that has
Go at throttle up.
covering anything that has to do with spaceflight ever. Just the tipping. What's up, Gunny? Watch this. This is sped up footage, but watch. That's that. Oh. Now, so here's the thing. Look at the reentry heating. That's pretty cool. Now, it's right around here when they switch the camera back to that forward wing shot that something starts to go a little fishy here. Namely right in this area right there. Like, watch right above my melon here. Watch right here. Not this part, but this part. Yeah. Yeah, see the fire coming through the wing and the entire part of the forward flap being completely ablated off. Now, if you guys haven't seen this, do you think it made it? If you didn't watch Starship, don't spoil it, Chad, if you've seen it. Do you think it made it? Yes, Briggsy? Watch. Watch the numbers. So I'd like to point out there is a giant meter-sized hole in the wing right there. Just want to point out, still think it made it? Starship made it all the way back down to the ground after part of the wing ablated off. It did a successful splashdown in the Indian Ocean near Australia. They had connection all the way down, and it did a flip and burn. It did this and actually landed, missing parts of the wing. That's why what we saw this morning was one of the craziest things I've ever seen with spaceflight. Ever. Ever. Go watch that footage if you haven't seen it. Full success, Wolfie. And because neither vehicle exploded or went out of their approach, like their ascent and descent corridors, no mishap investigation. Flight 5 might happen a lot sooner than you think. Oh, yeah. It just winged the landing. Sure. So KSP after the docking. No. In fact, I'm running out of gas, guys. They're gonna do the hard capture here, but I think it's time for me to. It's time to stop. It's time to stop, okay? Oh man. So here, let's see if anybody else is covering it out and about. See if we can raid somebody.
Go at throttle up.
And my buddy Shenrir is playing.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Zarby, 15 months.
One algae
He's playing Planet Crafter. Oh, all right. Planet Crafter. Heck yeah. Did SpaceX ever test tiles with the X-37B? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Get some sleep. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm trying to. I've been up since like pretty much for 6 a.m. yesterday. I'm like maybe a couple of naps in between. I'm going to bed. So here's the thing, guys. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow because I have to pack everything up tonight and get on a plane and fly out to California to stream EJ and Ernok's Excellent Adventure. So what are you going to see from me over the next couple of days? Well, Friday, once again, nothing on Friday, but what I'm going to try to do is get out to California, get the streaming equipment set up inside of the truck, and drive up to Vandenberg to stream the launch from up there. I'm going to try to. I have no guarantees on that one. And in case you're wondering what EJ and Ernok's Excellent Adventure is, all next week I'm going to be streaming driving a vehicle from California to Boston, Massachusetts. So from San Diego, California to Boston, Massachusetts. Stopping in Boca Chica, where Starship just launched from, and also Cape Canaveral. So we're gonna start in California, go across to Boca, go across to Florida, and then go up the eastern seaboard. And we're gonna try to stream the whole thing. So that's what you should see from me next week. Obviously, we can still talk about space while we're putzing our way across the entire continent of North America. So once again, How long do you think till IFT5? A month? Probably less. Yeah, a month, maybe 2 at best, Katra. Time to add the flap to mission control. Yeah, maybe. I didn't buy a new truck. It's Ernock's truck. It's a 1987 Ford F350 quad cab long box dually. And we're towing a 92 Camaro back to my shop here in Massachusetts so we can make it go faster. Yeah. So, once again, guys, you're not going to see me for the rest of the day now and tomorrow. But on Saturday, we'll fire up the streams and go from there. I appreciate everybody watching. Thank you very much. And what I'm going to do now is raid Shenrir. And I will see you guys all on Saturday. Hopefully for that Vandenberg launch. We need a shakedown cruise. So, hey, thank you very much for the support. Thanks for doing this with me, and thank you for letting me talk over these very excellent NASA broadcasts and SpaceX broadcasts. I do appreciate that you came in here. Be sure to tip your waitress, right? Like, don't tip the stream. I'm not your waitress unless. Anyway, moving on. So thank you very much. I still, even after all these years, it's still a privilege to do what I do here, and I still don't take it lightly. So hopefully I can give you guys the content that you all pay for and support, and the content that everybody here deserves. So thank you very much. Let's go raid Shenrir and have a very good rest of your day. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good night. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. I'll see you later.